sur les PME françaises, véritables pionnières de la transition écologique. On les oublie souvent.
La culture.
La culture, c'est le moteur de l'économie française. C'est un secteur en plein essor qui redessine les contours de
l'Hexagone, cette terre d'innovation industrielle et succès du Made in France. On assiste désormais à de
véritables innovations médicales. Ce sont des avancées qui vont transformer la médecine, mais durablement. C'est une dynamique
extraordinaire pour l'entrepreneuriat français, qui bat des records de création d'entreprises.
Ces startups françaises qui bousculent le monde de l'intelligence artificielle. Une nouvelle vision de la tech avec la touche d'audace.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
C'est le début du 11e
This is
Big.
the start of the 11th edition of the big event. This is a really big event this year because
2025,
we are starting in 2025 with
prononcé dans le débat public.
so many different phrases for you to listen to.
Qui aurait
For all
imaginé?
of the entrepreneurs, I imagine you imagined that before. So that's 10 years. So we've been all here, all of this community, French Tech, French Touch, all of the community of entrepreneurs with is here
France sera
to
tirée par le
explain
monde
how
contre
France is
Eh ben, le combat
activated.
continue. Voilà. Et j'accueille
And
d'ailleurs
the
tout à l'heure,
fight continues.
plusieurs personnes
So
importantes sur ce
we
sujet.
have many important people here to talk to you today.
Alors, on a choisi un thème cette
So
année,
we chose
qui est
the
un thème
topic this year, which is a topic which is really quite difficult, terrible. We chose it before choosing anything else. And after last year, after 2024,
Pourquoi? Parce
truth.
que on n'aurait jamais imaginé dans ma
So we never imagined a particular relationship with this word, that one day we would be able to reaffirm the existence of truth, which is necessary to explain that this concept that's said to us that exists, and why we are obliged to do this, because it kind of arrived in the world, in the political sphere, looking for influence, the debates, democratic society, but even anthropological and in French. So it has a really strong influence all across, even the other side of the Atlantic, in Russia, China, Turkey. They all want to transform the way that we live. So I don't hesitate to say this is incredibly powerful. And it's certainly in certain things that we've seen recently, that speeches seem good. And if we were to refuse to believe lies, proliferation, everything that's evoked by the European Parliament, we understood that. We have the great politicians who say certain things. Then I would say flashing.
Et maintenant, on est flashé sur la route quand on conteste les énormités.
In a certain context,
du côté de l'Est, les ingérences
in the context of the
sont devenues invraisemblables, de plus en plus puissantes et
so
manipulatrices.
it's becoming more and more manipulative, more and more powerful.
Et les
So we have to talk about the subject. So entrepreneurs are obliged to talk about the subject because the entrepreneurs themselves,
que beaucoup n'ont pas, qui est un rapport à la vérité qui est sain, puisque l'entrepreneur,
many people don't understand the relationship with truth is that, because truth is results. If,
il meurt. S'il est dans le déni, il meurt.
So if it's not done properly, it dies. We're all going to die. That's the only real truth that we have.
Il a la tête dans les étoiles, bien entendu, sinon il serait pas entrepreneur.
We can't have our heads in the clouds as entrepreneurs. We have to be balanced.
Il est grave, il est stable.
We have to be stable.
De la vérité, raison pour laquelle j'ai décidé de choisir.
So this is the reason why I decided to choose this topic today.
Petit détour par les vieux concepts, ça vous rappellera vos études, mais
certain concepts that we have.
La vérité existe au sens.
Does truth exist on a plateau, as it were? Will it be there, pre-existing? Do I have to discover it? And will I find it? So that's not my idea, really. So truth is something that's invented collectively by humans. So, for example, democratic legislators say that certain things are free.
Quantité de philosophes, sociologues vous
Quantity of philosophers have said that things aren't.
Vous êtes intéressé? Ben non.
You're interested? Well, no. Legislators decide that a gift is free, and
de même, le législateur a décidé que
even the legislators decided that people are free in terms of their rights. Is that the same thing? This is the truth of the Constitution. So, in science, certain things didn't exist until someone invented them. Science invents, it creates truth,
Ces vérités
and
sont vraies jusqu'à ce qu'elles soient
these
réfutées
truths
par le
cannot
collectif
be
scientifique.
refuted by the
La
scientific
vérité
collective.
est le
So
produit de notre
is
collectif.
the
Et
product
les
of
entrepreneurs
our
participent
collective, and the
à ce
entrepreneurs participate in
Alors,
that.
La justice elle-même, vous savez,
So justice
s'en
is
mêle
also
des questions de vérité, puisque
involved in the idea of
les ont
truth,
été condamnés à la fin.
because all anti-vax
Ça veut dire que la
were
vérité
cut
Et
in the
elle
end.
marche lentement, elle
It
monte
worked.
par l'escalier, le mensonge monte par
Yeah,
l'ascenseur.
so walk up and down stairs slowly, or take
En réalité. Dans nos
but
sociétés
in
équilibrées telles qu'elles fonctionnent
in the
aujourd'hui,
society which is
parfois c'est
very
menacé.
balanced, it can
C'est un
sometimes be
combat, on dit
threatened.
toujours que la vérité
So
triomphe.
this,
Si la vérité triomphe,
the
c'est bien
truth
que-
triumphs.
c'est la raison pour laquelle on a choisi ce thème aujourd'hui.
This is the reason why we
Alors, comment
chose
est-ce que
this
tout ça a
topic today.
commencé,
So
finalement, tout ça?
how can all that
Je pense que
start?
ça a commencé par
So
une
I
forme de
think
paresse.
starting by
Paresse consistant à penser que
uh,
ma vérité,
appearance.
c'est la vérité.
My truth is the truth, and it's just like
J'ai
that.
le droit à ne pas être
So I
refuté.
have the right to not refute
La
it.
dernière étape de
It's
l'émancipation
the last step
pratique, c'est
in democratic.
de
It's the
l'individu
absolute
du droit.
truth of the individual
C'est moi qui
of
décide.
truth, and it's me who decides. So why can I decide?
Je sais qu'au fond de moi-même,
Because I know that deep inside myself, I'm
pas influencé, je suis
not
moi-même.
influenced. I'm myself by all of that, and very, very strongly.
Un courant de psychologie qui est un peu de gage
In
quand
that-
même entre nous, hein, sur la connaissance de soi, le retour
On knowledge about myself and all of this literature
où
that we see in shops, and they say, "What do you believe? You found a truth
ou une chasse aux œufs de Pâques à l'intérieur de vous-même.
inside yourself." So you're going to find your energy, your humanity, your style, your goals. You're going to find your raison d'être, but you're not going to find the truth.
Il n'y a pas la vérité.
The truth of man is obscure.
La paresse
and
consiste au contraire à le penser. Et à penser en revanche que d'autres
Things that appear to be are not necessarily what they are. Scientists, black forces who don't manage to control it, statisticians, we make everything look not too real. So I prefer to stay myself and in my own convictions. So that's what things look like.
Encore une
The
fois,
problem is that, once again, the force
pour jouer là-dessus et
to play on this idea, we have to authorize it, and more people to behave in a certain way. That's what we see with the dialogues between sociologists.
l'expression qui me vient à
The
l'esprit
expression which I explain to and try to clarify in this process in this new political movement, it's the
il y a les vrais gens. Et puis, il y a, l'élite
expression of true people. We have the elite people in the world, secessionists.
Les vrais gens sont gentils,
The true people are kind.
ils sont restés purs.
They remain
Le
pure.
vrai gens, c'est la version
The
moderne,
concept of true people are what we spoke about in the 30s.
une espèce de vaste
It's a type of vast
sociale pure,
social ideas which are
toujours une
true,
avant-garde.
which is still a little bit avant-garde.
Donc c'est extrêmement dangereux. Et quand
So this is incredibly dangerous to have these external forces, and that starts to change in the scientific world and the statistic world. And these are true people, real people. So children, that's what they see.
C'est contre ce mécanisme-là qu'il faut absolument
This
lutter.
counter mechanism,
Évidemment, tout ça finit par
obviously, all of this
dans toute la société.
goes throughout the whole society.
Processus de ruissellement
So that makes this,
par quelque chose d'autre qui est hyper
it's
puissant.
done by something else which is really, really
qui est le
powerful,
principe de plaisir.
which is the concept of pleasure.
Le principe de
So
plaisir.
the concept of pleasure, this is
De
really,
prendre sa revanche, sachant
really great to be able to think of that. People know, or I refuse the
La question qu'on vous pose systématiquement dans ces
the,
cas-là, c'est prouve-moi que j'ai
the
tort.
question you ask yourself
Ouais, ok, on va discuter.
all
Non,
the
mais t'as
time.
30
You could
secondes.
say, well, okay, well, just 10, 30 seconds.
Et donc ça peut pas marcher.
Am I wrong? Well, okay, I'll have 30 seconds to prove whether you're right or wrong. The truth is built on alternativeness, acceptance of discussion, debates.
Dehors, rentre en moi, tout simplement, pour que puisse
You have to
quelque chose qui sera considéré
might be considered
comme une vérité
by
acceptable.
the society as an acceptable truth, but the concept of pleasure comes into it as well. And then you also have this idea that it's hyperbolic.
Une sorte de réel
You have a real aspect which is enriched,
comme si chacun mettait des lunettes et voyait un autre
as though I was putting glasses on and I could see another world. This other world is authorized by
dont on parle en ce
all of these political forces that we're talking about at the time.
Le philosophe Clément Rosset, que j'aime bien
The philosopher Clément Rosset said it was an enemy.
les dangers qu'il y avait,
He spent his whole life looking at double
il
realities,
y avait à laisser les
and
gens
he left people
se trompent.
to say that he was wrong.
Nous y sommes. Malheureusement, nous y sommes très souvent.
And we often are. We're often very wrong.
Mais la raison pour laquelle
The problem and the reason why I think it was good to choose this topic today is that we have many institutions which are affected. Universities are affected.
du culte de la
This
vérité
is a really key place to look at truth.
s'entretient la mécanique du savoir
This is the mechanism,
successive jusqu'à ce qu'elle soit réfutée. La
because that has to be refuted.
La justice qui est par définition collective, avec le débat juridique, la jurisprudence, la construction de
Jurisprudence, construction,
la justice finit par être touchée. Et de fil en aiguille, les
And
institutions,
institutions are fragile.
je ne vais pas m'éterniser, vous aurez compris.
So I'm not going to mechanize all of that.
Là-dedans.
The entrepreneurs
Les
have
entrepreneurs, je
a
répète,
fundamental role.
ils ont cette
I
chance,
repeat,
finalement, par rapport
they
à
have
d'autres.
this, they have the fortune to not have to live in a double reality. It's prohibited.
Et donc, j'ai
That's
souvent
like
dit
the
que
death
l'entrepreneur
penalty
était,
to do that.
une des solutions.
We have to have
La
solutions,
solution à la plupart
good
des
big
grands problèmes de
solutions
notre pays.
for the majority of the problems in our life. Also have big solutions to a great problem, perversion. Perversion of reality. Well, that's what I wanted to say today. It was quite brief, so it was quite quick, but it's fundamental.
Petit moment de silence et je
Little
vais
moment of silence, and I'm going to pass over to a video which was shot for you by the Emmanuel Macron, President of the Republic.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers amis.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, welcome to BPI France. I am Nicola, and thank you, Nicola. So, hi, well done, all of you, for being here. You are the entrepreneurs who are the force, the energy, the ones we are proud of in our country. Unfortunately, I can't be with you this morning. I have another meeting to attend to, and I'm at the UN in New York for the National Assembly. So we are discussing several initiatives, but I would like to play this video just to say a few words to you and say welcome to this new season, the importance of what you do, what you represent, the energy that you transmit in your companies, because this is the energy that you put into our country in France. And this challenge is an acceleration, and it's extraordinary. The technology.
Une concurrence accrue qui touche nos entreprises et donc une.
This affects all of our countries, and France has to adapt. We have to adapt to be able to, next to this innovation. That's what we've been doing since 2018 in artificial intelligence. This allows us to have, we allows us to be among the first countries in Europe
Des champions,
to be able to have champions,
Bandercraft et tant d'autres qui sont en train
and many others who are providing such an ecosystem, and we have to work even faster in this domain to have even clearer policies, association strategies, which are pioneering,
et beaucoup d'autres.
and many others. And we have to have many designs. And so what we're doing over the last few years, we have a France which has much more strength, more investors in this ecosystem, stable politicians, and
et
in our companies,
un vrai
and
marché unique
a
européen
real,
du
unique
numérique.
European
C'est ce qu'on
market,
va essayer de faire
which
ensemble
is
en franco-allemand,
digital.
parce que c'est
And
la
that's
clé pour
what we
pouvoir
do with
accélérer finalement.
France and Germany.
Deuxième
That's how
chose,
we
on a besoin
accelerate.
d'une plus
And
grande
second thing that we
compétitivité de
need,
nos entreprises. C'est
we
vrai
need to
pour
have
vous,
more
pour toutes les
competitivity
entrepreneuses et
so that you, entrepreneurs,
alors l'IA évidemment
can
participe
work even
au
better.
cœur du plan
We
Oser l'IA
participate
lancé en juillet dernier pour que 100%
in
de nos grands groupes adoptent l'IA.
July of last year to have a group of key workers working here, having startups. So we still need a great simplification scale at European level.
Pour celui-ci qui permettent d'accéder à
A lot of entrepreneurs have opted for this on the European market. So everything that we can provide with Germany to really allow our entrepreneurs to have a much simpler life in Europe. We have too much complexity, too many rules in a world that can be simplified. So we need a simple market, a reality, a domestic market in Europe that can appear like fiction. We need to have 25 different regulations, energy, finance. We can innovate all that and put a lot of pressure on the Commission to have a unique market of capitals, to have a Europe which is more integrated and stronger. This will allow us also to have a better ecosystem, because having an ecosystem of startups is amazing. We have many, many new startups and many more are being created. But if we have a look about it, the scale of this in America or China, we really have to have a true European market of innovation, a financial capital market. That's key. So that's the second element. This we really need to simplify and the market. We need to protect. So it's not protectionism. This is about lucidity. So in the United States, we have tariffs. They are protecting their sovereignty. We have the market, which is protecting their own content. Obviously, China is protecting their own economy. Europe cannot be this market of 45 million consumers that doesn't do it. So for you, that's an innovative sector, traditional. We have petition, and we have to protect it. So that's the heart of what we're doing with electric vehicles. That's what we do with having European content for automobiles. And that's what we do in certain other sectors. All the providers have
Et c'est ce qu'on veut faire aussi sur des secteurs comme l'acier, la chimie,
That's what we have,
qui sont bousculés
like
par cette
chemistry,
concurrence déloyale et qui ont besoin de ce qu'on appelle de clauses de sauvegarde. L'Europe.
We need a safeguarding clause. So Europe has to protect itself, and that's key for me. So more innovation, we continue to make innovations, simplify.
Nous avons des résultats. La France reste pour la sixième année consécutive.
So for the sixth consecutive, France remains the economy which is the most attractive in Europe. So our AI summit allowed us to announce that we have 9 million euros being invested on our territory. So we are investing in real time.
Et donc voilà le message que je voulais avoir directement
so the message that I wanted to give you is that I know that there's so much worry. I know this is the debate. I really respect all of those arguments, the ministers, the prime ministers.
Dans le moment que nous vivons,
I know that our market, we need to look and at the reality. We need France still more competitive, more sovereign,
et on a besoin d'une
green tech. We need a France which is even more efficient.
Pour cela, évidemment, il faut relever le défi des finances publiques. Mais il faut le relever comme on a su le faire par le passé, c'est-à-dire en gardant la dynamique. C'est la clé.
That's key.
Je veux que vous soyez fiers de ce que vous faites chaque jour.
I hope proud of what you do.
Ne faites pas simplement des profits.
It's not simply profits.
Vous permettez à des femmes et des hommes de s'épanouir dans leurs projets. Vous permettez à des entreprises, en fait, un groupe humain qui porte pas simplement
have to be able to offer projects and to earn results and have a dynamic and make sense And it's by participating in this. So entrepreneurship is the heart of not only economic life, but also what is needed. So men and women can go further than their expectations, invent, to be able to produce, to be able to allow their families to have a better life and to transmit. That is what entrepreneurship is.
Et c'est par notre entrepreneuriat qu'on aura une France plus forte parce qu'elle produit plus.
We'll have a stronger France, and we will have a stronger France because we are innovative. We find solutions, technological solutions.
Parce qu'elle permet à des femmes.
How do we have a stronger France? Because we have men and women and where it makes sense, because we are more sovereign, more competitive.
Je suis un grand adepte de ce big. Voilà pourquoi je soutiens.
We are very adept at this big. I'm so proud of what you do, and I can say, long live innovation, long live the Republic, long live France. Have a great Congress, everybody.
Bon.
So, Nicolas.
Je te déteste autant que je t'aime.
I hate you and I love you in equal measures. The truth
sujet vertigineux
is
avec
a
une impression très
topic which is really astonishing and really
Sauf que en
But
terminale, c'était Monsieur la vérité, vous avez 4 heures.
It was like,
Non, là,
yeah,
c'est
truth
7 minutes.
comes at 4 o'clock, yeah?
Alors, en plus,
And it's like, no,
c'est
it's
un mauvais
in 7
souvenir
minutes time, it's not
pour
time to
moi,
go
mon
home
bac
yet.
de philo, parce que j'ai
So,
3 sur 20.
I had that.
La bonne nouvelle, c'est que je ne me souviens même plus
The
du
good
sujet.
news is that
Je lisais ce que
this
tu
is
m'avais
the topic
envoyé
we're
en me
talking
disant,
about
allez, viens
today.
parler.
So
Tu parlais de
you were
science,
speaking about
données,
science
de data.
and
Je
data.
disais que les faits devenaient irréfutables et que,
The fact
en
of
tout cas, dans certaines industries, et que
all of this in
grâce à ça,
certain industries. So thanks to
c'était
that,
une boussole.
this is a guide.
Quand j'ai préparé cette petite
And when I was
allocution, je me suis dit,
preparing
c'est
this
marrant,
little speech today, I thought,
je
no,
ne pense pas du tout comme toi.
I don't think I'd like you at
Je ne
all.
suis pas un philosophe, je ne suis pas un
I'm
penseur,
not
je
a
ne suis pas un écrivain. Je
philosopher.
ne suis pas allé sur ChatGPT
philosopher.
pour m'aider sur la
I-
vérité. Les
I
29 derniers
don't
mois.
look
derrière
into
moi
the
le
meaning of
comprennent.
life.
Et donc, je me suis dit, en fait, je vais vous parler de mon
I was
expérience.
talking
en termes
about
de chef
my own
d'entreprise.
experience
Dans un
as
métier qui est
a
un métier de
company
service,
manager
un métier dans
and
lequel
all
le
of the
cœur,
services that I offer, that I hold
l'expérience est au centre. Ça veut
dear,
dire que bien sûr qu'on a des
experience
data.
and is of
Mais ces data, elles sont
personal
importantes
experiences at the
pour
heart of that. So
s'appuyer dessus. Certainement pas pour
it's
se
something that we
reposer.
hold on.
Pourquoi?
So
Bah parce que
why is this?
dans mon métier de
Because
tous les jours, il y a une
in
dimension
my job every day we have a
très proche de la vérité,
dimension
qui est la
which is really
dimension
close
de
to truth, which is the dimension
vécu,
of what we
l'expérience du
live,
ressenti.
what we experience, the
Quand
feelings.
vous rentrez dans l'expérience du ressenti, vous allez très vite, vous tous, sur
We go very
TripAdvisor.
quickly through all of
Puis
this,
vous apercevez que sur un même hôtel,
and then you will
dans lequel
see
je me suis
that
donné
in
du
one
mal,
same
on a refait la
hotel,
chambre, on a refait la salle de bain.
somebody
les
cleans the
dessins,
bathroom, somebody
est
cleans the
formidable.
main area, and the
mémorable,
result is
c'est
amazing. It's
quantifiable.
measurable, it's
C'est un fait.
quantifiable, it's a
Pas de
fact.
chance. Le
So
même
bad
client,
luck. The same
en tout cas,
customer,
deux clients différents,
or
dans la même
two
journée,
different customers the
il y en a
same day,
un qui va adorer,
there is one that
qui va le
goes
mettre sur les
who will
réseaux
love
sociaux
it,
comme quoi
and
le
the
service est
other
impeccable, l'accueil
will
était
say,
chaleureux.
one will say that
tout trouvé
the
formidable.
welcome was great, the
Vous avez
service
un
I was
autre
given
client
was brilliant, and then we
lui
have
va
another
trouver que
customer
l'accueil
who
était
said that
que
it
c'était
was
lent
awful,
et qu'il
that
a
the
tout
receptionist was
détesté.
rude, the room was dirty, and he hated
pourtant
everything.
la même chambre.
So this is, and they have the same room, the same receptionist.
Et donc ça vous dit quoi?
So
Bah, ça vous dit
what
que
does that mean? So that
quand
means
vous
that
rentrez sur la vérité
when
du
you
vécu
go look into truth
ça devient
of what's
personnel,
experienced, it's
subjectif.
personal, it's intimate, it's
Une fois
subjective.
que vous avez compris ça,
So
et vous
once you've
exercez un
understood
métier
that,
et vous avez
and you do a
350
certain
000
job,
collaborateurs dans
you have
130 pays, qui
350
vont donc,
million,
par leur propre énergie, personnalité,
and you have the other energy. We go back to a client,
arriver
and
à
so we therefore
guider
need to reach,
350 000
guide
collaborateurs.
this
faut leur donner
350
une
million
faut
collaborators,
les aider à répondre à la
employees. We have to
réalité
help
du
them
vécu.
to respond to the reality
une méthode
they live.
qui
So
pour
I
l'instant
have
marche, en tout cas elle marche pour moi,
to work for now, or at least it worked for me,
qui est
which
de
is
dire
as
à
follows.
celui qui est à l'accueil,
So to say that the
celui qui est
person
maître
who's
d'hôtel,
at the reception, the
quand il va être
person
confronté à
when is
prendre
going
une
to be
décision,
confronted
faire un
with
geste,
decision making, doing a gest,
eh bien
you
il y a
have a
un ordre.
And then there's an order that you have to respect. The first thing, when we ask for something, it's a little bit complex. You ask yourself,
que veut dire votre intuition?
What does intuition mean? So
vous interrogez votre
you ask yourselves, your heart. Your heart is going to take you to generosity.
Votre cerveau. Et votre cerveau
Then you have to look at your brain. Your brain is going to give you rationality.
Ce triptyque entre l'intuition, entre le
and this cryptic, this intuition, and the reason will give you a framework. So that doesn't mean you won't find the good truth. It means you will probably find an action which is fair. And then it brings you to sincerity. The truth of having sincerity will give you something which, not exactly an injury, but something strong and remarkable. We were in 2020, right in the middle of COVID, so I pretty much 80% hotels closed. The world was on its knees.
Et pendant que je suis au bureau, je suis complètement perdu. Je navigue dans aucune vérité. J'ai des doutes sur tout et j'ai une énorme crainte. C'est que le groupe ne se relève jamais.
Qu'est-ce que je fais? We wondered if we'd survive. So what do I do? Made some videos. I made videos of for all the managers with myself with my microphone at home.
Il n'y a pas de script.
There was no script, no crib notes or anything like that. And I said, I don't know. I'm sharing ideas. I was giving some news.
The
force of saying that I don't know where we are. I will never forget talking about optimism, and I'll never forget at the same time this was something unconscious. All of these videos, I love you, I just said it like that. These were, at that moment, it gave this group a trust which was absolutely... So when you analyze all of this, you can see truth is sometimes and quite often saying, I don't know, we do not know. The second thing is that the truth can become something very quickly, sincerity, and it quickly become a shared emotion. And so by talking about shared emotions, when I was giving this little speech, I called on an old school friend when I was little, and his name is Antonio, and he's called Brazlet, he's called Stefan. I said, help me to define what truth is. And you realize that two of us, we are having a real so hi, and have a good day, everybody.
Good morning. I'd like to see the stars, talking about truth with the feet on the floor, but the head in the space. We create indeed special vehicles, and our aim is to create them between nations. And with this mission, we are now the spatial startup that is the biggest growth in Europe. In less than 4 years, we have raised the biggest amount. We have built a company that only had 4 persons a few years ago. Now we have 400 people. A bit everywhere in Europe, also in the US, in Dubai, and we have sent 2 vehicles in space. So what are our truths? I'd like to share 3 of them with you today. The first one is that a company is a machine to create good. Our mission is quite idealist. It is to share a bit like the fathers of Europe had created the CECA to protect steel and coal because they didn't want the war to repeat itself. We are convinced that creating solidarity is working for peace. And in a world that is being built around wars, that is more and more built around fights, we are creating another path, a path of collaboration, of technology sharing between the US and Europe. For example,
En Europe à 80% et aux États-Unis à 20%, et nous sommes la seule et la première entreprise européenne à avoir signé une coopération technologique avec la NASA, ce qu'on appelle un Space Act Agreement.
In between our two regions, our Mission Control Central is located in Bordeaux, in a direction with Houston. Another example, if everything goes well, by the end of this decade, we will take together Europe and the Arab continent through the Emirates on the moon. So the company is a machine to create good, and in a world where the politicians might have less freedom than the entrepreneurs, it might be our mission to create a freer path for each one of us. The second truth I'd like to share with you is an evidence. It's obvious, but it's essential that Europe reinforces itself, of course, through defense, with the technologies we are creating. We have just created our first element of thermic protection. It will be used for hypersonic rockets. We are the first ones to print niobium that is very useful for rockets. So we participate in this European defense that is very key. We have threats on the east and where we don't know what direction the west will take. And if we look at Europe from the sky, we realize that, and we look at the world from the sky, we realize that the democracies are taking autocratic paths. So it's very important that we get reinforced. But it won't. Our construction is not only based on what we are against, it's also based on what we're in favor of. And we also propose a vision of our European citizenship. I will give you two examples. One example from the past. I had something to protect my hair, and we have to avoid any dust because it would get functioning in the capital. And the team had set flag. We have 30 nationalities. So we had 130 flag. They had decided to get a European flag. So the sense of who we are as a team had become European. This project that defines the path of what we want to be. And let's see, in a few years, we take off from Kourou with a huge vehicle that could be reusable, that we are currently developing in France, Italy, and I hope with Ukraine in a few years. And then we have a with astronauts from all our European countries. Maybe not all of them, we don't have enough room, but we have to be able to give shelter to 7 to 8 people. I imagine you in front of your screens or your TV, wherever the device would be at that moment, and you will be proud to be part of this whole that is Europe. This is the second truth I wanted to share with you through our projects, through our collaboration, particularly in Europe. We create this citizenship in the world, in Europe, that is very important for us today. And the last truth I'd like to share with you is a well-known French phrase. It's change is favorable to people who are bold. Let's be bold together. Before creating the Expression Company, I was part of Airbus, and I the company to create this one. Never in the world, spatial labs is we had been by the private sector. This is what we know. 90% of our investors are European, and we now have 27 or 30 different nationalities. So be bold. This is what we need currently. Those are my three truths. Good morning, everyone. First, it's a huge honor for me, for all of the members of La Poste, to be in front of you and to talk about truth. This evening, when this beautiful big will be ending, you will have heard 80% talk truth. And then, because of the fatigue or of your wiseness, you might think, after all, each one has his own truth. If you think that, you might miss the most important thing, because in a company there is one truth. The truth is what we do. The truth is what we do because we are men and women of action. The reason why we are in a company is because we like to act and we love to change things. We change things for our clients through innovation, by bringing new products. We change things for our employees. We change things through quality, by listening to our clients and employees. But at the end of the day, what we like, what makes us live, what makes you, dear entrepreneurs, what makes you vibrate is to do. In the company, the truth is to do things and to change the reality. And this is the way we can measure a successful company, a successful the difference between the before and the after. Our job is to go from a before to go towards an after. And if there is a difference, then we have acted, we have changed things, and we have done a job as an entrepreneur. Failure is not a violation of truth. Failure is required. The only way not to fail is to do nothing. So don't avoid failure. It's necessary for a company. To be simple, in a company, truth is to do and to change things. In our economic grammar, it's the necessity for us to earn money.
Cette communauté humaine de l'entreprise crée de la valeur. Il y a également une vérité au carré. Ça devient un peu plus compliqué. Cette vérité au carré, c'est the square truth is the reality of action. If you do what you say, you are even more powerful. If the promise you've given to millions of clients is a reality, if it's perceived as a reality, then you are even more powerful. If your behavior implement, say, then your employees will follow you. The employees consider that you are doing what you say, and if you are doing what you say, then you can use the collective intelligence of the company. So there is a square truth. Do what you say. For that, you respect the reality. And we see that reality is denied. I know that to be an entrepreneur, you have to be dreaming. I don't ask you to renounce to your dreams. You need dreams. But take them as dreams that inspire you. Don't take them for the reality. The reality resists to us. It bites us. It annoys us. But if we want to change it, we have to respect. And of course, we will do mistakes. We will make mistakes. The fact that we have some mistakes means that we have tried to change things. We have the right to failure, to errors. So how to find, to prove this truth that in a company the truth is what we do? Through two things. The first one is to respect the reality. Don't lie to yourself. You have to respect the reality. It's not because you want something very hard that you can change reality. You have to play with it and respect it. And the second thing is to give sense. Add sense to your action is, of course, to follow the economic grammar, to create profit, to create added value, to create cash. But profit is not the only target of a company. You also have to act for your clients, change their lives concretely. You also have to act for your employees. Give sense to their engagement every day. And finally, and it's what is the hardest today, we have to act for the whole society, because a company is not only an economic community, it has an action on the whole society, and we have to revindicate it. Of course we have to earn money, of course we have to invest, but we have to act for society as a whole. Respect the nature, respect the environment, be actors of society. Yes, this is what it means to act sincerely, acting for everyone. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. In Big, we never have enough time to speak, so to avoid any digression and to be precise, I'd like to use sentences from Big Others that would enable me to respect the timeline that is imposed to me. I'd like to start with Paul Valéry, a great author I like a lot, who in 1939 had artists, and I quote that the citizens among him, around him were intoxicated by the hurry. What would he say if he came back with us while we are always in a hurry and never focused? Are we still able to distinguish the reality from what is fake? The fight between fake and reality is symmetrical. There is something in fake that makes it more appealing than truth. We could argue that this strength of fake has always existed, but I would answer that yes, it has always existed, but it benefits today of new supports and new diffusion tools. And can be spread even more easily that we don't like truth. It's often disappointing, and the strength of fake is much more pandemic than the strength of truth, as it was proved. That shows that, with a study that shows that AI is a very successful doping effect to promote fake news. I'd like now to quote Simone Veil. She said that in the newspapers there is an unavoidable coexistence of truth and lies, and there is necessarily a choice that has to be made blindly, depending on what we consider wrong. So there is a link between freedom and truth. Each one now feels free to decide what is true for himself, his own truth, and even his own personal fiction. So truth is not a constraint, something imposed that everyone should have to respect. So it raises a real question. If we give to the freedom to believe the wrong side higher value than to reality, how could our democracies resist with freedom that would be much higher than reality? I note that in our society we have a mistrust towards reality. We consider that it could be only temporary, partial, cultural, built, unreal, and so on. There is impressive deflation of the value of truth. Another author, I cannot not quote, Orwell, who in his book 1984 gives an incredible description of a world where you cannot express truth anymore. Not because the politicians of this world are the only ones to have lies, but because the language is so manipulated that the difference between reality and fiction is impossible to express. It's impossible to express reality as if it didn't have any importance anymore. Personally, I thought that only dictatorships were concerned by that. It's a severe mistake because our democracies are also exposed. They can also be victims of what Alexandre Coleret called conspirations, open conspirations. Actually, not all truth, only one that disturb you. The truth that don't disturb anyone don't have any contradiction. No one will oppose to the Pythagoras theorem. We have seen no book in the libraries as well saying my truth on the Higgs boson. So there are some truths that don't create any controversy. On the contrary, when there is a disturbing truth, we are able to create everything in our mind to avoid believing what we don't want to believe. The science becomes a simple opinion, giving the idea that science would be a belief, among others, a kind of church, emitting opinions that the non-believers are allowed to attack and to comment. So all this is well known, but there are new things with Donald Trump. Here, with him, we have gone one step further. We are in a radical dystopia. where Orwell is clearly defeated. He has an opinion on science without knowing anything, and soon he might announce us that the planet is flat, at least in some places, if it could help him stay in power. But I have one proposal to make, because my time is over, to fight that and make sure knowledge would be better known and better respected. We have to make sure that students would stay away from the screens, so that before they look for an answer on ChatGPT, they would think by themselves to realize that there is a value in solving problems that you cannot feel with machines. And there are joys that are properly human. And to finish, an incredible anagram. What is the anagram of the devalorization of reality? Answer, it is the finding of this reasoning. I'd like to let you think about that.
Je vais vous prendre à témoin pour commencer, en vous disant qu'à mes yeux, il y a au moins...
To start, I'd like to tell you that for me, there is at least one truth. Is that, Nicolas, with your teams, you are doing an incredible work, and I'd like to underline your freedom. You are a free mind, and we know how much our world, our country needs free minds. So thank you very much. Truth, reality, counter-truth, lies. We are navigating around all this. I totally agree with what has been said. Us entrepreneurs, not because we are an aristocracy, because we have the knowledge, but because we are in our daily life facing reality, we are closer to reality. And I think it's our responsibility to spread the information without any arrogance, because we need a dialogue. We need to confront ideas. We need to support our contribution for the public. In France particularly, but around the world, there is a form of erasing of truth and reality. And we hear very loudly some theses, some theories that can be dangerous and that are dangerous, including for our companies. What are our companies? People would like to say it's only shareholders who are looking for dividends. Of course, we need shareholders. There wouldn't be companies otherwise. But it's also an incredible group. If I only take the example of the MEDEF companies, we carry 12 million employees. Of course, it's not easy. And maybe not all of these 12 million employees are totally happy. But I see the investigations. There are some positive elements in the company. 77% of employees affirm that they feel well in their company. We are able to take our stakeholders into account. And it's our responsibility to spread the information on who we are, to spread the information that we are key contributors to the way our country is working and on its prosperity. Some people would say it's a counter-truth. But what is the problem of France? It is that it lacks of prosperity and that it's losing its path towards the impoverishing problem. What do we want for our citizens? What do we want for ourselves? We want growth. We want to be able to distribute purchasing power. It is prosperity. Where is wealth created? Where is innovation created? Where are international collaborations? Where is the reflection on new technologies, on the opportunities that we have, where all of this is made? Because we have a real talent to identify the solutions that are available to us. And we have to underline that because we have to find a new balance in France in a debate that is quite dangerous and even more threatening, that would lead us to think that the key aim of our country is to manage the shortage and to try to avoid that it's your own group that would have to manage it. And without any regard for the general interest. This is a counter-truth we don't have to let spread. And I also remark that our citizens expect from us, entrepreneurs, that we would express ourselves more in this debate. This is linked to the confidence that they give to us. I'd like to say that I can't dance the Zuckmania, and I don't have the intention to do it. We are facing key challenges that can be threatening, but for me, it's incredible opportunities. Of course, it was said several times, AI, digital. In France, we have key talents that often go abroad because we are not able to use these talents to enable them to irrigate our whole society and our companies. We have key talent to face the climate challenge. When I see the champions France has on energy, on environment, we are world champions. We need a multi-annual planning of energy, and we need decisions on this key subject. We have incredible capacities in terms of training and education. We have to stop accepting the long decline in our international rankings. So this is my message. The truth is that we have in our hands the part of our positive future for our country. Let's express it, and we invite you to a huge meeting in a few days to say with joy who we are and who we are proud to be. Thank you very much.
D'accord. Bonjour, je m'appelle
Hello, my name is Alexia
Je suis à la tête de 17 sociétés de production.
I'm the head of this production
Entertainment, premier groupe mondial de production indépendante.
First
La seule vérité,
sales
c'est que
company in the
nous
world.
allons
The
tous mourir.
truth is that we're all going to die.
Mieux
So
de
that's
choisir le mensonge.
better to choose a lie.
Rapide,
So
plus
it's quicker,
confortable,
it's more
et on
comfortable,
peut l'utiliser tous les jours.
and we can use it every
Et là,
day.
Adid, une université
But that said,
californienne,
there's
a
a
mené une
Californian
enquête montrant que les gens disaient en
university
moyenne 1
launched
à 2
a
mensonges par jour.
survey that said we all say around 2
Un
lies per
mensonge
day.
sur les
One
réseaux
lie
sociaux fait le tour du
on,
monde en 20 minutes. Une
One
vérité
lie did
met
the
des mois et des
tour
mois à
for all of
émerger,
the
et encore plus
social
quand elle veut
media
montrer un
in around
mensonge.
a minute.
Je pense à l'affaire Dominique Baudis.
So I think
Ce dernier
about
est
Dominique
accusé par
Baudis,
le
the
serial
last one who
killer
was accused by the
Allègre
serial
d'avoir
killer
violé et commandité
for
un meurtre à
having
Toulouse. Les médias
being
s'enflamment
responsible for
et relaient
a
ces allégations sans
death
les
in
vérifier.
Toulouse. So
Baudis
everyone was checking
aura
to
abonné
see
et
whether the
s'effondrer au
allegations
journal
were
Fou.
constituted.
Ce qui nous
Said that the
intéresse,
truth is
c'est la confirmation de
ridiculous.
notre propre
We have to have
vérité.
the confirmation
Il faut
of
dire
our
que
own
le
truth.
mensonge
It
est un
means
outil
that
efficace à
the
la
truth
justification, au
is
pire la
often a
confrontation.
justification
J'ai
to
toujours fait l'usage de la fuite
go
et le
against
mensonge, n'est-ce pas la meilleure des fuites?
confrontation.
Mais je vous le dis pour de vrai,
But I wanted
je ne
to
suis pas
say
une menteuse.
that I am not a
J'aurais
liar.
l'être.
I would like
Mais je
to
ne
be
sais
a
pas
good
mentir.
liar, but I don't know how
Quand je
to
mens,
lie.
je ne crois pas moi-même.
I
pourtant,
lie, I don't even believe
mentir, on peut
myself. So
l'apprendre.
then
La
lying,
vérité,
we can
elle,
learn
s'impose.
truth is always imposes itself in the end.
Je suis née dans les récits.
So I was born
Les récits
in
les plus
Précy.
réalistes, le journalisme, ma mère est
It's
grande
very
reporter de guerre.
in lots
Au plus
of
factice, la
roots,
publicité.
journalism,
Mon père est un
and
publicitaire.
advertisement. My father
Au
was
début de
an
ma carrière,
advertiser as
je
well,
suis
and at
convaincue
the
qu'un
start of my
nouveau genre
career, I
venu de Hollande va
thought
bouleverser la télévision
that
et
we
s'inscrire
would
dans un changement
new
sociétal.
people would
Le
shake
besoin
up TV
d'exposer son
screen.
intimité
So the need
pour lui donner de la
to
valeur. Ce programme, c'est
expose
Love Story.
on the television
Et on
became a
appelle ça la
reality.
télé-réalité.
So we call that tele-reality.
Et réalité.
Tele and reality.
Et est-ce que la télé peut
So
diffuser
is
la
tele,
vérité de ce
can
qu'elle
it
filme?
show the truth of what's
Selon
going
de
on?
nombreux politiques et critiques,
According to
la réponse est
many
non. On
critics, the
m'attaque,
response is
on me
no.
reproche de mentir, de
The
scénariser, de
attacks,
manipuler. Au
they
final,
get us to
c'est la
manipulate,
vérité
and
d'une
finally,
jeunesse
it's the
dans sa
truth
banalité
of
brute
youth
qui dérangeait.
and that has to
On ne peut pas
work.
tricher avec un flux
So we
24/24
can't
sur ce 7
trick
jours sur 7. On monte en
by
post-production
being
les
on
épisodes.
for
Mais on a
24/7
une
a
règle
day.
d'or, ne
Oui,
jamais
but there's a
trahir ce que
golden
les gens nous
rule.
donnent.
Never
Mon métier
take advantage of
n'était
what
pas
people
d'inventer
take
leur
vie,
vie, mais de raconter la vérité de 12
but
individus dans
telling
un
the
loft.
truth of 12
On
individuals
pourrait
in a
dire
loft.
que la
We can say
télé-réalité,
that
c'est une technique
tele-reality
de
is
mise en
a
forme de la
technique
vérité.
of
Ce qui me
implementing
caractérise le
truth.
plus,
So what
c'est que
characterizes
j'aime la
myself
vérité
the
des gens.
most is that I
Quand on
love
fait
the
le casting
truth
de
of
Koh-Lanta,
people.
par
And when we
exemple,
do
on voit
something,
250
we
candidats qui
can
viennent de partout.
see 250
Pendant 20 minutes, ils se
candidates,
livrent.
and then for 20
Ils n'ont
minutes,
ni l'habitude qu'on
they
s'intéresse à eux,
are not
et
used
encore moins de
to
parler d'eux.
acting
Et
like
là,
this, and
dans
even less
l'intimité de ces
speaking
salles de
about
casting,
themselves. So in the
j'entrevois
intimacy of the
leur histoire souvent
casting,
cabossée, la vérité de ces
so
gens.
we can see the truth
Ils
of
nous
these
donnent
people.
à voir leur
They
vérité.
give us a true
Ce n'est pas
reality.
toujours vérité de dire la vérité quand on est dirigeant.
Say truth to
À travers
say
les différents
the truth
postes,
when you're a
pour
director in different
décider et
posts.
avancer,
To
il faut être
decide
persuadé
and
qu'on est dans le vrai.
advance, you have to be persuaded
Donc,
that we're telling the
vous vous
truth.
créez vos propres vérités
You can
qui
create your
deviennent un
own
moteur de
reality that
décision.
becomes a motor of decision
Dans mes
making.
prises de parole, je
So
mets la vérité
during
au
my
cœur
speech,
de mes
I put
interviews.
the
Et les journalistes m'aiment bien
truth at
pour
the
cela.
heart of interviews, and even journalists say
D'ailleurs,
that.
j'ai été
On the other
surprise
hand,
de découvrir
I
que
was
la vérité
surprised to
pouvait
discover
devenir
that the
attrayante.
truth can
C'est quand
become
j'ai
quite
produit la série
attractive.
culte
So I
pour Amazon
produced
sur le lancement
on
de Love
Amazon
Story.
the launch
Les
of
journalistes
Story.
me
So
demandaient le vrai du
journalists asked me
Et est-ce
for
que j'avais, par exemple, vraiment
had I
attendu
got,
pour
for
couper la
example,
diffusion
had I
en direct
waited
de la scène de la
to have
piscine?
cut the
La
diffusion
vérité
from
devenait
the
source
swimming pool?
d'enquête.
So it can become a
C'est peut-être
source of
plutôt
worry.
le chemin
It's
vers la
perhaps
vérité
the
qui est intéressant que la
way
vérité
towards the
elle-même.
truth that's
Dans mon
more interesting
management,
than the truth
la
itself. In
vérité est clé
management,
pour embarquer les équipes. Quand je tourne
It's,
Koh-Lanta en plein Covid,
so
les 300
in the middle of
collaborateurs qui
COVID,
partent avec
we
moi
had 300
ne sont pas vaccinés et laissent
employees
leur
who
famille
didn't
en
get
France dans
vaccinated. They
l'ignorance de ce
left
qu'est vraiment ce
their
virus.
families
Il
in
faut dire la vérité.
ignorance.
Oui,
So
il y
you
a un
have to
risque.
tell the truth. Yes,
Peut-être
there's a
serons-nous
risk.
bloqués à 8
Perhaps
000 kilomètres,
we'll be
mais nous avons la mission
held
de
at arm's
réaliser ce
length, but we
programme
have the
pour soutenir
mission to do this
l'entreprise,
program
payer les
for our
gens
company,
et offrir au
to pay
public
people
un
and offer the
échappatoire
public.
contre l'enfermement dans leur logis. Alors évidemment, à
So
mes équipes, je ne dis
obviously,
pas tout,
I
et je
didn't
ne
say
mens jamais sur
I-
l'essentiel. Il faut reconnaître que dire la vérité, ça n'est jamais facile. Pourtant, mieux vaut une vérité qui bouscule qu'un mensonge qui rassure.
And-
Cela pousse le lead de manager. Et c'est valable aussi pour les équipes. Car dire la vérité à un patron, c'est encore moins facile.
reality
La peur de le
and
vexer,
so-
pire, la peur d'être viré, rend le mensonge plus séduisant.
So
Alors je le dis
use
à tous les
making
patrons
lies
dans
can
la
be more
salle, pour gagner
seductive.
la vérité,
You
vous
can
devez
gain
ne pas
the
être
truth.
rancunier.
You don't have
Il est
to be
nécessaire que
punished,
chacun de vos
but it's
salariés
necessary for
sache
everybody
qu'en
of you,
refermant la porte de votre bureau, vous ne leur en
your
voudrez
employees,
J'ai cette liberté avec
can come
Stéphane
to
Courbet, le
you, and
patron
you
du
know
groupe.
that you will never just have a
Il m'a
go at them if
autorisé
they have
à
something to
être
say.
sincère avec lui. C'est un cadeau pour moi.
Somebody
c'est
of
aussi un
mine
cadeau pour lui.
authorized me to
Le
be
moyen de
sincere with
s'assurer que
him.
ses
The
collaborateurs
average,
lui diront la
that's
vérité,
the way
celle
that you can
qui lui
guarantee
permettra
that
de
your
prendre les bonnes décisions.
employees will tell you the truth
Le
and make
public n'a
you
jamais
make the good
autant consommé
decisions.
autant de contenu.
So,
Ce qu'il achète, ce n'est pas du marketing, c'est une vérité
what we're
émotionnelle.
selling is not marketing,
La vérité en
it's
télévision
emotional
s'impose en
truth.
direct.
The reality
Les événements
in
sportifs, les grandes
the
cérémonies,
sporting events, the
et ce n'est
great
pas pour rien que
ceremonies.
Miss France réunit 8 millions de téléspectateurs. spectateurs chaque année.
To attract many
Ce
spectators
que vivent ces
today.
Miss, c'est réel. On le voit bien aujourd'hui, les réseaux sociaux, les surproductions d'un poste, et pas une bonne chose. Il faut être naturel. Même les selfies doivent donner l'impression d'avoir été pris sur le vif. On se photographie comme si un paparazzi était planqué. La vérité serait-elle alors une valeur refuge? Aujourd'hui, tout le monde communique plus vite qu'il ne pense. Et avec l'arrivée de l'IA, la vérité est en danger. Les fake news nous imposent, nous, en tant que médias, d'être vigilants et transparents. Si j'avais été menteuse, j'aurais perdu ce qui me définit, la liberté de dire, de créer, de transmettre. Je fais ce que je dis ce que je fais. C'est ma manière d'être vraie. Je vous remercie de m'avoir écouté.
Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et tous.
Hello, everybody.
Je suis Slawomir
I am Salomé Krupa, director of the Society General of Big Bang.
Prudente sur
So we have
vous dire que j'ai eu des résultats un peu meilleurs que Sébastien à mon bac de philo. Je voudrais vous dire que je suis.
I would like to say that I am really happy to be here with you today, this morning, and to engage in the conversation on this really important subject for the entrepreneurs and for citizens as well. But to tell you the truth, I don't know whether I am really happy to be here this morning. I did the exercise. I don't know much about the subject, and it seemed quite dramatic, immense, and it scares me a little bit because this is perhaps nowadays we're submerged every day in every day is who am I? So we don't always know, but we know that lies. We have to be optimistic. We have to have the multiplication of lies everywhere in all dimensions, and then we have the competition of lies between themselves, becoming very constant. On the other hand, the opinions are like transcendence. Have been expressed. So a world without reality, that worries you. The same vertigo that I felt quite recently, saw for the first time in 1994, George Orwell, and I was particularly touched by the lines. If I decide to believe a lie, I can decide that something happened or didn't happen in a story. All the others accept this lie as base. And if everyone decides to agree with him, this same lie becomes truth. So the person who said this is now dead, but many people are very alive and still live by that nowadays in this democratic society. And we're in the 21st century, and we still believe it. We
de notre capacité à défendre la vérité, à empêcher sa disparition comme objectif, comme référence.
Passion as an objective, as a reference, and as value. I think that the entrepreneurs, we have an important part because we now produce the exponential information, and it's all very big. So as a manager, I can also say that truth is a key part of performance. This is a condition which is also a brand which is capable of making durable development, sustainable development. This is the modus operandi that I use every time, every day as a banker and as a manager, looking at the reality face to face, the truth of the perdition in the truth of these performances, the truth of feedback, client feedback, and the quality of the product on the market without talking about the starting point of performance. That's the core of the atom, and identifying the good starting point and following performance in an objective way and precise way. It's not, there's no progress, there's no projects that are successful or not, and there are no ideas that find economic expressions with these foundations.
La vérité, c'est aussi
Truth is also an element is really into quality of relationship, quality of intensity of human relationships in a company. And a few years ago, I did a seminar on one of the characteristics was spending some time in a small group and sharing experiences, personal and professional experiences. And I realized that there were many times I wasn't really listening to the other people. And I asked myself, the response that I found was each time that I started to talk about it, that level of sincerity went down. So on the other hand, my attention, my function, or the quantity of the function, the quantity. So I imagined that it was more spiritual, but they had no. But then, starting with that, the engagement of the motivation of the teams also had the reality that there's just one formula in situations of reposition and restructuring. You have to start with the truth. It's the ingredient for success. And for example, in Europe, in my region, we have nowadays either say everything is great, or we can continue as we started, or we can make significant progress. And we have to be capable. So I'll finish by saying that for me, as a citizen and as an entrepreneur, I think that truth is the condition of oneself. It's the condition. It's infinite.
Et collective. Je vous remercie.
J'écris ton nom sur la mousse des nuages.
Alors je me posais une question.
So I'm going to ask myself a question. How many of you think
là, ce matin, en buvant votre café,
yourself while you're drinking? How many look at these photos that you all took this summer during the summer? How many of you, while you're drinking your coffee this morning, how do you explain that you alone, took 1,000 photos, and that I move 1,000 people to see one photo on the wall of my gallery or in the Contemporary Society? This story, I came here to tell you nowadays, how can one simple image become a work of art? The artist is the one who creates. He's the one who develops a speech, a piece of writing, which is singular and original, which he uses to express his reality. And that makes it even more difficult with photography, which is accessible to everybody. And in the place where these, as a gallerist and editor, I find the artist is going to change the reading of the world. So like Martin Parr, for example, who's
s'intéresse à ce que l'on appelle la
British
photographie
photographer.
vernaculaire, c'est-à-dire qu'il prend la vie de tous les jours.
He takes
dans
the
sa
life,
réalité
everyday
et son
life in his
indolence.
reality.
Ces images sont a priori
So these images
sans
are
intérêt. Elles peuvent être
ideally
vulgaires,
not really very
sarcastiques,
interesting. They might even be
comme notre
vulgar. Some
réalité.
people they might be critical
Mon
of our
intuition,
reality.
c'est que Martin
My
Parr
intuition is that
a
Martin
été
Parr
l'un des premiers
was
artistes
one
à
of the first
observer
artists to
et rendre
observe
compte que la
and to
surconsommation
realize
menait
that
le
the
monde à sa perte.
over-consummation
Et j'ai
leads to
agi
ruin.
pour le
And
positionner
I
comme un
acted
lanceur
to
d'alerte,
position him
comme un
as
artiste
a
avant-gardiste.
alert. As an
À la
avant-garde
galerie, on peut
artist.
trouver
In the
dans un
gallery,
autre
we can
registre une
find
artiste
on
comme
another
Juliette
register an
Agnel.
artist like Juliette Allaire,
Formée aux Beaux-Arts de Paris,
who
Juliette Agnel
was
s'intéresse
trained
à
at the
l'invisible, aux forces
Beaux-Arts
telluriques, ce
in
que a
Paris,
priori on ne voit pas
and
nous dans nos
we
réalités,
cut in
et
our
qui sont
reality.
sa vérité.
But this is
Pour nous
her
la
reality.
transmettre, elle va
We can
fabriquer des
transmit it,
images que l'on
and
croit être
she makes
vérités,
images that
mais
we
qui sont
can
en
look at,
réalité
but which are a reality.
voire
Well, true
invisibles.
reality,
Et avec
we
cela,
can
elle va
see,
déclencher des
and
points de
she's going
passage
to
vers
trigger,
l'au-delà, vers un autre monde. Voilà deux
send us into
artistes
another world. So here we have
partagent
two
des réalités
artists
différentes,
who share
qui
different
expriment
realities,
une
but
même
which
vérité
express
profonde.
one same
fait un
deep
artiste,
reality. So what
pas
makes
une
an
simple image
artist
réussie,
is not just
c'est
an
sa
image.
capacité à laisser
It's their
une empreinte, à
capacity to
écrire le monde
leave a
autrement,
footprint,
à
to
faire plus que
leave a
la
world in a
simple
different
image
way.
que nous
So
sommes
one
tous
simple image
capables de faire.
means that we
Alors,
are
quel est
all
le lien
able to do
avec
this.
nous,
So what is the
ici,
link
sur
between
la grande
us
scène de Big
here on the great
Une
big stage?
vérité profonde.
One
Les
deep
artistes
reality.
sont
The
les
artists
entrepreneurs
are
de ce
the
monde.
entrepreneurs
Et
of
comme
this
un
world.
business angel,
And as
sur un
a
projet
business
d'entreprise,
model,
j'investis, je finance la
I
production de
invest
mes artistes.
the production of
Ma
my artists.
singularité, c'est mon
My
engagement
particular
par
characteristic is
l'investissement.
my commitment into
À
engagement.
l'origine de mon projet d'entreprise,
So,
il y a
at
la
the
maison
base of
d'édition.
my
J'ai commencé ma
La Maison
carrière comme
d'édition.
éditeur.
I started my career as an
Le livre
editor,
est parfait
and
pour la
the book that I made
livre
worked
outil
well with
formidable de
the
diffusion
photographs
pour l'histoire de
in,
l'art, les artistes
in
et
the
leur
history of
production.
art, the artists
Mais
and
une
their
réalité.
production. But a
Le beau
reality,
livre
the
coûte
book,
extrêmement
the
cher
great
à
book
produire
was
et
extremely expensive to
difficilement
produce. It was
rentabilisable.
very difficult to
La réalité, c'est que la
mentalize.
plupart des
And the
éditeurs
reality
aujourd'hui
is the
ne s'engagent pas
majority
sur
of
un projet de
editors
livre sans financement
don't commit
initial.
to
Mais
these.
soyons clairs, un livre financé
That
avant
makes
sa
it clear.
mise sur le
So
marché, l'éditeur,
once the
le
book is
producteur
put on the
n'a
market, the
plus
editor, the
aucun
producer,
intérêt à se
doesn't have
battre
any
pour que ce soit
interest
vu,
in
lu,
fighting so that
entendu.
it's seen,
Quand on prend
read,
le risque
understood.
financier,
That's the risk that you take
l'engagement devient
financially,
réel
that the
et
commitment
concret.
becomes reality and concrete.
Alors voilà, ma façon de
So
travailler,
here we
c'est celle
go.
d'un
That's my way
entrepreneur.
of working
L'entreprise, mon
as an
entreprise, ma
entrepreneur.
galerie,
My
agit comme un
my
incubateur où
gallery, my
chacun des
company
artistes a
is
sa
like an
singularité,
incubator
comme il se
where
met en
every artist
prototype
has
avec
their
autant de
particular
solutions différentes.
characteristics and offers
Quand j'ai
different
rencontré le
solutions.
photographe
When
ghanéen
I
James
talk
Barnett,
about
né
the
en
James Barnett
1929, cela faisait des années que ces
in
négatifs prenaient la
the
poussière
prize that I won
des
in
cartons.
2019,
Il avait connu la prise
it was
d'indépendance
recognized.
du Ghana,
They won the
la montée du
Independence Prize.
panafricanisme avec Kwame Nkrumah, les
The
Swinging 60s, l'installation de la
Pan-Africanism,
diaspora
the
à
swinging
Londres. Il
60s
avait découvert la
in
photographie
London.
couleur, était le
We
premier
had
photocopieur
the
de
color
son pays, un
photograph.
trésor. Mais tout était à faire. Il y avait l'artiste, il lui manquait
You had the
l'entrepreneur.
artist and
Pendant
you
5
just
ans,
didn't have the
j'ai
entrepreneur.
œuvré à
For
monter
5
une
years,
équipe,
I worked on
numériser,
making a team to
enregistrer,
digitalize,
nommer,
record,
donner des noms, des dates,
name,
des éléments
give
avec James
dates,
Barnard, de
elements
sauver cette
with James
mémoire. Et
Barnard.
en parallèle de ça,
And
on a
in
lancé une production
parallel,
de
we
tirage
launched a
collection qui a
production
permis à
line
refinancer ce
of
lourd
collections
projet
to be able to
et à le faire connaître
refinance
à
this
travers
project
le monde entier.
and to make it
En juin
known
dernier,
throughout the
James
world.
Barnard a fêté ses 96
James
ans.
Barnard made this,
Son œuvre est
did
exposée
this for
partout dans
years.
le monde. Au
This
MoMA
was
à New York,
exposed
au
throughout the
Guggenheim
world,
à Abu
in
Dhabi,
Milan to New
à la
York to
Fondation
Abu
Luna
Dhabi.
à Arles.
In the,
Et vraiment
it was really,
très connu aujourd'hui, c'est fantastique.
really
de
well
connaître ça
known, and
à
it's
son âge.
fantastic to know that at this
Alors,
stage.
ce que je voulais vous dire ici,
So what I wanted to say here
si on se pose la question de
was, if we ask
rapprocher
ourselves
les
the
artistes et
question
les entrepreneurs,
of what
à
can
quel
bring
moment la
artists
réalité
and entrepreneurs
artistique
together, the
rencontre
artistic
la
reality
réalité
says
entrepreneuriale?
the
Je
reality.
crois que c'est une même
So
vérité
I
qui
think this is
anime
one
artistes,
truth which
entrepreneurs.
encourages artists and
Nous ne sommes pas
entrepreneurs.
si différents. À la base,
We're
à
not
la
that
source,
different.
il y a la création,
At base, we have
l'idée,
creation,
et on est
the
accompagné par
idea,
des
And we're also accompanied by investors, by governance, which allow us to go deeper into our project. So this is a project that can get bigger. So here is the reality that I wanted to share with you here today. It's the essence of create contemporary presence that I invite you to seize, to invest in and develop. Thank you very much.
Je suis venu.
I have come here today to celebrate an anniversary. I was in your place 10 minutes ago, and I noticed that several among us
également présenté le même problème.
And I also had the same problem. We're fixed. You're all glued to your mobile phones. I'm sure you know if that's you. So to celebrate a birthday, I would like to propose you to put your phones away for about 15 seconds and to sing a very simple song. Everybody.
Joyeux
Happy birthday to you.
Je fais comme Johnny Hallyday.
Okay, do everyone together. Everyone together now. Happy birthday to you.
Allez, j'écoute.
Everybody. Happy birthday, dear.
Bravo.
Okay, not sure who they're singing. Well done.
Quel anniversaire
So I was saying, whose birthday are we celebrating?
On fête
So we're celebrating the fact that this is the Louis Décennie, it's her birthday, and so she's an old lady, and it's of social security. So I imagine that made a little bit of an effect, because in this idea, like all French people, we are able to be in real security, be it with administration, you can make a startup, you can be disruptive, but even so,
sur 8 décennies, elle a accompagné les entrepreneurs.
This is accompanied, we have accompanied.
Tu pourrais me dire pas du tout, ne dites pas que c'est une locomotive.
You can't say that this is a locomotive, that this is.
Il y a des critiques, il y a des réserves.
We have criteria, we have reserves.
Contre de notre système social, mais
là, with our social system. But the truth is that
cette institution républicaine,
this Republican institution really has allowed France to make progress and for companies to prosper. So this is the reality. These are multiple
c'est que ça coûte cher.
Reality. So it can be very expensive. So French people also are in agreement.
Ça passe par vous.
It's expensive for
globalement
le
financement de système de protection sociale qui représente un tiers du PIB. J'envoie plein de chiffres parce que j'ai noté qu'ici on avait bien
a lot of figures because I know that figures are important, which really replaces
un tiers de la richesse annuelle produite chaque année.
Richness of each year. So perhaps you're noticing a little bit, but for companies, what does that mean? That means that a great majority, the majority of your personal expenditure, your salarial mass is protected. And it protects you. So these are the virtues that we have in this 80-year-old lady who we're celebrating today. So we can regulate better. So in certain domains, there is absolute capital, which have better management, and we have propositions so that these systems are more efficient and more favorable. This is an important system because companies fail, and they have the guarantee of the health of your collaborators. And we have an institution which is one more critical, but also deserves the entrepreneurs to spend a little bit of time asking what it's you that is spending into. So this is the third ideals which distinguishes once for all
financière des entreprises, l'expertise légitimement pour des risques professionnels, des accidents du travail, et d'autre part,
first of all, and also
plus largement, solidarité. Je ne veux pas vous endormir avec cela, surtout que c'est généralement un sujet qui n'est pas des plus sexy, la sécurité sociale, mais il y a une vérité forte, c'est qu'il y a une partie des risques qui sont couverts par le système de protection sociale, financed by yourselves, pour lesquels vous devriez prendre
your wallets
davantage
to be able to
davantage élever la voix pour dire, puisque
to raise
je
your voice
cotise,
to
je
say,
souhaiterais, par exemple, que dans le logement
because
social,
I
je
pay
sois
into the
le premier chef
system,
des actifs,
I
des
can be my
salariés
own
qui en
boss
bénéficient. Je paye pour cela. En matière d'accident de travail, pas grand-chose à dire. C'est fonction de vos activités. Il est légitime que ce soit une cotisation qui soit financée par les entreprises qui fassent fonctionner. Mais pour la politique familiale, par exemple, ou pour la santé, ça n'a plus rien à voir avec l'entreprise. Donc, une vérité forte pour l'avenir de notre système de protection sociale, c'est de distinguer d'une part relève de l'assurance sociale, ce que vous payez, et d'autre part, ce qui doit relever davantage de la fiscalité. Voilà.
This is also the fiscal element. So I'm not going to bore you with this subject, but just simply looking at the rules that this subject.
Dans un des épisodes,
one of the
le bout de sparadrap que le capitaine Haddock a sur le doigt, la Sécu, soit ça vous ennuie, soit ça vous horripile. Impliquez-vous davantage.
But make yourself implemented in this.
Prenez la parole là où vous avez des instances qui permettent aux entreprises de dire ce dont elles ont besoin pour leurs salariés. Prenez la parole aussi
take the word also to say that
en termes de cotisation. Et avec ça,
in terms of cotisation, so you'll make progress with your companies, your projects, and for France. So those are some real truths. This is a subject which isn't all that clear in life nowadays, the conscience, but it's at the heart of companies, the heart of finance in France, and you have these mechanisms to distribute richness, and it's. So I will conclude on Stevie Wonder, and we can all sing Happy Birthday together. So live big, live for yourself, and live social security. What could fit more perfectly than to have a world party on the day you came to be? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning, everyone. When Nicolas Dufourcq asked me to come talk about truth, I thought that I had to share a personal history, a professional history, where the revelation of a truth had been key. After all, when you have only 7 minutes, you need a concrete element. Sharing a story, an experience, and looking to what it got from it. The story was already the period of the about it today enables me to live it again and maybe to forget it somewhat. It's the 15th of September 2021 in my office. 2 of my closest collaborators are with me. Another one is in lockdown in a hotel very far from Paris. It's still a period where COVID is very present. It's 1:30 p.m. The great defense programs in which my company is working are complex by nature. However, for several weeks we have been progressing on that program with a lot of success, but we feel that in front of us we have a very complex client. You have to say that these COVID years
des grands programmes internationaux. Rappelons-nous le monde d'avant, le monde d'après. Cette période-là, c'est celle du monde du milieu, celle où les vérités pouvaient mieux se cacher derrière les barrières et les confinements. Et pourtant, nous y croyons, dur comme fer. Et quand il peut y avoir plusieurs scénarios, même si les doutes peuvent exister, on s'accroche au plus probable. On construit une vérité, on fait tout pour y croire et tout pour le partager. Alors, dans cette année 2021, les déclarations d'un ministre au mois de juin avaient pu nous faire douter. Penses-tu vraiment qu'ils peuvent le faire mais ces programmes au long cours sont basés sur la confiance, et la confiance de notre client en direct était notre phare, notre référence. Combien de fois nous est-il arrivé, dans nos vies professionnelles, dans nos vies personnelles, de ne pas exprimer un doute, l'hypothèse d'une vérité alternative, craignant par là même de donner l'impression de ne pas y croire, de ne plus faire partie du projet collectif. Alors on finit par se rallier à la vérité communément admise, au chemin de plus grande pente. Le premier qui dit se trouve sacrifié, disait Guy Béard dans sa chanson « La vérité ». La vérité serait-elle multiple finalement? Le 15 septembre au matin, nous recevions le dernier document preuve que nous étions dans le vrai, que les doutes n'avaient plus de place pour grandir. La définition du navire était validée, tout était vert, on a vu 7 jalons majeurs à tenir pendant l'été, la faisabilité industrielle, tout était validé, les équipes pleinement rassurées, on se souviendrait du 15 septembre. Elles décident d'aller fêter ce moment au bar du coin, prendre une bière, et elles savaient que j'étais invité à une réunion téléphonique avec le ministre à 13h30. Mais la vérité, le programme allait se poursuivre, c'était une évidence, j'allais venir les rejoindre, et nous allions fêter ça. 13h30, ring, 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 les premiers mots résonnent, encore si fort 4 ans après. Good afternoon, Mr. Pomelet, and thank you for being available at short notice. Bla bla bla, bla bla bla, bla bla bla. We have decided not to proceed with the Australian submarine program. Les masques tombent, le mensonge s'efface, une autre vérité éclate. S'ensuit ce moment suspendu où le réel n'existe plus, mensonge et vérité s'entrecroisent. Pendant quelques minutes, nous sommes 4 à le savoir. 3 dans ce bureau à Paris et 1, auquel je pense toujours, qui est dans sa chambre d'hôtel en Australie en début de confinement et qui s'apprête à y passer 2 semaines. Il était directeur du programme qui venait d'être annulé. Ces minutes durent une éternité. Et maintenant, que vais-je faire? Disait Gilbert Bécaud dans sa chanson. Alors la suite, elle est connue, elle est médiatique, elle est publique, le coup dans le dos, la rupture majeure de confiance, le mensonge au sommet de l'État. Dans nos affaires, et tout particulièrement quand elles entrecroisent des enjeux industriels et politiques, les mondes parallèles existent. Plusieurs vérités se combinent, et les fameux signaux faibles, qui sont les échos parfois fossiles des différentes vérités, ne doivent jamais être ignorés. La volonté peut tordre un destin, mais dans bien des cas, la vérité triomphante ne sera pas celle qu'on avait prévue. Toujours avoir un plan B, toujours avoir un plan C, croire en plusieurs vérités, être capable de s'adapter. Je parle à des entrepreneurs, vous savez ce que je veux dire. Détecter le mensonge, le faux, le signal faible révèle une autre vérité. Le mensonge la cache. L'évidence n'est jamais notre meilleur allié. Do you think he's lying? I don't think, I know, dira notre président de la République. Alors le 16 septembre au matin, je vais à Cherbourg. Je demande à voir les 600 personnes et plus qui travaillent sur le projet. Immédiatement, partager ce que l'on sait, mais aussi ce que l'on ne sait pas. Car si on ne sait pas, ce n'est pas la peine d'inventer une autre vérité, surtout quand les repères sont brisés. Les yeux dans les yeux, même s'ils sont humides, et surtout même, l'émotion était immense, l'incompréhension, le besoin d'en parler, même en silence. C'est finalement ce que je retiendrai de plus fort de ces 24 heures. Être un parmi tous, tout de suite, partager le doute, répondre aux questions sans mentir, jamais mentir, avec ce que l'on sait et surtout ce que l'on ne sait pas. Considérer que cette histoire collective qui nous dépasse et des centaines de destins personnels qui, eux, constituent véritablement notre raison d'être d'entrepreneurs et de chefs d'entreprise. Rebondir très vite. Les masques sont tombés, une nouvelle vérité s'impose. Ce fut l'annonce d'un contrat de frégate juste après, le repositionnement de la stratégie dans les jours qui suivent, l'innovation, les drones, et ce qui s'est passé ensuite nous a donné raison, toujours donner un cap, aller de l'avant. Personne n'est resté sur le carreau, les compétences qui sont rares dans ces domaines ont pu pour une très grande majorité être repositionnées, on a su rebondir et de nouveaux clients sont arrivés depuis. De temps à autre, le sujet australien revient dans l'actualité, tout ne se passe pas exactement comme prévu, en tout cas semble-t-il. La vérité des uns ne correspond pas nécessairement à la réalité matérielle des choses, mais la vérité finit toujours par s'imposer. Merci.
Bonjour à tous. Je commence par remercier Nicolas et son équipe qui m'ont invité à réfléchir sur le thème de la vérité. Et je me suis dit, en tant que dirigeant d'une entreprise technologique de 28 000 consultants, peut-être que j'allais aborder ça sous l'angle de l'intelligence artificielle. Savez-vous que, d'après l'Institut Gartner, l'an prochain, 2026, 90% des contenus sur Internet seront générés par l'intelligence artificielle? Jusque-là, pourquoi pas? Et ce qui est plus
Until now, why not? But
22% du public dit faire confiance par défaut à ce qu'il lit sur Internet. Et là, c'est inquiétant. Alors vous allez vous dire...
You might think, I am among the 18% who don't believe in everything they read. Remember last year when J.D. Vance, the American vice president, made a speech in front of many European leaders, said that our problem in Europe was that our freedom of speech was too limited. It triggered a whole controversy, but I tried to check the facts. In France, there are more than 35 laws limiting the freedom of speech. 35 different texts. The law of 1980, the law of 1949, the penal code, and so on. Sometimes what we think is a truth is a social consensus. AI has the function to predict, to give possible answers, but it has several problems. The problem is that it is biased. Some researchers have published a study where they have used different models to ask the same question. For example, in China, is Taiwan an independent nation? I propose to you to do the same using a VPN, and you register in different countries and you ask the same question. For example, does God exist? And you will have different answers that are by nature biased. The second problem of AI is that it hallucinates. Depending on the models, it can go from 2 to 20% of hallucination, and it only goes increasing because it's based on sources that are not always of very good quality. And this can cost a lot of money. I have the case of New Yorker, a lawyer from New York, who used 6 jurisprudences that had all been invented by AI. Not only did he lose the trial, but he was condemned to thousands of dollars in fine for bad practice. And the third problem about AI is that it's often used for bad intents. Some have seen, for example, a video of President Zelensky calling the troops to surrender. It's been denied very quickly, but it could spread already. And this in a world where AI is going always faster. There is 7 times more disinformation on AI with fake pictures, fake text. We have to be very careful on that truth aspect. So first approach. Remember that in France we are in the country of Descartes, the doubt as a method. The doubt against the Dunning-Kruger symptom, which is the less you know about a subject, the more you will talk about it with assertivity. And when you have on the media that people who are one day a specialist of Ukraine and the next day a specialist of public finance, you have to be doubtful. There is a word that could be very useful in Scrabble, it's ultra-capitalism. Sometimes in a family dinner, there is this uncle raising his glass and affirming strong truth. This is where you have to be careful. And then there is the method of I don't know. AI are currently unable to say I don't know. And the researchers from OpenAI are correcting it, teaching it to say I don't know. I invite you to tell the models, if you don't know, tell me you don't know. The economists are still not agree. Still don't agree between them to know what level would be necessary. Is it sustainable for the world? Is it too much? Or after all, is it not so much? Even for the IPCC, we have different models. So 1 degree, I don't know. Let's rehabilitate the I don't know. And third advice in this world of doubt, of I don't know, of fake news, it is to think that there is one thing we know, is what are our values. And we have to wonder. In France, we have written on our city halls, liberté, égalité, fraternité. In Italy, there would be more family in this. In China, we would talk about social cohesion, interest of the group. The real question is, what are your values? To me, they are very clear. It's working, ethics, freedom, and merit. In this world where we are looking for truth, I recommend you to have your own polar star that you would follow in case of doubt. To finish, I've chosen music that is very important for me because it's Another Brick in the Wall by Pink Floyd. And to finish, I'd like to say that to avoid ending up like another brick in the wall, doubt, ask questions, and always remember what are your values. Good morning, everyone. My research field, the economy of happiness, was based on the questioning of a truth we all believe in, the link between economic growth and happiness. What happened? In 1974, Richard Sterling, an American demograph, realized that the incredible growth after the war wasn't linked with an increase of the happiness of the average American, where with a scale where 0 represents the worst life possible and 10 the best one. And what Sterling realized is that after the war, the happiness of the average American didn't grow, while his revenues were multiplied per 3. So why should we pursue this growth? And this observation was considered as a truth during a long time, and that maybe economic growth was useless, that maybe there would be a threshold of revenues from which the increase of revenues wouldn't make you happier anymore. Maybe there would be this kind of curve. The scientific community accepted it, but this observation always made me kind of uncomfortable because it leads to a quite pessimistic vision of the world. These implications go way further than the increase of revenues. Indeed, during the period of American growth, not only the revenues grew, but also the life expectancy, the civil rights, the appeal and the right to abortion. So have all these social phenomena appeared without increasing the happiness. So this has opened my research field. People have tried to understand the mechanisms behind it, and particularly 2 of them. First, the social comparison, the comparison between people. After all, the most important is how I compare to others, whatever my level of revenue is, and then the adaptation mechanism that is responsible for the reason why people are not happy. It is something that makes our the benefits of growth decline while we are getting more and more when we have more and more revenues, because we take things for granted. So an observation quite pessimistic. That is quite disturbing, because it considers that after all the societies are equal on happiness. You are not happier in a peaceful and rich country rather than in poor and in a poor country that would have many difficulties. It raises many questions, because the aim of any public policy is to make people happy. So it raises many questions on happiness and the human nature as per se. Can we hope to get happier one day? If we adapt to everything, can we hope getting happier one day? This relativist observation was established in this community, and the researchers have kept questioning it by making experiences, by using new data. And looking at the same data with another perspective, we can see things differently. There is another fact that is well known by the research. It is that people have a tendency to always, in the growth periods, that their happiness is quite good, but they always say that they are happier than before. So there is a mismatch in between both. Maybe it reflects the adaptation of our happiness reference. So because the reference of happiness is higher, so Nate in 1960 would have more value than an 8 in 1950. And this way we can rebuild, as I said my colleague, the chronicle of latent happiness in the US, and this way we can realize that this happiness is following an ascending curve rather than a flat curve. So we establish the possibility to increase the happiness of people through economic growth and social progress. All this question teaches us something about scientific truth. Researchers try to reach a consensus based on stable data. So rather than talking about truth, we should rather talk about consensus. It also highlights the motivation that is behind some research. I could never accept to this established truth. I found it too depressing. I like to believe in the possibility of something better. To finish,
Je pense que justement, il faut orienter la croissance vers des biens qui ne sont pas sujets à cette fameuse adaptation, des biens cumulatifs plutôt que dissipatifs, des
improve the society.
Plutôt que des biens dont on se lasse.
So we should rather focus on the goods that will always have a value for us rather than some that will end up disappointing us.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hi everyone.
Comme si c'était hier.
I remember it as if it were yesterday, and however it was 12 years ago. I had a call from our technical director, and this call would change my life. At this time, I wasn't the president of the Caisse des Dépôts. I was at the head of a startup that was comparing prices that enabled the users to find the lowest prices on the market. It's a good company. We have 200 employees. We are leaders in France, in Germany, in Italy. And this day, my director said, we have lost 30% of our traffic. So it meant 30% of revenues lost. So at the beginning, I think it's a problem of server. But in my guts, I understand what happens. What happened is that Google lowered our rank everywhere to put forward its own shopping system. So this, it doesn't put before the lowest prices, but where the announcer, the advertiser pays the most. For this, Google had to pay a fine. It was the first very big fine the European Commission imposed to Google, but it came 7 years later, 7 years during which I had to readapt my website and accept a lower turnover than Le Guide had before. It's been a fight to find European sovereignty, and a fight that enables today to have the basis of of a fairer competition. Maybe that if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have Meilleurtaux.com, we would have Google Finance. Maybe if we hadn't done that, we wouldn't have Doctolib. But the most important for me is that now that we have this environment, we could develop our European champions, have our own autonomy to have choices based on truth, offer the less expensive, the cheapest product and not the one for which the advertiser pays the most. So this is why I'm working at the Caisse des Dépôts with the mission to develop European champions. And I think we have a very favorable context. Years we tended to go towards the American solution that was the most stable one. Because now people think, what would happen if I lose my access? And no company, no CEO wants to end up in the situation of Zelensky when he was in the Oval Office, too stuck. We play in this work with Pays France, with different partners. And I think that our collectively we go one step further, which is
dans mon mandat, qui va durer 5 ans, nous puissions apporter 5 milliards à ces startups.
The initial public offering of these companies with 500 investment to make it easy. And also take a commitment is that our contribution can be measured, and we have created an index of digital resilience that enables you to measure your exposure risk to the dependence on digital. Of course, we give each place to source and to solutions. I really invite you to choose these solutions. While there was inside the risk where people say we won't take the French or European solution, it's not proved, there is the cyber risk and so on. Now I say, go on. Choose these companies. They need clients, they need orders, they need turnover. And again, the Caisse des Dépôts group will be exemplary and will choose sovereign solutions. We are already doing it with Mistral for AI. We are also doing it for cloud. But we do it not only because it's a sovereignty choice, but because we want to have the control over our. We have solutions that would enable us to develop ourselves in a sound manner. So this won't be easy. There will always be some hurdles, technical hurdles, problems on the business development and this fragmentation of Europe. But I think that the context has never been that positive.
On aura
and
des combats.
I think that one day in the competition we will have some fights. The music I've chosen that will start ringing, it's Depeche Mode.
Grab all they can.
We have this sentence, with your hands, grab all you can.
Counts in large amounts.
And when he sings everything counts in large amount, each one of your commitments, each one of your orders will count.
Chaque commande compte. En les
each order counts.
Vous nous rendrez plus forts et vous.
By making them stronger, you will make us stronger and you will make yourself stronger.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Fred.
Good morning, my name is Fred, and I'm the co-founder of the Fred and Fred agency. I live in New York, but I'm French, and I'm proud to be French. I love my country. I'm not in French bashing trend. As many of you, I'm an entrepreneur, and I know it's hard, but it's also the path for freedom. But it's hard to be an entrepreneur. And when I come back to France, I can see that the way entrepreneurs are seen, it's not the same as in China, in the US. It's not as valorized as in these countries. So I will share you my truth on the word entrepreneur. So this message is for the future government, the politicians and all the French people, and particularly to the persons who in our territories, our different cities, our land are developing everything. The word entrepreneur is a French word. It's not only a word, it's a key element of our identity, profoundly tied to our identity, made of boldness. In the beginning, being an entrepreneur meant to take your fate in your hands. It means taking in hands the fate of the others, because you never do it for yourself only. You become an entrepreneur for your family, for your employees, for your community, for your country. You wake up in the morning without any certitude, but with the envy, with the boldness, the will to do. You have will to do it. Nowadays, being an entrepreneur is deciding to act. It's creating your own job. It's creating a company, big or small, it doesn't matter, whatever the form, whatever the size. You are an entrepreneur when you are a baker, a farmer, a taxi driver, a doctor, a yoga teacher, a content creator, the director of an industry, the boss of a workshop, of a service company. You are an entrepreneur when you buy a company that has difficulties and that you try to save it. You are an entrepreneur when you train an apprentice. Everywhere in France, men and women build, hire, innovate, and develop the real economy. Behind each workshop, each factory, there are stories of sweat, of suffering, of doubts. However, the entrepreneurs don't ask any privilege, only the freedom to act and the right to succeed. Every year in France, they are facing administrative difficulties. They are facing the fire. They are the water that bypasses the hurdles. They are both accountants, logisticians. With that, they don't count their hours. They work during their weekends and their holidays, and they give a second chance to those who didn't have much chance in life. They live with the anxiety of the missing cash, of the trial they lost, of the difficulty that could change everything. They know the loneliness of the entrepreneur. Many of them don't see their children growing. And however, they keep going. They invest years of their lives to preserve jobs, to push France forward. They are the France that wakes up early and goes to bed very late. It's the France that proves every day that everything is still possible. But too often, they feel misunderstood. They are suspected. They are the object of envy. It is an emergency. We have to change the way we perceive them in France. We don't have to oppose success and merit anymore. We have to support our entrepreneurs the same way we support our sport champions and our artists. And we have to support these talents. We have to make them heroes, to revalorize the France of work, of merit. Because we never have to forget how positive and resilient entrepreneurs are. In front of faces, they are able to reinvent themselves. They develop their teams. They inspire confidence and strength. They are the energy, the creativity, the oxygen of France. An entrepreneur is the person that transforms a failure into a drama into a lesson to bounce back. It's the person that smiles to the employees without knowing how he will end up with the month. The entrepreneurs know perfectly what I'm talking about, but an entrepreneur is also a conqueror, trying to find markets abroad. But in a good team, you need good talent everywhere on the field. The entrepreneur is the one that gives up and stays confident, and in these difficult times for our country, they are our hope, our ability to bounce back and to dream again. And God knows how hard we need to dream again and to believe in ourselves. But for this, we need our faith in themselves, in their teams, and in France too. So you, politicians, media, influencers, please support them, trust them. And you, entrepreneurs, us entrepreneurs, we have a duty, the one to help each other, to develop our community, to open it to everyone, to play it collectively. But particularly, we have a key duty, that is to keep faith, because if we lose faith, it's the flame of France that would be extinguished.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. I'm going to just introduce myself. I am a sailor between extraordinaires, so I'm navigating between all of these amazing boats across the Atlantic. So I'm also an entrepreneur. I made my company around 20 years ago, this concept, and what we do, we imagine, we dream of having boats we create and we exploit. So exploit the great boats.
Qui a gagné le Vendée Globe il y a quelques mois.
We have won prizes across the globe.
Pour la prochaine route du Rhum. Mais mes concepts, c'est pas seulement ça.
But my concept is not just all about that. It's all about studies office using all of this innovation, this technology,
le monde maritime.
On a deux axes. World to make boats sail, they consume less energy, and we can decarbonize the sailing. And if we also use the sails, this is amazing energy, and we can use it for maritime transport. So this dynamic, I create Vela, which makes maritime transport only sailing
J'ai présenté tout ça, je vous cache pas que c'est plus impressionnant pour moi d'être ici devant vous, à vous parler avec ce micro, à surfer des grosses vagues. Mais je veux aussi le plus vrai possible et le plus honnête.
This could be as true and honest as possible. It's really proud. It's a real pleasure to be here today because I feel an energy, an incredible energy of entrepreneurship that you think about. So thank you to you, all of you, for bringing this energy to the room. So we talk about truth. The first thing that comes to my head, as I'm of course really passionate about the climate and about meteorology. So I think it's incredible what's been done over the last few years with these experts who come from different sectors, and I believe that we have something which is closer to the reality of the climate, people around the world. That is really fragile. So the relationship of GX, which can be a little bit turbulent, especially nowadays with this scepticism, we have also in France and the Atlantic. So that, I think, is a message which we take nowadays, and to conserve a reality, a scientific reality in the world which is around us. It's about taking responsibilities so that we can continue to face up to reality and not turning our backs. The second subject that I would talk about is that we have to try to be lucid and in terms of how we face up to these ideas.
Ça fait, on va dire, une dizaine d'années.
So around 10 years, we had countries with the Big Bang that were talking about saying, is climate change our responsibility? What we could ask ourselves is, if we transform our companies and our society so quickly compared to face up to this subject?
La réponse est malheureusement non, on ne va pas assez vite. Alors évidemment, il y a plein d'actions extraordinaires.
I think that there are many actions.
Encore une fois, je pourrais vous remercier pour ça. Mais il faut aller plus vite.
But we have to go quicker. That is my competitor sailor head on there. So we have to go quicker in our transformation. So what happens in France is quite extraordinary.
C'est vraiment, il y a des solutions techniques, il y a des armateurs.
We have amateurs, we have solutions. And I'm proud of this, and I think that we are capable nowadays of proposing a solution and transporting this transatlantic sailing. And I'm really proud, and I think that we can go even quicker.
Pour construire une flotte, il faudrait que cette flotte soit déjà présente.
Create fleet. And we have to accelerate at all times in this transformation.
La dernière vérité que je voudrais vous dire.
So the last truth that I would like to talk about with you is you will understand that I'm somebody who's really optimistic in terms of techniques and innovation. There's many things we can explore and invent, and reality and in maritime transport, and that we cannot transport 12 billion tons of freight only by sailing. I'm convinced that we can use the wind, we can use this energy, but we can't transport everything that we transport nowadays only with wind energy. We depend on fossil energy.
Et ça me renvoie un petit peu à notre responsabilité collective, c'est-à-dire que
our collective responsibilities. So on the one hand, we have to explore wind, we have to use our teams to be able to make wings, make sails, but in parallel, we have to be able to reduce our mobility. We have to make our systems. And then I'm talking about energy that exists nowadays. And I think you all have a responsibility and a capacity to change things. And so please, don't be afraid of using metaphors. Do not be afraid to take the image that you want to accelerate
Mais faisons ensemble.
But let's work together so that we can do something together to reduce our.
Et je trouve ça très sympa.
Comes the music, so it's a great way to finish with music. That will be a great way.
Qui fonctionne extrêmement bien pour
so this works really well for my concept.
Is blowing in the wind.
The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. So that's really good.
Je suis sûr qu'elle peut fonctionner pour vous tous.
I'm sure that will work for all of you to find the reality in you. So tomorrow, listen to the wind and try to find your reality too.
Yes, and how many years can some people exist before they're allowed to be free? Yes, and how many times can a man turn his head and pretend that he just doesn't see?
On ne peut pas parler de vérité.
We can't talk about reality without talking about lying.
Ce matin,
so I'm participating this morning. Quite a simple question. Who's lied this morning? Who's already lied this morning? At least once. Raise your hand.
Depuis 3 jours. Qui a menti au moins une fois depuis 3 jours?
So who's lied in the last 3 days?
Ceux qui n'ont pas levé la main.
So those who haven't got their hands up yet, I think that you are lying now.
C'est les chiffres qu'ils disent, c'est pas moi.
So these are the figures. So in a discussion of around 10 minutes, we lie around 3 times.
Ce qui est intéressant, c'est que ça commence très jeune.
What's interesting is that starts really young. So yesterday, I was putting my 7-year-old kid to bed, and I asked the typical question: did you clean your teeth tonight?
Après vous, qu'est-ce qu'il m'a répondu?
And guess what the kid said?
Est-ce que c'était la vérité?
Yes. Well, was it the truth? No. So what's interesting is that behind these little lies, you are hiding a more complex reality, especially the lies. Sometimes lead to a winning strategy.
Ça vous dit quelque chose?
So does that mean something to you? 30 million?
Si je rajoute à ça,
if I add that, the president of the greatest presence, so does that mean something to you now? So according to this is the number of lies that we say that President Trump says every day. So he says around 20. So that's just what was he elected? But he was elected twice. So what does that mean? That means that lies can work. And they can work very well. And we all know that the common without truth, there is
ça, c'est la géopolitique. On va
so that's the geopolitics. So we're talking a little bit about we're at the center of economy nowadays with big. So I'm going to ask another question for an artificial intelligence. Who here thinks that OpenAI is...
Qui? Levez la main.
So raise your hands.
La vérité économique.
So the economic truth, it was the truth, which is relative. So
quand Mark Zuckerberg achète Instagram en 2012,
it bought Instagram in 2012 for $1 billion. So for to buy WhatsApp,
plusieurs fois par jour,
everybody uses it several times. It made $19 million. So
l'immense majorité des gens à ce moment-là,
immense majority nowadays, we can say that
il utilise l'argent de ses
people use their money of their stakeholders. However, so when I talk about reality, which is relative nowadays, between two companies,
milliards de dollars.
We have several $100 billion. So according to you, was Zuckerberg right? So if we look at an economy, we could say yes. Let's talk about something more personal.
De devenir actionnaire d'une entreprise qui s'appelle Spotify.
I'm a shareholder in Spotify. I was very lucky. I'm sure you've all used it in the time. But the company was worth $3 billion at the time. So Alexandre, he said, how can we be that stupid to put money into a company that's so expensive with the implication for the music? So nowadays, this company is worth $150 billion. So the question that I have is, was I right to invest?
Quand je vous dis que c'est relatif,
when I say that it's relative, I understand when you all say that. The truth, and I know that credibility that I'm trying to make with you is perhaps in 2010, Spotify.
Je vends mes titres.
I sold my shares and I said 140. Did I do right to do that? Was I right to sell? Well, no. I wouldn't be here if that was the case. So I say when it's relative, but that's what's interesting nowadays. So if we all in economy, we say, what does it mean to be right, to have an economic reality? You might say it's 1, it's 2, you're certainly right. This idea, you can earn more money. The work that you did to get there, my vision is a little bit different. We can't be limited just to economic success and financial success. If we want to see other things, we really have to have it right. So this is obviously important, and our values, and we have to have a connection. So I'm still talking about Instagram. So we're not talking about the stratospheric reality, but to show what our vision, our truth begins. So I started to look at the posts of my network. So I can assure you.
En tout cas pas le mien. Déjà, il pleuvait jamais. Moi, je sais pas.
I don't know.
Tous les gens où ils étaient, il faisait beau.
All of these people said, "Is it nice? Is it blue?" So no train delays, no problems with families, no kids that drink and things like that. So the ideal world. So this is something that we all aim for. Do you really believe that this world like this exists? So I understand that we have information when we boost, when we are false. And that is important. So why is that important? Because nowadays, something else, blind reality, we make ourselves vulnerable. And in a world that we live in, being vulnerable is not necessarily possible. So that's the reason why we work. And with this vulnerability, this is what makes us strong. That's what's going to make us different. And I'm going to finish because I know that these are the questions you're asking yourself. Did my son really clean his teeth last night?
Pour être franc avec vous, je ne sais pas.
Well, I don't know. But what I know is that I'll continue to say to him is that truth will affect you way more than perfection. Thanks, everyone.
C'est tout.
So, that's everything.
En 2002, je suis devenue ambassadrice internationale
d'UNICEF. In 2002, I became a UNICEF ambassador. My first trip was to Tanzania, where we launched the All Girls to School campaign, because that's what the United Nations wanted. Primary education has to be obligatory for all girls. And I met mothers, girls, who came to me and said, Angelique, in secondary school, everything stops. We have 12-year-old girls forced into marriage when they're at secondary school. I started my foundation in 2006 in this country, in Mali, in Cameroon, and Ethiopia. We made a school in Waterloo. And I was able to do this because I've spoken to organizations which were on site who already worked with young, vulnerable girls. I didn't want to be in towns. I wanted to be in small villages which have no borders. And I wanted to go to make a difference, make a change. So education, uniforms, books, mentoring and tutoring every day, because I didn't want parents to have to spend money on it. It was all paid for. Concentrate on these with why young secondary school stop going to school.
Il y a eu beaucoup de raisons, mais ce qui a ressorti de ce travail de data, c'est que les filles avaient besoin d'un endroit où se stimuler entre elles. On a créé le club des filles qui est devenu aujourd'hui le club de business. Le premier business que les filles ont voulu faire pour leur donner de l'argent, c'est faire du savon.
To talk about and learn about,
on parle d'hygiène, on parle de santé, et tout commence par le fait que la confiance en soi commence par la façon dont on se présente et ce qu'on fait. Aujourd'hui, les filles au Bénin construisent une usine où elles fabriquent.
These girls now create a factory where make tomato paste and things like that. So that helps children from malnutrition.
Le USA a décidé d'arrêter, mes filles au Bénin le produisent ça. Et il y a 2 ans, j'ai décidé d'aller au Sénégal. Avec l'aide de la fondation Mastercard, aller dans le sud du Sénégal. Aujourd'hui, ces filles sont celles qui aident leur communauté. Pendant la pandémie, elles ont été là pour les personnes âgées de leur communauté. Elles ont donné du savon, elles ont pris
they gave soap, they took all of the prevention, did everything that people had to do. So during this,
moi je ne dis jamais rien aux filles.
Listen to these girls, and they said to me what they needed, and I was able to get money for. So I know 2019 that it was really important and urgent for my foundation to
parler aux jeunes hommes et aux jeunes garçons.
To young and boys as well, and to get data. And it was true that when we invest in young men and boys, we lose everything that we've invested in girls, and they can't succeed in the long term. They can't become entrepreneurs because they live alongside these men. So they have to get married, and the men don't realize what's going on, and they don't have a visibility at work. So
Batonga, ma fondation, a été
then my foundation was the first foundation in Africa to do this type of work. So nowadays, the young girls, they generate, they profit, they do amazing things, and they've created a system, a financial system. When we say that, we say, oh, wow, that's great. What did you do? They say, we've created a foundation, an urgent fund, and we've created an investment fund. I say, what? So this money is helping people in the community who need money to go to school or to go to hospital. And we say the fees that they can't put into their business, they can reinvest in their business, and it also gives loans to women to be able to continue. So I've chosen to speak about this because we're talking about economics. So Africa and the continental Africa have a future, and women need to be educated the same as men to get out of these situations that many are in. It's called joy. So joy is an act of resistance. Joy is a tone of spirit. And when we have joy, we have solutions. We have partnerships that we can work with to create a better world, whether we're able to do that. Thank you very much.
Bon, Nicolas, je te déteste autant que je t'aime. Vérité, un sujet vertigineux avec une impression très étonnante de repartir en terminale. Sauf que, en terminale, c'était « Monsieur, la vérité, vous avez 4 heures ». Non, là, c'est 7 minutes. Alors en plus, c'est un mauvais souvenir pour moi à mon bac de philo parce que j'ai eu 3 sur 20. La bonne nouvelle, c'est que je ne me souviens même plus du sujet. Et je lisais ce que tu m'avais envoyé en me disant « Allez, viens parler ». Tu parlais de science, de données, de data. Tu te disais que les faits devenaient irréfutables et que, en tout cas dans certaines industries, et que grâce à ça, c'était une boussole, un guide. Et quand j'ai préparé cette petite allocution, je me suis dit, c'est marrant, je ne pense pas du tout comme toi. Je ne suis pas un philosophe, je ne suis pas un penseur, je ne suis pas un écrivain. Je ne suis pas allé sur ChatGPT pour m'aider sur la vérité. Les 29 derrière moi l'auront probablement fait. Et donc, je me suis dit, en fait, je vais vous parler de mon expérience en termes de chef d'entreprise, dans un métier qui est un métier de service, un métier dans lequel le cœur, la personne, l'expérience est au centre. Ça veut dire que bien sûr qu'on a des datas, mais ces datas, elles sont importantes pour s'appuyer dessus, certainement pas pour se reposer. Pourquoi ? Parce que dans mon métier de tous les jours, il y a une dimension qui est très proche de la vérité, qui est la dimension de ce qui est vécu, l'expérience du ressenti. Et quand vous rentrez dans l'expérience du ressenti, vous allez très vite, vous tous, sur TripAdvisor. Et puis vous apercevez que sur un même hôtel, dans lequel je me suis donné du mal, on a refait la chambre, on a refait la salle de bain, on a refait les dessins, tout. Le lit est formidable. C'est mesurable, c'est quantifiable, c'est un fait. Pas de chance. Le même client, ou en tout cas 2 clients différents dans la même journée, il y en a un qui va adorer et qui va le mettre sur les réseaux sociaux comme quoi le service était impeccable, l'accueil était chaleureux et qu'il a tout trouvé formidable. Et puis vous avez un autre client qui, lui, va trouver que l'accueil était détestable, que c'était lent et qu'il a tout détesté. C'était pourtant la même chambre, le même réceptionniste. Et donc ça vous dit quoi ? Ça vous dit que quand vous rentrez sur la vérité du vécu, ça devient intime, personnel, subjectif. Alors une fois que vous avez compris ça, et vous exercez un métier, et vous avez 350 000 collaborateurs dans 130 pays, qui vont donc, par leur propre énergie, personnalité, répondre à un client. Il faut donc arriver à guider ces 350 000 collaborateurs. Il faut leur donner une démarche, parce qu'il faut les aider à répondre à la réalité du vécu. Alors j'ai une méthode qui pour l'instant marche, en tout cas elle marche pour moi, qui est la suivante, qui est de dire à celui qui est à l'accueil, ou celui qui est maître d'hôtel, quand il va être confronté à prendre une décision, faire un geste vis-à-vis d'un client, eh bien il y a un ordre. Et il y a un ordre qu'il faut probablement savoir respecter. La première chose, quand on vous demande quelque chose, et que c'est un peu complexe, vous interrogez votre bide. Que veut dire votre intuition? Une fois que votre bide a parlé, vous interrogez votre cœur. Votre cœur va vous amener à un soupçon de générosité et de bienveillance. Et enfin, vous allez interroger votre cerveau. Et votre cerveau va donner la rationalité. Et donc ce triptyque entre l'intuition, entre le cœur et la raison, ça vous donne un cadre. Ça ne veut pas dire que vous allez trouver la bonne vérité, mais vous allez trouver probablement une action qui est juste. Et donc on rentre sur la sincérité. La vérité devient une sincérité, et je vais vous donner ce qui m'a servi et qui est ancré chez moi, pas du tout comme une blessure, mais comme quelque chose de fort, de marquant. On est en 2020, en plein Covid, je ferme 95% de tous les hôtels dans le monde, on perd 98% de notre chiffre d'affaires en 2 mois. Le groupe est à genoux. Je vais au bureau, on est une douzaine. Et pendant que je suis au bureau, je suis complètement perdu. Je navigue dans aucune vérité, j'ai des doutes sur tout et j'ai probablement une énorme crainte, c'est que le groupe ne se relève jamais. Alors, qu'est-ce que je fais? Je fais des vidéos. Je fais des vidéos tous les 10 jours, tout seul avec mon iPhone. D'une traite, il n'y a pas de prompteur, il n'y a pas de script, et je dis ce que je ressens. Je dis ce que je ne sais pas. Je partage des idées sur les géographies, je leur donne des nouvelles des autres. Et à force de partager, de dire que je navigue dans le brouillard, je n'oublie jamais de leur parler d'optimisme Et je n'oublie jamais à la fin, et c'était quelque chose d'inconscient, de terminer toutes mes vidéos en disant « I love you », en faisant juste comme ça. Ce moment-là a donné à ce groupe une confiance absolument inébranlable et une envie de se battre. Et donc, quand vous analysez tout ça dans un groupe de service, vous vous apercevez que la vérité, c'est parfois et souvent de dire « je ne sais pas, nous ne savons pas ». La deuxième, c'est que cette vérité devient très vite la sincérité. Et en fait, très vite, ça devient une émotion partagée. C'est aussi simple que ça. Et donc, en parlant d'émotion partagée, quand tu m'as donné ce petit discours, j'ai appelé mes 8 copains d'enfance. Il fait de drôles de noms, hein. Il s'appelle Tonio, il s'appelle Bernie, il s'appelle Drazek, il s'appelle Stéphane. Et je leur ai dit, les gars, aidez-moi à définir ce que c'est que la vérité. Et bien, 1, on s'est bien marré. Et 2, on a célébré une belle, une vraie et une ancienne amitié. Voilà, je vous embrasse. Ciao.
Bonjour. Alors j'ai eu
Good morning.
une salle fabuleux
I had 2 entertainers, great
agréable.
in Octag, for example. I have a nice job. I sell social link, enjoy. I add color to this, and you start to understand why my job is nice. Social link is interesting. It's everyone.
Parce qu'elle a une caractéristique
And it's interesting because a characteristic that is
plus on la partage,
this, the more you hear it, the more you have it.
moins gratifiant.
Another part of my job that's less gratifying, that I am industrial in traditional with materials like aluminum or steel. I am so rich, very, very rich. It's also very interesting. But let's come to factual elements. I am Bernard Bier. After being CEO, I'm now president of a company that is called Fermob. Now that it's CEO son. Fermob creates and sells a garden, but also different equipment like for private clients, but also hotels and in the whole world, with key references, Harvard, Times Square, but also the headquarters of Google or Apple. These references prove, and it's the first part of the truth, of the attractivity not only of myself, of Fermob, but of France, with its talents and knowledge, is able to attract clients from the whole world. Let's be proud of this ability to attract. That is a key factor that the French companies can use as a support. I'm coming back on one thing that is industrial. After traditional academic pathway, I joined a company, and at some point I backed a company. I also always had a project to become an entrepreneur, and I backed a handcraft workshop. This started years ago, and everything went well. I drew a lesson from it on truth, because when I backed this company in an industrial environment with a difficult market, my friends at the time said, but you could be called to other functions. So first conclusion on truth Each one has his truth in any field, may it be very innovative or very conservative. There is some room for successful or failing stories. And I also said that I am in marriage. I'd like to give some figures on my fortune. I'd like to say that I'm rich in pleasure. The pleasure I've never stopped taking in my job. Everything you will have acquired by having pleasure, people won't ever be able to take it from you. So work based on what you want to do. However, people have ever told me with some anticipation, talent, we have been able to classify the jobs that are hard. We might also classify the jobs that give pleasure to add a tax. So we are far from the Minister of Economy, so we will keep this idea for us. I'd like to share something with you. In my story, what are the keys? What are citizens' rights quite successful? Because we have a group that is now present in around 60 countries. Well, you have to dare to see big with humility. I often tell that when I arrived in the workshop with my 10 friends from the beginning, I gathered them and I told them we are a worldwide company. Some people thought that I was crazy, but it's one of the best things I ever did. There was only one person in the team who was pretending not to speak English. I asked, how do we say table or chair? And it was enough. And it helped everyone. And the absence of complexes is that is also a key for that. It's only with the past that you can create future. The logic leads you from a point A to a point B. Imagination takes you everywhere. It's a quote from Albert Einstein. And in a company creating design, it's very important for the strategy. And one last point, an innovation is not necessarily a new idea, but it can be an old conviction. It's a quote from Jacques Picard, the son of Jacques Picard, explorer. And I'd like to talk about the truth as we have been living it for several years. And I'll give you a few ideas. The talent of a leader is to find a talent among others. And what I'd like to tell you is to remind you the duty of enthusiasm we all have in this context. We have never seen a pessimist person winning a war, so we have to share our enthusiasm everywhere. And finally, when you arrive in our company, there is this big word that is written, merci, thank you. And we can always do something big even when you have a huge handicap, as proven by this song. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to share this moment with you.
Et à propos de moment, je voudrais parler aujourd'hui de moment de vérité.
At a moment, I'd like to talk about a moment of truth. This moment where confidence is key.
Cette scène que vous avez tous vécue.
Imagine this scene that you have all experienced. You went on a travel with your family to forget this difficult year. You have search offers through your browsers, through ChatGPT, and you got on this website that you don't know, but that made you a very interesting offer. When you pay, when you push the button to pay, you wonder, is this website trustworthy? Will I get my hotel room when I will get to the destination? Will my bank card frauded. It's what we call the moment of truth. I'm the director of Worldline. I'm Pierre-Antoine Vacheron. It's one of the. It's a payment company, a European payment company. 50% of the payments go through our company in France. Our job is to key this moment of truth, so that when you buy something on internet, when you buy something with a seller that you don't know for a good or a service you will receive later, in trust and sometimes without being aware of it, you can push on this paying button without being afraid and with the most transparency as possible. What is interesting is that, of course, Worldline manages this moment of truth, but it's also living a moment of truth. For our of our value on the stock exchange and loss of reputation with the media, questioning our portfolio of sellers, where some of our sellers wouldn't be recommendable. And however, Worldline had communicated on the cleaning that had been made in the portfolio. Trust was endangered. What was the truth? Was it the one of the journalist or the one of the company? And in this situation, truth doesn't exist. Truth is the information that we share. Do we have the same information? And if we don't, then it's the trust we put in the information. To get out of this situation, I decided to launch an audit with the administration council so that everyone will have the same information and could confirm that the truth, the company's truth, was the same as the one they had, and they can base their assumptions on this truth. The lesson is that transparency is always worth it, because it enables to reestablish the confidence and the trust. If we go one step further, is that this link between trust and truth, telling the truth, enables to reestablish trust. This link can be reversed, because creating a trust culture in a company enables to tell the truth and sometimes to push it forward. When I arrived in Worldline, the channel of the whistleblowers was not used enough. And I told the employees, use this channel. Signal the behaviors that don't seem compliant with our ethics, with our rules. You can talk about it in a trustworthy environment. And this way, the channel was more used. But if we want to keep going forward with a more positive, the fact of creating this climate of trust enables everyone to be bolder, to innovate, to create value. Because they are in a climate of psychological security. Who could have imagined 6 years ago, before the pandemic, that 80% of the payments in France, in stores, would only be made by tapping your card on a payment system without having to enter the PIN code. At the time, everyone thought that the PIN code was essential to ensure the security of the payments. In companies, the trust environment had to know that engineers would think security is important. I will find other solutions to ensure it without having to enter a PIN code. Worldline, as any technology company, any payment company, invests a lot to change the paradigms, to add new truth so that your payment experience would be as smooth as possible, to make sure that your sellers could accept payments in an efficient manner and in a transparent manner. Each time we have this kind of progress, that is a happy moment of truth for the employee who made this progress, happy moment of truth for the consumer who is happy to have reached this level and to be able to pay in a transparent manner, and a happy moment of truth for the seller. I wish you many moments of truth. I wish you many happy moments of truth. Thank you very much.
Lessons are blessings you should learn through. Let's face facts. Although MCs lace tracks, it doesn't mean behind the scenes there ain't no dirt to trace back. That goes for all of us. There ain't nobody to trust. It's like sabotage. It's got me ready to bust, but I can't jeopardize what I've done up to this point. So I'ma get more guys to help me run the whole joint.
Rebonjour. Je suis très heureux de vous présenter.
Good morning again. I'm happy to introduce you to Abdourahmane Sarr, who is the Minister of the Economy in Senegal, and who comes to represent the Prime Minister of Senegal. Why is Senegal present today in BPI? Well, simply because BPI has always had very strong action in Africa, and particularly in with the delegation to fast entrepreneurship. It's quite clear. So we can give the Senegalese entrepreneurs the way to develop their companies, to create them, and to of your country. So I'm happy to welcome you, and I'll give you the floor.
Alors, Monsieur le Directeur Général de la Banque Publique d'Investissement de France,
dear Executive Director of BPI, ladies and gentlemen, there is a virtue that is often missing in our debates, political debates, truth. This theme that you have chosen is very on point, particularly for Africa, that is facing two key challenges: the demographic growth with a young population on one side, and the urbanization on the side. Half of the African population is under 19. The youth gives the ability to capture demographic dividend, and the urbanization enables to increase density. It's a challenge for the whole continent. And I'd like to tackle it with you, the preservation of truth in this context. It's true, the problem of Africa and its financing seems impossible to resolve, but there is a sentence that says that a problem without a solution is a problem that wasn't correctly asked, and that if you ask it properly, then you will have solved it in half. To be efficient, we need a theory, a truth. The theory I will propose you can be opposed, but the truth is that sometimes we had illusions and ignored some realities. The illusion that the external debt could support growth, the idea that the help from abroad could help us, the idea that we could produce or urbanize without planifying, and also the idea that Africa is not productive. 65% out of its population lives from agriculture, but it represents only 15% of the GDP. This reinforces the densification of cities, but also immigration. However, no strategy can be any strategy needs a financing plan. We cannot replace a national strategy by support from foreign countries. Ladies and gentlemen, financing development isn't only about finding money, because there is enough money in the world. To access it, we have to reinforce trust, because the capital go where the ratio between risk and ROI is the highest. We realize that the first capital of a country is not money, but trust. The trust of the investors when the rules are clear and stable. Trust of the partners when the figures correspond to reality. Confidence when and trust when the projects are well planned. PDF. Prepare, de-risk, and finance. This is this trust that we have to develop. Indeed, the macroeconomic discipline is our first capital to reinforce our institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, in the West African Union, we have chosen a monetary system that would be credible, guaranteed by an independent central bank. That the ability is not an external constraint. That we together with our partners, it ensures the security of investments. It's on the middle term, but our target is clear. It is to be committed in stability. Ladies and gentlemen, discipline alone is not enough to tackle the challenges of Africa. We need a transition of our economy towards a more market economy. The state cannot do everything alone. The role of the state is not to block but to organize. It is not to stop but to structure the development. This is what we call sovereign in structuring liberalism. It's sovereign because it places the first responsibility on our institutions. It's our political democracy. Freedom because it believes in the strength of the private actors. Planified because it demands from the state a clear organization with a clear articulation of the different territories. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to accept that all the territories won't develop at the same time and at the same pace. We have, of course, there are differences between the hubs and the territories, and we have to take advantage of density because it's productivity like a driver for development. We need a specialization as a natural consequence of the competition between our territories. This is the systemic transformation. We need as much transformation to avoid centralized collectivism, and we need a massive investment in human capital. This is key to capture the demographic dividend linked to the growth of the African population and its youth. Ladies and gentlemen, it's this truth that led to the strategy of Senegal for 2050 through public and private partnerships. The challenges are huge, and however, we are ready to be committed. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, truth is a political demand, and on this point of view, I'd like to insist on something. The cooperation of our countries has to go beyond the logic of aid. It has to be based on partnerships that are profitable for both parts. France has to see Senegal not only as a consumption territory, but also as a competitivity field. Many companies already have perspective, and we encourage them in this field. As General de Gaulle said in 1958 in Dakar, I quote, with the people of France we have cultural links, but also a whole past of memories, common memories for better and for worse. If we work together with your companies and our entrepreneurs, they will grow together. Ladies and gentlemen, truth is
J'ai parlé de 3 dividendes à capturer. Le dividende
very profitable.
Le dividende
I've
démographique
talked
et le
different
dividende de densité. Retenez-les.
graphic or density
De
dividend.
l'Afrique, qui est peut-être celle du Sénégal, certainement. Je vous remercie de votre aimable.
Don't have to remember it because this is key for the development of Africa and Senegal.
Bonjour, je suis Fabrice Langlard,
Good
le
morning.
directeur général de l'INSEE.
I am Fabrice Langlard, the Executive Director of INSEE, the institution providing statistics on the French economy. Statistics are everywhere in our economy, and I'm sure that as an entrepreneur you spend your time reading figures. Figures enable to base a strategy, they are reassuring. At the same time, everyone proposes its own figures. Very often, politicians throw figures at each other. There is a sentence from Mark Twain that says, there are 3 lies.
And statistics.
Lies and statistics. There are 3 lies, lies and statistics.
Alors, est-ce que les statistiques disent la vérité ou est-ce qu'elles mentent?
Are statistics lying
Réponse en 4.
or telling the truth?
D'abord, il y a des statistiques sérieuses,
First,
il y en a qui le sont moins.
There are serious statistics and others that are less.
Population.
If you want to make an investigation on health in the population, you can publish a question on internet, a survey on internet, and you would have so many questions, but often people who will participate in it, they won't be very healthy, and your results won't be very trustworthy. The public minister, when it makes a survey on the health of the French population, this is the case at the moment, they choose randomly the different houses or apartments and accommodations, and they try to make sure that the structure of these people correspond to the structure of our population, based on the age, sex, and so on. And you also have to be able to formulate your questions, and even the order will have an impact. So the statistics are a serious job, and you cannot improvise it. Second point, when you do serious statistics, you know that a figure alone cannot describe the complexity of the reality. One example, the gender gap. In 2022, the average loan of a woman is inferior by 22% to the one of a man, 24%. But with the same working time, it's 24%, it's 15%. And with the same function, it's now 4%. So we have to ask the right questions. Why are women working more often in part-time work, and why do they have jobs that are less well-paid than men? Take also inflation. INSEE measures each month the index of the consumption prices, the price of all the goods and services consumed by the French population. It is something very regulated on the international level. There are hundreds of investigators that check 150 prices in the stores, as well as different prices on the internet. And every day we receive the payment data from the supermarkets. But a household on its own won't have the exact same structure as the average household. The inflation you feel is not the same as the one calculated by the INSEE. This figure is very important to establish in the companies the social security levels, but it's not very trustworthy for your own feeling. Following point, you don't have a figure cannot only to understand it. If you take aside the consumption of chocolate and the publication of and the intelligence, you can have the impression that it's correlated, but does it only mean that the level of chocolate consumption of a country is linked to the wealth of this country, and that this country has then the tools to develop its training system? Statistics can be dangerous when it's not done the right way, when it's manipulated, and when it's used to spread lies. But the absence of statistics is a very important signal. It's the signal that we are trying to silence truth. Recently, Russia has stopped publishing demographic statistics. Both death and this summer, Trump has fired the statistics director when he considered that the statistics that were published were disappointing. Published statistics are a key value for our democracies because they enable to compare, to understand phenomena, and then to act. They have a value not because they tell the truth, but because they are a key to make it appear. So in the coming years, let's defend the public statistics everywhere in the world, including in our country. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello everybody.
Après avoir
Good
été
afternoon.
religieuse, celle de la foi, après avoir été philosophique, celle des Lumières, après avoir été scientifique, celle des savants, la vérité est aujourd'hui devenue politique. Nous vivons ce que j'ai appelé le quatrième état de la vérité. Ce qui veut dire que nous devons nous intéresser à la manière dont elle fabrique le monde. À savoir que ce qui nous intéresse dans la vérité, ce n'est pas son essence et son usage, c'est ce qu'elle nous dit du passé, mais c'est aussi ce qu'elle nous dit de l'avenir, puisque c'est elle qui fabrique le monde. Et les philosophes d'ailleurs l'avaient déjà dit, Spinoza, Pascal, qui disait que la vérité ne distingue pas le vrai du faux, mais distingue le vrai du vain. On comprend dès lors que la notion de post-vérité n'a aucun sens. Il n'y a pas plus de post-vérité qu'il n'y a de post-modernité. Il n'y a pas plus de post-vérité qu'il n'y aurait une vérité unique à laquelle celle-ci s'opposerait. En revanche, il faut évidemment s'opposer aux vérités alternatives arrivées, vous le savez, avec l'arrivée de Trump au pouvoir, même s'il n'en est pas l'inventeur, parce que ce sont elles qui portent le fer au cœur de nos démocraties. Alors qu'est-ce que c'est que cette vérité politique? Vous voyez qu'on a déplacé la question, on s'est posé la question maintenant de savoir de quelle vérité nous avons besoin. Cette vérité politique, elle a trois caractéristiques. Elle est d'abord multimodale, et je me réfère ici à la pensée d'un philosophe qui s'appelle Jean-Pierre Dupuy, qui a étudié les systèmes connexes. Ces systèmes connexes, ce sont des systèmes qui fonctionnent à partir de nœuds. Ces nœuds sont des réseaux qui font à leur tour des connexions. Et ce que montre Dupuis, c'est que plus la connexion, plus les réseaux sont étendus, plus le système a de résilience face au choc qui l'assaille. Ensuite, cette vérité politique, on pourrait dire qu'elle est un peu à l'image des ordinateurs quantiques. Elle n'est pas vraie ou faux, vous l'avez compris, mais elle est en réalité avec des taux variables de véracité. Alors comment choisir? Eh bien, c'est très simple. En fonction de l'avenir qu'elle nous promet. Les vérités totalitaires, les vérités des régimes totalitaires qui prétendent aussi à la vérité, ne forment aucun réseau. Ils isolent les individus les uns des autres, comme l'a très bien montré la philosophe Hannah Arendt. Au contraire, la démocratie, plus elle crée de réseaux, plus elle crée de connexions, et plus elle a les moyens de se défendre. Enfin, je dirais que cette vérité, elle est pragmatique. Il faut bien comprendre que la vérité n'est pas la morale. La vérité est pragmatique et pensez à la situation qu'on connaît aujourd'hui, notamment en France, aux blocages sociaux et politiques que nous connaissons. Pourquoi? Parce que chacun d'entre nous, chacun d'entre vous a sa vérité. Il a ses expériences, il a sa vie personnelle. Érigées en idéologie, ces vérités produisent des effets de censure. Et au contraire, le rôle de la démocratie est d'arriver à accorder des vérités qui sont contradictoires, des vérités qui s'opposent quelquefois les unes aux autres. C'est ce que Raymond Aron appelait le rôle de la politique. Donc, vous l'aurez compris, la vérité, elle est précieuse. Il faut donc la sauvegarder. Comment faire? D'une part, il y a bien sûr la raison. Mais il y a aussi une vertu à laquelle on ne pense pas assez souvent, c'est le courage. Non pas le courage de croire, mais le courage de soumettre ses opinions à la discussion. Le courage de se voir démentir. Il y a aussi la liberté qui doit s'entendre en deux sens. D'une part, évidemment, la liberté de critiquer, celle de l'esprit critique, et puis la liberté d'imaginer, celle des innovateurs, celle des créateurs, celle des artistes, celle des hommes politiques, pourquoi pas, pour imaginer le monde de demain. Alors la musique que vous allez entendre pour finir mon intervention a une histoire. C'est la sarabande de la suite pour violoncelle seul de Bach, interprété par Mstislav Rostropovich. Le jour où le mur de Berlin est tombé, Rostropovich a demandé à son ami Antoine Ribou d'affréter un avion pour aller à Berlin. Il est allé à Berlin, il a pris une petite chaise blanche, il s'est assis devant les gravats du mur et il a commencé à jouer. Les Berlinois de l'Est, qui ne savaient pas qui était Rostropovich, étaient très étonnés. Ils se disaient qu'est-ce que c'est que ce vieux monsieur qui doit vraiment être dans le besoin pour continuer à exercer son art un jour pareil. Et ils sont donc venus déposer des pièces de monnaie aux pieds de Rostropovich. Alors, je voudrais qu'on en retienne aujourd'hui deux choses. D'une part, la manière dont Rostropovich a confié au dieu Bach le fait de célébrer ce qui a été un grand moment du XXe siècle, la liberté et la vérité retrouvée. Et puis peut-être, pour l'anecdote, le réflexe d'Antoine Ribou, sans doute impressionné, parce que vous voyez bien que l'histoire se faisait devant lui. Antoine Ribou, qui est allé voir Rostropovich, son ami, Slava, vous savez, en russe, veut dire précisément liberté, et il lui a dit, bah, écoute, tu es ici grâce à moi, tu es venu dans mon avion, et donc je te propose que nous partagions les bénéfices du concert. Voilà. Et je vais vous laisser maintenant entendre cette merveilleuse musique qui nous dit, je crois, à la fois la liberté du monde et la vérité que nous devons poursuivre. Merci beaucoup. Peut-être des violoncellistes d'ailleurs dans la salle. Merci.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Hello,
c'est un plaisir pour moi d'être devant vous aujourd'hui. Enfin, plaisir. Je vais quand même vous raconter un peu les coulisses de l'invitation. Il y a quelques semaines, Nicolas me dit « Viens au Big, allez, tu verras, c'est sympa, c'est en petit comité, les gens sont bienveillants, bon, tu peux te lâcher parler de tout. » Et puis on en a un peu marre des vieux, des niels, des bazins. Pour parler de la tech, il faut des jeunes. Alors, comme j'étais flatté, je ne me suis pas méfié. Et maintenant que je suis devant vous, je me rends compte que Nicolas m'a pas exactement tout dit. En fait, Nicolas, il a appliqué sur moi une des grandes règles des bons manipulateurs, c'est-à-dire pour que ça fonctionne, il ne faut pas que ce soit vrai, il faut que ce soit vraisemblable. Et ça marche. Alors, comme on est dans ce petit comité bienveillant avec un peu d'intimité, j'aimerais que vous m'aidiez à faire ma psychanalyse. La psychanalyse du chef de service de l'agence de lutte contre les manipulations d'information dans un monde de post-vérité. Alors pour être très direct, je vais vous livrer en fait mes angoisses. J'ai plein d'angoisses quand on fait ce travail-là. On a toujours plein de questionnements. Ma première angoisse, c'est est-ce qu'on peut imposer une ou des vérités dans une démocratie. 2021 et la création de l'agence que je dirige, qui est Vigilum, et l'agence de protection contre les manipulations de l'information. Je peux vous confirmer une chose, c'est que nombreux sont les pays, les États étrangers, les entités non étatiques étrangères qui cherchent à imposer leur vérité, en réalité des récits et de la propagande, dans notre débat public. Et pourquoi ? Parce que la France, en tant que symbole d'une démocratie, eh bien, en fait, est une cible de choix. Parce que notre débat public, il est libre et ouvert, il leur apparaît vulnérable. Et donc, ils tentent des choses. Imaginez une élection, comme on a pu connaître l'année dernière, au cours de laquelle vous avez des sites de médias en langue française, en réalité administrés par des puissances étrangères, et qui vont diffuser des faux sondages sur les résultats d'élections. Imaginez un faux site d'un parti politique, c'est-à-dire un site usurpé qui imite les vrais codes d'un site d'un parti politique, qui va proposer une prime de 100 € à tout électeur qui voterait pour le candidat de ce parti politique. Imaginez un mouvement de contestation sociale. Alors je sais que c'est pas simple parce qu'en France c'est assez rare, mais imaginez un mouvement de contestation sociale au cours duquel vous allez avoir des milliers de faux comptes, des bots et des trolls qui vont chercher à attiser la colère, à la traduire par de la violence dans la rue. Imaginez enfin des entreprises françaises qui font l'objet de campagnes d'appel au boycott de leurs produits. Et là, j'ai envie d'en profiter parce que je sais que j'ai en face de moi des entrepreneurs pour vous dire que la manipulation de l'information ne touche pas que les États ou les périodes électorales. En tant que chef d'entreprise, une entreprise française, vous êtes des cibles. Votre réputation, derrière, c'est l'image de la France. Votre chiffre d'affaires, derrière, ce sont les intérêts économiques français. Et dans certaines régions du monde, quand on est une entreprise française, on est un objet de déstabilisation en ligne. Ces 3 cas que je viens de vous évoquer, ce n'est pas des cas de science-fiction. C'est des opérations d'ingérence numérique étrangère que les équipes de Vigilum ont détectées et pour certaines d'entre elles, dénoncées publiquement. Alors comme je me sens bien et assez en confiance, je vais vous livrer une deuxième angoisse que j'ai forcément. Face à cette menace-là, on est un État, et pour le coup j'incarne une partie de l'État en tant que directeur d'une agence nationale. Est-ce qu'on a un devoir d'exigence envers la vérité dans une démocratie? Alors, cette question-là, je l'ai eue en relisant il n'y a pas très longtemps un livre de ma fille qui s'appelle Le portrait de Dorian Gray d'Oscar Wilde. Et dedans, le personnage principal, il a une phrase assez intéressante, il dit « La vérité cesse d'être vraie lorsque l'on n'y croit plus ». Et donc, quel est le rôle d'un État face à cette menace-là? En fait, il y a 4 idées. La première idée, c'est de protéger le débat public numérique. Et ça, c'est la mission de Viginum. C'est la mission du service que je dirige. Et pour faire cette mission de protection du débat public, on ne s'intéresse pas à la vérité. La vérité, c'est un porte-peu. On va chercher, c'est d'identifier toutes les techniques, tous les procédés techniques utilisés par des acteurs étrangers pour manipuler la formation du débat public autour d'un sujet. Le deuxième rôle d'un État, c'est dédié aux médias et à l'information. C'est une des missions de l'éducation nationale. Et avec l'un des opérateurs de l'éducation nationale, qui s'appelle le CLEMI, on a créé, Viginum et le CLEMI, une série de podcasts qui s'appelle Clara et Raphaël, que je vous recommande vraiment d'écouter. C'est à destination des collégiens, lycéens, mais aussi des parents et des professeurs. Et ça permet de toucher du doigt ce qu'est la manipulation de l'information au travers de quelques procédés, de quelques cas réels, un peu plus faciles à appréhender. Et j'aimerais profiter un peu de la tribune que BPI m'offre pour avoir une pensée pour Samuel Paty et Dominique Bernard, deux grands professeurs qui sont allés assez loin dans l'idéal républicain qui était de former des citoyens éclairés. La troisième mission d'un État, c'est de réguler les plateformes. Alors je sais que c'est un vilain mot, réguler, quand on parle devant des entrepreneurs, mais la réalité, elle est toute simple. Quand une plateforme héberge une partie du débat public numérique sur ses outils, quand les algorithmes modèlent tout ou partie de l'opinion publique. Lorsque vous avez des citoyens qui vont privilégier de s'informer via des agents conversationnels, en tant que plateforme, vous avez une responsabilité. Dans un État démocratique, cette responsabilité, elle est contrôlée. Si manquement il y a, elle doit être sanctionnée. Et enfin, le quatrième rôle d'un État, c'est d'agir contre les auteurs de ces manipulations de l'information. Et là, je veux saluer le travail de nos diplomates, de nos militaires, des policiers gendarmes, des magistrats et des journalistes qui dénoncent et qui ripostent à cette menace de manipulation de l'information. Alors, je vois qu'on arrive à la fin de ma psychanalyse. Je suis sûr que vous me posez la même question que moi. C'est OK, j'ai un peu mieux compris la menace, je vois ce que fait l'État. Mais moi, en tant que citoyen, qu'est-ce que je peux faire? Je n'ai pas de recette miracle. Mais j'ai peut-être une chose que je peux vous dire, c'est ce que j'essaie de m'appliquer à moi-même, c'est d'oser penser par soi-même. Alors ça ne vient pas de moi, c'est Emmanuel Kant. Emmanuel Kant, c'est l'esprit critique, c'est l'esprit des Lumières, et il ne faut pas qu'elle s'éteigne. Merci à vous. Voilà.
Un samedi après-midi, dans une maison de retraite de la banlieue parisienne, j'arrive au 4e étage et une présidente, une femme âgée, m'interpelle. « Monsieur, aidez-moi, aidez-moi, on va me tuer. » Évidemment, c'était quelques mois après la sortie du livre des Fossoyeurs sur l'entreprise Orpea. Et énormément de scénarios défilent dans ma tête en quelques secondes. Je me dirige vers elle. La directrice d'établissement avec moi. Je m'approche. Elle se tourne vers la directrice d'établissement et lui dit « Toi, Lanor, m'approche pas, tu veux me tuer. » Où est la vérité? La vérité, elle n'est pas dans les propos de cette personne âgée dans une unité Alzheimer. La vérité, je suis le directeur général d'Emmaüs, Laurent Guillot. L'entreprise, au moment de cette rencontre, l'entreprise s'appelle encore Orpea. Et toutes les semaines, le week-end, je vais dans des établissements, je vais dans des cliniques, dans des maisons de retraite, pour savoir ce qui se passe en réalité dans cette entreprise. Je rencontre les aides-soignantes, je rencontre les auxiliaires de vie, je rencontre évidemment les résidents, les patients, et je rencontre les médecins, en fait l'ensemble des équipes, mais aussi l'ensemble des patients et des résidents qui sont chez nous. Et j'en tire 4 enseignements de cette période extrêmement dense. Le premier enseignement, c'est que la vérité, ce n'est pas un discours. La vérité, c'est une expérience. Je vous l'ai décrit juste à présent, mais je vais vous donner un autre exemple. Je discute avec une aide-soignante, elle a proposé une toilette à une résidente. La toilette lui répond « Je ne prends plus de bain depuis que la Gestapo m'a torturé dans une baignoire ». Ça, c'est la vérité. La vérité qui existe dans nos établissements, une très grande humanité, la vérité intime, que parfois même les familles ne connaissent pas. Vous voyez, la vérité, c'est une expérience. La vérité, ce n'est pas un discours. Deuxième enseignement, la vérité, elle n'est ni absolue, ni définitive. Le livre, Les Fossoyeurs, sur l'entreprise Orpea, disait vrai sur les malversations dans cette entreprise, sur les malversations financières. Alors, on a fait partir 50 de dirigeants, on a changé toute la gouvernance, le conseil d'administration, le comité exécutif, et on a remis et l'éthique et le soin au cœur de l'entreprise. Cette transformation radicale, je ne peux pas vous la décrire en 7 minutes, elle est trop vaste, mais ce livre, ce qu'il ne disait pas, et que je veux partager avec vous aujourd'hui, c'est la vérité du quotidien dans les établissements. La vérité qui est le courage, l'abnégation des personnels, l'attention, la gentillesse, l'amour qu'ils prodiguent à nos aînés, mais aussi aux personnes qui ont atteint d'une maladie mentale. Cette vérité, c'est celle-là que j'ai voulu remettre pendant 3 ans à l'avant-scène. J'ai rencontré Victor Castanet, l'auteur du livre, et on a partagé nos vérités. Sa vérité à lui, c'était tout à fait vrai, la mienne, qui était celle du terrain. Et on s'est rencontrés et du coup on est allé sur des plateaux télévisés ensemble pour redire quels étaient les besoins, la nécessité du grand âge. Donc, vous voyez, la vérité, elle n'est ni définitive, ni absolue. Et si vous en voulez une autre preuve, un jour que je me promène dans un établissement, dans une unité Alzheimer, une résidente vient vers moi, me prend la main, me regarde dans les yeux et elle me dit « Monsieur Guillot, vous êtes magnifique, vous êtes très beau ». Vous voyez, la vérité, elle n'est pas absolue et elle n'est pas définitive. Troisième leçon, la vérité, elle n'est pas relative non plus. Et beaucoup de personnes vous l'ont dit jusqu'à présent. La vérité, c'est un travail collectif. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que pour atteindre la vérité, nous avons mis en place beaucoup de mesures de performance, beaucoup de mesures de notre performance sociale, de notre performance en termes de soins et d'accompagnement, beaucoup de mesures de performance en termes économiques évidemment. Et le croisement des regards entre les ressources humaines, entre les soignants, les médecins, les kinés et les managers d'un autre côté, le croisement de tous ces regards, certes, ne nous permet pas complètement d'atteindre la vérité ultime dans chacun des établissements. Il permet de nous en approcher et il nous permet de nous en approcher suffisamment pour agir et pour faire, parce que c'est notre rôle comme entrepreneur, comme dirigeant, de faire et d'agir. Parce que c'est le quatrième enseignement que je voulais partager avec vous. La vérité, c'est à la fois un travail collectif, mais aussi c'est un chemin vers l'action. Alors évidemment, les conséquences du livre, elles ont été nombreuses et on a transformé l'entreprise à cette occasion. Mais la vérité du terrain, elle, notamment la dureté des métiers, qui c'est un métier extrêmement difficile, la vulnérabilité de nos patients, de nos résidents, évidemment, mais la vérité, la vulnérabilité aussi de nos collègues, c'est celle-là qu'on a découverte progressivement et qu'il a fallu aussi traiter, s'occuper. Un exemple, on a découvert au fil de nos discussions que certains de nos collègues dormaient dans leur voiture pour pouvoir continuer à exercer leur métier, être proches de nos patients et de nos résidents, mais en même temps, ils n'avaient pas un logement digne ou ils n'avaient plus de logement à la maison. Et donc, on s'en est occupé. On a mis en place un programme qui s'appelle MEI C'est Moi, qui propose un logement d'urgence, évidemment, pour ces personnes qui sont dans cette situation, qui vont aider les autres dans nos établissements, mais qui, eux, ont besoin d'aide. Alors, évidemment, où on en est aujourd'hui, la refondation a largement commencé, l'entreprise est largement transformée, c'est plus la même qu'il y a 3 ans, grâce au travail de nos 80 000 collaborateurs dans le monde. Et on a besoin encore d'aller plus loin. Aller plus loin, ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire changer le regard de la société sur les plus fragiles, sur les plus vulnérables, les personnes âgées évidemment, mais aussi ceux qui ont une maladie mentale. Et puis, surtout, travailler à la valorisation et à la reconnaissance, à la considération de nos collaborateurs, les travailleurs du soin, qui étaient à un moment les premières lignes et qui aujourd'hui sont un peu oubliés. La vérité, c'est un chemin, et ce chemin, il est encore très long. Le chemin de la vérité n'a pas de fin. Merci.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Pierre Jean-Luc, président de DMJ Group, président du syndicat également de la plasturgie qui s'appelle Polygroup. Alors aujourd'hui, je voudrais témoigner des entreprises de production et notamment de la sous-traitance, c'est-à-dire que dans le monde de la fabrication, vous avez énormément d'entreprises qui ont leurs propres produits, donc entreprises de produits propres, et puis celles qui aujourd'hui œuvrent derrière toutes ces entreprises de produits propres, qui sont les entreprises de sous-traitance, des entreprises qui ont un savoir-faire, des entreprises qui ont de la technologie et qui vendent également du service associé. Ces entreprises aujourd'hui, elles, historiquement en France, elles se sont beaucoup développées grâce à des grands groupes. Ces grands groupes, vous le savez tous, c'était la force de la France. Mais force est de constater qu'aujourd'hui, ces grands groupes sont partis à l'international. Aujourd'hui sont de moins en moins présents et ils se sont développés. Pourquoi se sont-ils développés à l'international? Parce qu'en fait, les marchés se sont globalisés. Et au travers de ces marchés globaux, ils ont décidé de produire dans des best cost, donc des endroits où on pouvait produire plus localement. Maintenant, l'autre raison, c'est aussi de produire localement pour vendre localement. Si je reviens à nos entreprises de sous-traitance, et notamment celle de la plasturgie. La plasturgie, en France, c'est à peu près 3000 entreprises de sous-traitance, 90% d'entre elles. 3000 entreprises, 90% sont des entreprises de sous-traitance. C'est également vrai pour les entreprises de mechanical companies as well, and electronic companies. There's a lot of companies. Ces entreprises, historiquement, se sont toujours reposées sur ces grands groupes et n'ont vu comme marché que le marché de la France. C'est-à-dire que la facilité, c'était de livrer localement. Ce qu'elles n'ont pas vu, c'est qu'au fur et à mesure du développement mondialisé des affaires, ces grands groupes qui se sont internationalisés ont également eu besoin de sous-traitance locale. C'est là-dessus que je voudrais témoigner. J'ai repris cette entreprise il y a plus de 20 ans. J'en suis à mon 4e MBO et quand j'ai repris cette entreprise, on était à peu près 200 et je travaillais dans l'entreprise historiquement, on était 70 quand je l'ai rejoint au tout départ. Aujourd'hui, on est 1000, on est présent dans 4 pays et on est devenu leader mondial de la sous-traitance ou de la fabrication des pièces plastiques dans les intérieurs d'avions, pièces plastiques et composites. Comment on a fait ça? C'est très simple. En fait, on est parti du constat que ce qui était une contrainte, c'est-à-dire le départ de nos clients historiques à l'international, ça devenait une opportunité parce que ça nous a obligés à partir à l'international. Et quand on part à l'international, le champ des possibles s'élargit. Parce que la réalité, elle est là. C'est-à-dire que d'un PIB industriel qui était de 20%, quand moi j'ai commencé dans ma vie d'ingénieur et d'industriel, aujourd'hui on est à 10%. Pourquoi est-on descendu? Parce que le monde s'est globalisé. Pourquoi les entreprises allemandes aujourd'hui sont des entreprises de Mittelstand voient le monde comme étant leur terrain de jeu? Parce que justement, elles ont dès le départ imaginé le monde comme étant leur terrain de jeu, mais aussi, il faut le reconnaître, parce qu'elles vendent des produits propres à l'international, ce qui est rarement le cas pour les entreprises françaises, en tout cas beaucoup moins tard. Si je reviens aux entreprises de savoir-faire, ces entreprises de savoir-faire, je le disais tout à l'heure, ont vu le marché uniquement historiquement local, alors qu'en fait, ce marché, il est international. Pourquoi? Parce qu'en fait, nos savoir-faire que nous avons dans nos spécialités, je vais parler de la plasturgie qui est mon monde, les composites, je pourrais parler de la fonderie, je pourrais parler de la mécanique, je pourrais parler de l'électronique. Nos clients ont besoin de ces savoir-faire à l'international. Et qu'est-ce qui se passe? C'est qu'à l'international, ils ne sont pas meilleurs que nous. En Allemagne, ils ne sont pas meilleurs que nous. En Roumanie, où je suis, on ne sont pas meilleurs que nous. Aux États-Unis, où j'ai 2 usines, ils ne sont pas meilleurs que nous. Donc en fait, le champ des possibles est excessivement vaste. La réalité, la vérité, c'est qu'en France, de toute façon, on a perdu en compétitivité. On ne pourra gagner que si on élève le jeu Élever le jeu, ça veut dire faire des produits à plus grande valeur ajoutée. Les produits aujourd'hui à faible valeur ajoutée seront fabriqués dans les pays best cost. C'est une vérité. La vérité, elle est révolutionnaire, comme disait Lénine, mais ça fait mal. Et aujourd'hui, c'est cette vérité. Et le message que je veux vous passer, c'est que dès qu'on commence à aller à l'international, on découvre d'autres horizons. On découvre que déjà l'herbe n'est pas forcément plus verte en France, mais on découvre aussi de nouvelles opportunités. Je vais prendre un exemple précis. Quand vous travaillez pour Safran en France, vous pouvez travailler pour Safran aux États-Unis. Mais quand vous êtes aux États-Unis, vous travaillez pour Collins, le concurrent de Safran, vous pouvez travailler pour Collins en Europe, en France, en Allemagne, en Angleterre. Donc en fait, dès que vous êtes un acteur au panel de ces rencontres, vous devenez beaucoup plus stratégique et forcément, vous rentrez dans une liste beaucoup plus réduite de consommateurs, et donc en fait, là encore, le champ des possibles est plus vaste. Parce que vous devenez stratégique pour vos clients. Et moi, ce que je constate, c'est que plus aujourd'hui on s'internationalise, plus on devient stratégique pour nos clients, plus on est consulté, et là, le travail revient en France. Parce que quand vous êtes devenu un fournisseur stratégique, vous l'êtes également pour la France. Et donc, des appels d'offres reviennent. Le message que je voulais enfin passer, c'est qu'il n'y aura pas de réindustrialisation de la France s'il n'y a pas de sous-traitance. De la même manière, il n'y a pas de sous-traitance s'il n'y a pas de grand groupe. Donc l'un va avec l'autre. Aujourd'hui, si on veut réindustrialiser en France, il faut absolument avoir un tissu de sous-traitants pour pouvoir attirer ces grands groupes, préserver, et on a tout ce qu'il faut en France pour pouvoir travailler l'innovation, la R&D, l'industrialisation et produire ailleurs. Moi, je le vis au quotidien. Et si c'est possible pour Demji, si c'est possible pour certaines des entreprises que vous connaissez, je ne vois pas pourquoi ça n'est pas possible pour vous. Allez-y, foncez. La musique que vous entendez, c'est celle de F1, Hans Zimmerman. Allez-y, foncez. Le monde est à vous. La France est un vrai endroit où les technologies, nos savoir-faire sont reconnus. Bonne journée à vous.
Bonjour à tous. Wow.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, what a great event.
Bonjour, je suis Philippe et j'ai passé 10 ans dans un groupe industriel triste, sans âme, où la peur et l'autorité régnaient et où l'humain passait au second plan. Moi, ma famille m'a appris l'inverse. La gentillesse, la générosité, la bienveillance, le respect de l'autre d'où qu'il vienne. La parole impeccable. Exigence, certes, mais une exigence saine. L'entrepreneuriat vertueux au service des autres. Mon grand-père, par exemple, était cultivateur et livrait des pommes dans les villages, pommes qui n'étaient souvent qu'un prétexte pour rendre de nombreux services à tous les habitants de ces villages. J'ai ça aussi en moi. Pour moi, entreprendre, c'est avant tout prendre soin des autres. C'est ma vérité. L'entreprise doit rendre les gens heureux. Alors, il y a 6 ans, j'ai quitté ce grand groupe qui ne me convenait plus. J'ai mis toute mon énergie et mes économies dans la reprise d'un beau projet, l'entreprise Vota, une entreprise qui fabrique des pièces métalliques depuis bientôt 150 ans, depuis 1976. Je voulais que l'humain soit au centre. J'avais à cœur de prouver qu'une entreprise ne peut asseoir l'engagement de ses collaborateurs, donc sa performance et sa pérennité, que si elle donne du sens à chacun et que chaque salarié est épanoui et se sent responsable de son avenir et serein. Je crois beaucoup à l'adage « Prends soin de tes salariés, prends soin de ton entreprise ». Aujourd'hui, je suis heureux parce que l'humain est au centre chez Vota et constitue la base de nos performances et de notre pérennité, au cœur des prouesses techniques que nous réalisons. qui me nourrit chaque jour, un collègue qui aide à résoudre une tâche complexe, des équipes qui se battent pour décrocher un marché et qui célèbrent une belle victoire ensemble, un client qui nous félicite de la solution technique très pointue que nous lui avons trouvée et qui lui a permis de prendre une belle commande, un ancien qui met toute son énergie et sa passion à partager un savoir-faire à un nouveau, un partenaire, souvent BPI, qui nous met en lien avec un client potentiel. Et surtout des visiteurs qui, lorsqu'ils viennent chez Vota, nous disent tous une entreprise spéciale ici. On voit des gens souriants, heureux, fiers de parler de ce qu'ils font et de parler de leur entreprise. Ça me fait plaisir. C'est cet élan collectif qui m'anime. La conjonction du terreau, du socle, nos racines, notre savoir-faire évidemment, mais aussi de l'intangible. Ce grain de folie, ce supplément d'âme, les sourires de mes collaborateurs, suffisent à me rendre heureux. Bien sûr, travailler en usine est dur, exigeant. Il y a du bruit, il faut de la rigueur, les attentes de nos clients sont fortes et nous obligent. Mais quel bonheur de vivre ça dans un climat serein, bienveillant et convivial. Alors oui, chez Vota, nous faisons des choses un peu particulières. Des massages pour nos collaborateurs, c'est pas moi qui les fais. Nous prenons soin d'eux, nous leur mettons une appli à disposition pour accompagner leur bien-être et mesurer régulièrement leur santé mentale, physique. Nous les accompagnons là-dessus. Nous faisons des séances de réveil musculaire le matin, bref, on fait plein de choses intéressantes et surtout on construit pour eux des parcours épanouissants et motivants. La vérité d'aujourd'hui, c'est que le bonheur en entreprise est contagieux et qui permet de déplacer des montagnes avec les équipes. Alors plus que jamais, dans la période tourmentée que nous traversons, nous avons d'après moi une responsabilité, nous chefs d'entreprise. Dire à nos jeunes, j'en vois beaucoup ici, que l'industrie est belle, qu'on y vit de belles histoires et que les enjeux qui les animent, sociaux, sociétaux, environnementaux, et bravo pour ça, ces enjeux sont aussi au cœur de nos préoccupations dans nos entreprises. Et je suis certain qu'on peut faire bouger les choses ensemble. On a besoin de vous pour ça et donc je ne lâche rien. Je me bats chaque jour pour insuffler du positif partout où je le peux, dans les écoles, auprès des jeunes, pour leur dire à quel point l'entreprise est belle. Dans les réseaux professionnels aussi, j'interviens. Incroyable de voir dans les réseaux professionnels la morosité souvent ambiante. Et bon sang, mais comment donner envie aux jeunes si même les chefs d'entreprise sont tristes? Nous avons plein d'atouts pour construire l'avenir et nos jeunes ont des ressources incroyables pour aider à réindustrialiser le pays. Alors comme disait Gandhi, soyons le changement que nous voulons voir dans ce monde. Et nous sommes assez nombreux pour ça. Regardez, aujourd'hui, BPI nous réunit tous ici car on se reconnaît, on la sent cette énergie, on a envie d'avancer ensemble. On s'unit, on avance. C'est pour ça qu'on avance dans mon entreprise avec mes équipes. C'est pour ça que grâce à l'accélérateur Néo-Pivot de BPI, je crée une start-up qui a vocation à réindustrialiser la France. C'est pour ça que je suis ambassadeur de la French Fab, ambassadeur Excellence. C'est cette énergie qui doit nous animer chaque jour. Comment je fais pour que le monde d'aujourd'hui et de demain rende heureux. Alors vous l'avez compris, j'ai confiance en l'avenir, j'ai confiance en nos forces, en notre résilience, j'ai confiance en nos jeunes, en leur capacité à nous aider à trouver la bonne direction et à créer avec nous le monde de demain si nous leur donnons les clés. Évidemment, des aléas, il y en a, il y en aura toujours. Et nous avons les ressources pour résister lorsqu'on s'y met ensemble. En ces temps tourmentés, on doit entendre sans cesse cette mélodie optimiste d'entrepreneurs vertueux qui construisent le futur et donnent envie aux jeunes. Nicolas en a parlé ce matin, il faut partager nos particularités positives, il faut mettre en lumière nos atouts, nos combats, crier nos belles victoires. La plupart de nos entreprises ont déjà cette énergie, sauf qu'on ne l'entend pas. Alors je vous lance un appel, soyons des haut-parleurs, montons sur nos tonneaux, comme le dit Nicolas, communiquons notre optimisme et contrebalançons ainsi le bruit ambiant. Rétablissons la vérité. La vérité, c'est que l'entreprise est belle et qu'on a de beaux moments à y vivre ensemble. Comme disait Mère Teresa, le bonheur est partout. Il est là près de nous et souvent en nous. Et pour moi, ce bonheur a un visage. Celui de mes enfants à qui j'ai à cœur d'offrir un monde vertueux et de partager ces belles valeurs qui m'animent. Juste avant la naissance de ma dernière fille, juste avant de partir à la maternité, j'ai dansé sur cette chanson que vous allez entendre là avec mon épouse. Un sentiment de plénitude indescriptible qui continue à m'accompagner et ma petite ritournelle dès que j'en ai besoin. Alors vous aussi, trouvez votre ritournelle, soyez contagieux et communiquez sur vos entreprises vertueuses et prospères. Voilà ma vérité, merci beaucoup à tous. Bonne journée. La vérité, c'est que je dirige aujourd'hui une entreprise dont
today I am heading up a company which many of you have ever heard
Eutelsat.
of. It's Telsat.
Eutelsat, nous sommes l'unique opérateur de satellite
satellite operator
européen
in low orbit operating from Europe. We work on a one-way basis. Telsat is a company that distributes hundreds of TV channels in hundreds of millions of households all across the globe thanks to our GEO satellites. And we also provide internet access all around the world.
L'air et bien sûr les régions les plus isolées de la planète.
We provide internet access to some of the most distant, isolated places in the world. Last year in June, I took on a crazy challenge, which was to be a competitor to Starlink.
J'ai accepté ce pari.
Why did I take on this challenge? Why did I accept this bet? I was very lucky to spend 30 years of my career in telecommunications in France, as well as in other European countries, the Netherlands, Romania, Poland, Spain.
Et avec les équipes d'Orange,
and with the teams at Orange, I was able to build fiber and 4G networks, as well as 5G networks, and manage databases for hundreds of millions of customers. So it was great for me to be able to continue on this career, thanks to the Telsat challenge, as was...
Alors Telsat, c'est l'espace.
Telsat is all about space, it's all about new frontiers, it's all about the challenge of overcoming the difficulties of the current times, and it's all about the challenge that we have put forward, which is the SpaceX Starlink challenge. This challenge is, does Europe want to continue playing a major part in worldwide connectivity, or has Europe resigned itself to completely depending on American and Chinese infrastructure? So as we are all here in the room today, I am the head of a company. I love challenges, and I joined Telsat because I believe that we are not allowed to resign ourselves.
Alors la vérité, puisque c'est le thème de la journée aujourd'hui,
as it is the theme of the day, is that we are not playing with the same toys as Starlink. We don't have the same budgets. They have colossal resources. They have advanced technology. They have already launched hundreds, if not thousands, of satellites. But at Telsat, we have something which is very specific. The only thing in the world, 34 satellites, which are in a geostationary orbit, and they cover the entire globe.
Et une constellation en basse orbite, OneWeb,
and OneWeb low orbit constellation is very special because the satellites are very low, so it's only 1,200 kilometers, so they can do. So you can imagine 57 satellites going around a polar orbit in less than 2 hours, and they communicate with Earth with 40 fields of fixed antenna across the entire continent. And of course, all of that is interconnected with a worldwide backbone of fiber networks this helps everything operate properly to ensure that internet access is provided around the world. So we have 7 OneWeb objects and our low orbit satellites, and we have something which is very cutting edge, something which we would not be able to do differently. So that is really what makes us stand out, and I'm sure, as you understand, what makes you stand out is really important. And I would just like to make the most of this opportunity to speak about sovereignty with you. At Telsat, we would never get up in the morning and decide to cut off a communication from critical communications. What makes us stand out is that we are European. And when I deployed 5G and fiber in countries that I was lucky enough to work in, of course, there was always the question of technological projects. There was sovereignty in these countries, the ability to master one's own networks. And with Telsat, the stakes are the same. It's all about a European scale, because the truth is that if tomorrow all of the communications and connectivity infrastructures that belong to America or China were cut off, then we would be in big trouble. So sovereignty is not about staying just by yourself and battening down the hatches. It's about being able to communicate with everyone around the world, and all of that depends on other people.
Soyons lucides, Eutelsat, on ne va pas gagner cette bataille tout seul.
It's true that at Telsat we would not be able to win this battle ourselves. It's more than just an industrial project, it's a collective project. It's a mission for Europeans. And of course, we're going to do it with our collaborators, we're going to do it with our partners, with our investors, Party, CMA, CGM, other investors, which are incredibly important, those who exist around the world as well. Of course, there is France, and I would like to thank Nicolas Dufour from BPI. There is the UK, which will be part of the countries that we very much hope to get on board at Telsat. So the business people in the room, you are also those people who will help us innovate, and for us that is absolutely critical.
Alors, c'est cette vérité-là qui m'anime aujourd'hui.
So this is what really drives me forward today. It's the conviction that with OneWeb, Europe has a card to play in the spatial industry, and we have the courage to take on this crazy challenge. And I believe that we will be able to overcome all of the obstacles along the way. We have less money than the Chinese, less money than the US, but I'm sure that if we all get on board, that we will be able to rise to the challenge together. Thank you very much for listening.
L'autre jour, j'ai lu une de ces études sur Internet qui
The other day, I read an online study which I found very depressing. It was something which looked very serious. 50,000 people at the University of Melbourne, and it was an online survey. The main point behind this study is that 57%, that's 57% of people lie. They lie about their use of AI to their employer. And I conclude that actually they used AI and passed it off as their own work, but they don't admit it. But I've been working in AI for the last 10 years. I found that very depressing. It's like I'm participating in a huge collective lie. So I said to myself, well, it's a choice. Why do people lie? They lie because people impose truths about AI, but the truth in the world is that AI... People think that AI is going to make us super intelligent, superhuman. But the other truth is that AI is going to destroy our work. It's the last step of the big-scale mechanization of the world. But which of these statements is true? Well, neither of them. Maybe we will no longer need to work in the future, and therefore our lives will be meaningless. So I asked this question to a friend of mine, and I asked him, what does AI mean to you? And he said, well, all I need to do is press on a button in and the application will do work for me. So for me, AI doesn't make any sense. Have it imposed on me the use tools.
Elle a fondamentalement raison parce que dans les deux vérités du monde,
well, at the same time, she's fundamentally right because this person has no place at their job. It's like they don't have any meaning left. They're going to disappear.
Je me dis que, au fond,
and I think to myself, well,
les révolutions technologiques,
at the end of the day, all technological revolutions are just excuses for us to ask ourselves the right questions that come from far off. When we were starting printing, it was to print Bibles, but the real question that existed back then was who has the right tools. So this is about 2 centuries ago. Democracy depends on technology. So the printing press automated printing in workshops, what is the intensity of the work of humans, and that is the real question. So it's taken a few decades for us to get the right answer. When we automate production lines in car factories, it replaces humans, and that throws up real questions. So what are the real skills? The answer is that a few decades later, Toyota has had feedback about collective AI and collective intelligence, and the answer is that really technological advances in AI is just an excuse. The real question is that, well, what is the real value of the human brain, of the human know-how? That's the real question. Or really, well, the real question should be, how long will it take us to find all of the right answers to all of these questions? I like to believe that we still have the choice. It's not historical determinism which is going to make us suffer and make it take ages before we find the right answers. I believe that the right answer is as follows. All of us here today have the possibility of finding the right answers, that we need to believe in human intelligence. People have the right intelligence to build their own tools rather than be victimized by them. It's everyone's responsibility, so directors, company directors need to be thinking about investment, the kind of investment that they want to put into people, in their skills, in their abilities to understand how AI work, how can we use them at work so that we can benefit from them rather than be replaced by them. Is that not the answer? Our own belief in our skills with the people that we work with. In the future, there will be billions that will be invested into data centers. 10, 20, 50, 100, a trillion, I don't know. I don't know how much is really going to be invested. Will be invested in human training. What kind of number comes to mind? A similar number? Perhaps a tenth, a hundredth? What do you think? Zero? Maybe zero. Well, let's say a tenth. That means that we're going to be investing 10 times as much in building data centers rather than training people to develop their own tools and their own value. Does that make sense? Because that is the reality that we're going to be living in. I want to believe that we are in a world where we have choice, and this choice affects all of us. It involves investing into people so that they can find their own solutions. I like the idea that there's a real irony in all of that. People think that just clicking buttons is going to solve things, but it's really the person who knows the real meaning of their own work. They know their own generosity rather than looking to consultants or experts to come up with their work for them. How will we be able to increase our own abilities to do things better? I like to believe that all of that is possible. Am I right or am I wrong? I don't know, but I think that it is a bet that is worth making. It is a bet that corresponds not to just one truth over another. When there are two truths, when there is a utopia and a dystopia, there's always a third which we can. It's not because people impose truths on us about AI that it doesn't mean that we can't come up with our own choices. We need to think about a model which will help us find real value at work. And I think that this choice is not a truth. It's a question that we should be asking ourselves. The real question we start to make our own decisions. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are both associates of a large town planning architectural company, and in our job, we know that we need to keep our cards close to our chest. We have many projects. What we imagine, what we design is not just about technique or designing, it's about our convictions, our values, what touches us. And today, we're going to take a step further. We are not going to put our cards on the table, we're also going to put our hearts very sincerely and very truthfully. Let me tell you the truth, my truth. My journey has not been classic, it's been a bit wonky, a bit time. I'm going to do it so that it's done. Everything started in my grandparents' house, very specifically in the basement. It was very cold and dark, but for me it was real Alibaba's cave. It was, so they had a photography shop on one side, they had storage on the other with things from the house. In my grandfather's workshop, there were tools, screws, nails, bolts, nuts, all over the place. And I can remember the creaky door handle, the light switch, the concrete steps, the smells, the metal, the wood, the dust. I'm here with you today, but it's almost as if I'm back in my grandfather's workshop with an AI headset, and I get chills, I get the shivers when I think about it. We often think about AI, which is something which is untouchable, unshakable. It's a little bit what is expected of us, being strong, have clear vision for the next 5 years, the foundations on which the company's projects relies. But in reality, I'm scared. I have doubts often. I ask myself thousands of questions. I'm scared of not being up to the task. I'm scared of being here in front of all of you, of unveiling all of my flaws. And yet, I think that it's really important to say it. Because it doesn't make me legitimate, quite the opposite. Being able to unveil and reveal our flaws in front of other people is actually something which really helps us be in touch with them. It's what gives teams strength. I need you, for example, we could say, thank you very much for being here, or maybe I am wrong. I'm opening up a space in which anyone can be true. They can try, they can make a mistake, they can design, they can create. For me, sensitivity is not the opposite of strength, it's the source of strength. That's what makes us human and unique. At the agency, we call that extraordinary, what really makes architecture stand out on a daily basis. My name is Roberta Faustin. I'm head of ANMA, which is an architect's office. I'm one of the associates. So this link between my vocation and my grandfather's workshop is something which came to me a little bit late. So I work with models. When I was at university in Paris, I spent a lot of time actually building my classmates' models rather than my own ones. So I understood the materials, how to build with my hands, how to drill, how to nail. So I decided to leave this university to come to ANMA and oversee the model workshop, and I've stayed there ever since. My name is Anne-Laure. I am an architect at NG, and I'm also a co-pilot at the agency human resources. So my company is really something which has taught me a lot, and I learn every day because this company listens. It's something which really believes in intelligence. It is an agency which believes in the relationships that help us build sustainably. When the agency decided to open up the possibility to become an associate, I applied. I've always invested into the life of the company, and I wanted to do more. And then I was accepted. My application was validated, and they were even more perplexed than I was that day. And since then, we said to ourselves, okay, let's go for it. Let's see what we're able to build together. And here we go. Now, that's where we are. With your heart, you say, I really love this company, not because of what we do, but because of what we are, because of the people who make it alive. And I think that we don't speak about love enough at work. And yet, for me, it is essential. And this really goes beyond simple kindness. I think that work is a very humane adventure. And if we were to links left, I'm sure we can speak about love, organization, which encourages, which supports, love too. Love which is enveloping, which reassures, opens us in themselves. An architecture of working together, giving, offering, supporting. This is something which I really try and do on a daily basis as a leader, which benefits her collaborators. And when love becomes a driver in a company, it really opens up so many different possibilities. This is something which I'm really proud of. I didn't have this idea in mind before joining the company, but I've always believed in two things: meetings and opportunities. When I am needed, as long as I'm in my own place, as long as I stay in the truth.
Est-ce qu'on sait s'aimer?
Are we able to love each other? Not love your company or your couple.
No.
Not love your project. Love yourself. I am a photographer. What I love is to meet faces. I spend my time meeting faces with great attention. I observe them. I stare at them. In a way, I undress people from the injunctions of the society. We have all been told that we have to smile, we have to be performant on the picture. But what happens when we get rid of all that? I try to get rid of these diktats to find who people really are. So it enables to reveal a part of the truth, of someone's truth. What I'm looking for is a fold. I like when mouths are closed. What happens when we are not smiling? That before the Second World War, on the statues, you never see someone smiling like that. We see everyone serious, focused. What I like is to get rid of everything superfluous. Many people tell me, I love your pictures, but it's so hard. Could you change that and that? Why is it hard?
En fait, ce qui est dur, c'est pas la photo.
A picture? No. What's hard is to look at yourself, is to look at your truth.
Moi, mon job, c'est de faire que
But
les
be
gens
careful.
regardent vraiment sans filtre.
My job is to make sure people look at themselves really without a filter, without a flattering light.
Tel qu'on est.
The aim is to accept yourself as you are.
C'est quoi?
And what you are is also these wrinkles, these scars that make who you are.
Ces traces, on voudrait les effacer.
These spurs, we'd like to erase them, while it's what
Chaque ride,
creates our identity.
chaque trace sur notre histoire, sur notre visage, pardon, raconte une histoire.
Each element on our face tells a story. The wrinkles on our eyes,
De nos éclats de rire,
around our eyes, are the sum of our laughter. It's those moments with friends, with your lover, where you were living something happy, and we would like to erase that. The wrinkles on our front are the parties we were in, we didn't remember the next morning, but it's also our worries, everything that makes who we are today, that made us progress. It's also our fights, our convictions.
les effacer.
And we would like to erase all that.
Taches qu'on a sur notre visage, bon, je parle de gens là qui ont plus de 40 ans, hein, ou sur nos
Everything we have on our hands or our face, it's the sum of these summers
et puis bon, l'eau, elle est très copine avec la crème.
along the sea.
On commence
When you added some sunscreen, but then the water takes everything off, so you start having marks. Do you remember the color of the water, the fishes you saw? And when you see the land from the sea?
La trace qu'on a sur le visage, c'est la trace de tout ça.
Those traces you have on your face is the trace of all this, and we would like to erase that. All of this is you and no one else. It's those marks that make that your family recognizes you, that your friends love you, and that the people you work with respect you. You're not a machine. And it's better so. A machine is perfect. It's impersonal. It doesn't have any emotion. You are way better than that. You're alive, so you're not perfect. This is what the machines will never understand. So I also hear something else.
Certaines personnes me disent, mais tu comprends.
Some people tell me, but you understand. I got some surgery on my face and I tried to erase. And recently, a woman I love told me something that really touched me. Love me in my weakness, but don't condemn me for my choices. She is right. The aim is not to judge.
Il ne s'agit pas de condamner.
It's not about condemning. It's about loving, always.
Exactement, d'apprendre.
More precisely, to learn to love yourself. So what is the truth? It's not a standard, a beauty standard in a magazine. It's not a
pas un visage conforme.
A perfect skin. It's not a face that corresponds to a standard. Beauty is assuming who you are, who we have chosen to be. And this is this truth that is really emotional. I think that in our world, that is what we always have to be performing, connected. We absolutely need the truth. We don't need perfection, we need truth. We need people who dare to be themselves with their past, with their failures, with their face. So to finish, I'd like to come back to my first question. Are we able to love ourselves? No. But you can learn it. You can learn to live with yourself. And today, I'd like, please, that we decide to change the way we are looking at time, that we decide to cherish the reality, to love our scars, our wrinkles, because this is our reality and this is our beauty. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous.
Hi everyone.
Janvier 2025.
On the 20th of January 2025, Donald Trump
bureau de sa Maison Blanche
the Oval Office
prend un décret,
in the White House, took a decree and decided that
va s'appeler
the
Gulf of America.
Gulf of Mexico would call the Gulf of America. On the 11th of January 2025, Google decided
ce nouveau nom,
to write this new name in its maps in Google Maps, used by 2 billion
dans le monde.
of users
Je crois qu'on a tous
in the world. I think we've all been seized by a strange feeling, as if something in our life was changing without any intention from us.
On a résisté un petit peu.
We have resisted a little bit, but maybe that in a few years we won't think about it anymore and it will be called the Gulf of America. By the way, if we think about it, and if we think about America itself, we know that America is called America because in 1507, a team from Saint-Dié-des-Vosges, among which a young mathematician, a 27-year-old mathematician, decided to create the Cartographia from Ptolemy, to update it. That was from the year 150. And when they decided to update that, they thought that they had to give a name to this continent, and they decided to call it America because they thought that Amerigo Vespucci had discovered this land. So, after all, is it Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of Columbus, Gulf of America? I am Christian Sangano. I'm the director of IGN, which is the French Institute of Cartography. If I wanted to start with this story, it is to remind us that truth, or in plural, are built. And here I will quote a great philosopher who died a few years ago, Bruno Latour, a great French philosopher who worked on the production of truth, of the methods of production of truth. And he explains us that there are several methods. He calls that the veridication. I'll give you some examples. The first word is the scientific truth. If I ask you to explain why wave is transformed into electricity and so on, it is scientific truth. But we could also talk about other truth, the economic truth, that makes that a company has a functioning system, can produce, can gather a team, and can satisfy consumers. This is a form of truth. We can also talk about a religious truth. You heard me well. We can talk about a religious truth. For Bruno Latour, a religious speech is true if it transforms the person it is sent to. So, we see immediately that these different forms of truth will raise questions and also problems. There are two types of problems that will be raised when we have different forms of truth. The first one is the confusion between the forms. If on behalf of one form of truth, you want to change the other truth. For example, in cartography, the religious truth during Middle Age in the Christian world, it was that the earth was flat and represented Jerusalem on the top. Confusion between the modes of production of truth. This is how you launch holy wars, and this is also the base of diktats, saying that the economic truth has to impose itself on the political reality. The second problem we have with truth, with these different regimes of truth, is when we become a bit lazy and we stop working on it. These regimes of truth are alive. We have to feed them, we have to enrich them, and we have to debate on it.
Latour, par exemple,
Bruno Latour
la vérité religieuse des catholiques
regretted that the religious truth from the Catholics wasn't the target of debates where there will be different currents, different interpretations. In the science world, there are different currents, there are hypotheses. We don't always agree. There are key conflicts between different scientists.
Et donc, moi, ce à quoi je voudrais qu'on s'assigne, ou plutôt ce à quoi je voudrais vous inviter,
I'd like to invite you
à fabriquer ensemble de la vérité
to put together a cartographic truth, because the representation of our territory is essential.
Vous connaissez cette expression.
The expression, the map and the territory, it's the name of a book.
Des cartes.
So I'd like to create the Republic of Maps, so that each one of us could find some control on what's written on a map, not only a topographic map, but also in the drawings of the map. Each one has to be able to play his role, has to be able to compose the territory in which we live. This is the Republic of Maps. And today, I hope I gave you the impulse to participate in this Republic of Maps. Thank you very much.
Imaginez-vous traversant
Imagine that you are crossing a busy road. Everything is moving around you. You're looking for the path, but you don't see. For millions of people, it's not only imagination, but it's their daily life. Some diseases
liées à l'âge, la rétinopathie diabétique ou le glaucome bouleversent la vie.
Glaucome or progression change your life. They deprive you from orientation, engineering,
souvent détectées trop tard,
permanent ability. These are among the main causes of blindness in the world. This is why my research in the imagery and in the
chaque image, chaque pixel peut être une chance.
In the work on the retina can very important. This is each opportunity can change a life, and this is where starts my thought on for today in the field of imagery and microscopy. In my job at the hospital, truth is important because lives depend on it. As a researcher, truth is important because scientific progress depends from it. And as a startupper, truth is important because the value depends on it. Today, I'd like to explore what means the truth in my field, not only for the clinicians and researchers, but also for the innovators and searchers who are shaping the world of health. The retina is incredible. It's a thin neural tissue that enables us to see the world, and it's the only part of our central nervous system that we can see from outside. Imagery systems enable us to see individual cells, layers, and structures with an impressive precision. In diseases like DMLA, we can detect microscopic changes even before the first symptoms. For the researchers, it's a revolution in the comprehension of the understanding of the world. For the clinicians, it's a major leap in the diagnosis and the treatment. For the investors, it's an opportunity based on data.
avec des applications
with important markets and
cardiologie, et même
applications that go way beyond
dans la rétine.
the eye surgery.
Mais voici la nuance.
But here is
L'image n'est une copie parfaite de la réalité. Les
the
algorithmes
nuance.
constituent
Each
parfois Interpol.
retina is very individual. Our tools are powerful but not absolute. The real question is then,
Directement la vérité.
do we see directly the truth or only the best approximation that our tools can produce today? This is my driver in my work, to make progress in the technologies to get as close as possible to the reality on the field. However, an image alone doesn't speak. It has to be interpreted. A clinician evaluates the retina, the thickness of the retina. A researcher analyzes the images and finds cell connections. Often it's the artificial intelligence that do this assessment, sometimes recommending even a treatment. This revolution is both positive and risky. AI can surpass human beings in terms of rapidity, but it can have some biases. A system mainly based on European populations can fail in Africa or in Asia. It's not only a technical limit, it's also an economic and regulation risk. A huge rigor, wide panel of participants to researches, because in this field, truth rhymes with trust. The more trustworthy the data will be, the more the investors will trust your solution. And there is also an ethical aspect. Behind each image, there is a person, a patient who I meet during the examination, someone who hopes not to lose his autonomy, his job, or the ability to see of his relatives. Our responsibility is huge, and we have to respect the data with responsibility. Everything is important, as well as the way we communicate on the truth. Often the images are touched up to offer a better clarity. Often it's quite transparent, but manipulating without communication would lead to a reduction of transparency. So it can be used to improve the responsibility. For us, scientists, truth is precision. For the clinicians, it's a better result for their patients. And for the investors, truth is confidence and trust in credible solutions. And for the patients, truth is not an abstract concept. It's what could enable them to keep seeing and to keep being autonomous. In imagery, the images are also the mirror of truth, of trust, and of life. Thank you very much.
C'est à moi de parler. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me?
J'ai des problèmes de voix.
I have some problems with my throat. I have Darth Vader's voice. I'll try to make sure you can understand me anyway. So the topic is very far from my field, truth. And I am expected on geopolitics. But I will give you examples of automatic formulas. And you might, and you will have to think if it's true or not. The international community, for example. We form a community with Putin, with the Chinese, etc. In general, it's the Western countries that talk about the international community. France, country of human rights. It's the country of the declaration. It's not exactly the same. The United Nations are not really united. They are competing. Before, there was the Society of Nations. There was no society. It was a jungle. The sharing of Yalta, there was no sharing. There was the sharing of Germany. And Stalin had taken the commitment to restore democracy in the freed countries. There are many things like that. So in this of relationships, there are many expressions, but where is the truth? Is it useful to restore the truth? But after other expressions that are more trendy, is a line or that we are in opinion democracies. The opinions can vary. There are social networks. If we say that France is the country where the inequalities are the most important because the increase of wealth. Some will say that's true, but some will say that thanks to social distribution, it's the country where the inequalities are the lowest. Some will say that France is the only country where you can work less and earning more. And you can wonder which part of the society would be indicated by some expressions on Middle East. For example, an ambassador said, the ambassador of Israel in France said that we will never find a solution. You have to impose us the two-state solution. Because he could see that the indignation mechanisms are not the same. So where is the truth? Napoleon said, history is a lie. We agreed upon. And we can go back very far in history. Caesar had to conquer the Gaul and he killed 1 million people, but he created the mix between the inhabitants of Gaul and the Romans. Was it a war, a chosen war? We can go very far away in the history. And by the way, even the opinions on history evolve with the time. Do it now in the teaching of history. I'm sorry, but the term of truth is not very applicable to these fields. But do we have to lie? No, I'm opposed to lies. I've never practiced it. But the small examples I've given to you show that we can't say everything you want at any moment. Is any truth good to be said? In theory, yes. At any moment, no. With one, no. So there is a process. When the General de Gaulle said in 1958, "I've understood you," the French from Algeria understood that he had understood that Algeria had to remain French. But this is not what he said. He said that it had to be a process in different steps. there is the element of pedagogy, the elements of the steps of understanding that is also valid for ecology and so on. So there is no absolute truth, no need to lie. And after that, depending on the aim, on the targets, and on the power of revenge of different groups, how do you do to navigate? So the question of truth is not absolute, because each people has its own truth that can change. And then you have the tactic that, as you can see in the newspapers, for example, between Russia and Ukraine. For example, Biden said that Ukraine would never get Crimea back. Should it have said that or not? So in this quite binary day, I wanted to add some complexity, but no ambiguity, because I'm in favor of the research of truth, but we have to know how to use it without ever entering in lies.
Bien, bonjour.
Good afternoon.
Comme je suis un universitaire, je vais commencer par une citation.
As I am an academician, I'd like to start with a quote. Jean-François Revel said that ideology is what thinks for you. What did he mean? I think he meant two things. The first is that when you have too much ideology, you are in an automatic mode. You stop thinking by yourself. And you become lazy on the intellectual point of view. And the second thing that might be a bit more subtle is that when you are too radical in your ideology, your lack of humility.
Alors pourquoi est-ce qu'on manque de modestie? Tout simplement parce qu'on croit détenir
we believe that we hold the truth.
La vérité.
And as we believe that we hold the truth, well, we don't need to face the reality. We think that the good intentions are enough. And as we think that they are enough, then you only have to follow your intentions to have the right result. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that, because the world is complex. The best example in the story of the 20th century is communism. The intentions were good at the beginning, and raising of inequalities, but the result is dictatorships, millions of them. So that there is a match between the intentions. So why is there such well, because the world is complex, the reality is complex. So by definition, no ideology comprehend this whole complex. The reality is too complex. All our ideologies are wrong. So we have to be humble enough, and I think that this is the key word here. Have to be humble enough to accept that beliefs are wrong. So this way, we can question them, and this way change a bit our perspective. And maybe we can go towards some form of truth. So why do I talk about that? Well, because I think that there is an institution that is essential in our society. It's a university. It is supposed to have a mission, which is truth. I think university is in danger. The first threat comes from the outside, because there is a whole world, economic, political, that wants to silence the university, as soon as it doesn't say what it would be expected to say. This is what we have seen with Donald Trump. We've seen that the academic world didn't suit him, so he decided to silence it. But there are also difficulties from the inside. It takes other forms. But what we see in the academic world is more and more lack of tolerance in front of ideas that are not considered as conventional. We judge, we cancel. So when we reach such a level of aggressivity, then it means that we are in a form of radicality. And based on what I've said before, I think it's a bit dangerous. So one example I could give you in my university, I'm an economist, I'm a researcher in social sciences. One of the key elements of our reflection are inequalities. Inequalities can take several forms. It can be based on revenues, of your social situation, the inequality of opportunities. In this field, we have the measure of inequalities, the understanding of the causes and consequences. Do we have to fight inequalities? It's not that obvious. And if we decide to do it, how? So it adds many difficulties. So we should have humble in front of that. And social sciences should be humble as a whole, because we are not in hard sciences. And everything we know in social sciences can be questioned more easily. So it should raise some form of humility. And however, we see the reverse situation. So let's start from the beginning, the measure. The measurements. Have qualities increased, lowered, decreased? We always hear that they have increased, but what is surprising is that no one says that there are different indicators of inequality. What kind of indicators are we talking about? Are we talking about the Gini? Not all the indicators tell the same thing. They don't all go in the same direction. Do we think before or after the taxes? For example, when we check the revenue inequalities, before the taxes, there is an increase of inequalities, but after the transfer, it's not the case. On the contrary, based on the different indicators, the inequalities have never been as low as today. This is something we don't often hear, but it's a reality. So here we see all the complexity, because if we don't agree on the initial measurement, then how could we agree on what we have to do to fight inequalities, because we are not even sure of that they evolve the way we think? This leads me to everything the debate we have on the Zuckman tax. I've seen a survey where 80% of people are in favor of the Zuckman tax, but I don't know if they are really aware of the complexity that is behind that, or if such a high level doesn't hide something more, something deeper. I'd just like to remind you that for me, humility is the key element of truth. Thank you.
Un, deux. Bonjour, ça va bien?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are we all doing today?
J'ai déjà fait Bercy, mais c'était pas le même genre de public.
So I've already done a similar event to this, but it wasn't
ça va bien tout le monde?
Public. Everyone doing well?
Ah, bah moi aussi, je vous aime fort.
Okay, great. I'm doing great too. Thank you very much.
So, juste pour commencer, donc, je vais pas faire très long.
begin my presentation. I'm not going to be
parler de cette thématique autour de la vérité. Histoire de jouer le jeu, je me suis dit d'entrée, je vais essayer de sortir
what am I going to do then? What am I going to speak about? I'm going to come up with 3 incredible truths
ça va me mettre à nu et comme ça va aller tout droit.
Concern all of us, so they're all on an even playing field.
Première vérité, je savais absolument pas c'était quoi le BPI il y a encore 3 jours.
I didn't even know anything about the BPI 3 days ago. To be perfectly honest, I didn't know anything about them. I didn't know who they were, what they did. So I
deuxième vérité incroyable, sans tricher, vraiment sans tricher, que je pourrais dire.
Truth, without cheating.
J'ai déjà voté Macron, c'est dur.
That I have already voted for Macron.
Ça a dû m'arriver.
I know.
Et troisième vérité importante.
Third important truth.
Je suis le meilleur rappeur français. Voilà, c'est important.
Is that I'm the best French rapper in existence. Yeah, I know. Thank you very
maintenant,
much.
ça me permet de me mettre à poil, comme ça on peut parler de ça plus directement.
So I just say all of that, so
la vérité,
really speak more direct.
Aussi loin que je me souvienne, en tout cas là j'étais en train de penser à ce que je pourrais vous raconter parce que
I was thinking about what I was going to be able to say to you during this speech.
La vérité, aussi loin que je m'en souvienne, ça m'avait marqué quand j'étais plus jeune. Je suis congolais par mon papa, mais sénégalais par ma maman. Et dans la culture de mes aînés et tout, quand j'étais petit, on m'avait appris qu'on ne disait jamais à un adulte qui mentait. C'est-à-dire que même un adulte, quand il dit...
Someone said to me that you should never say to an adult that they are lying. It will be very badly seen to accuse an adult of lying.
Et donc du coup, j'étais un peu tordu par rapport à ça. Je me disais
I was a little bit twisted by all of that.
Où les adultes, en fait,
so that means that in the world, adults can lie and no one can accost them about it. And I always found that quite difficult to get my head around.
En grandissant, quand j'ai eu moi-même un fils, il a fallu faire face à ça. Comment j'explique la notion de vérité à mon fils? J'ai un peu galéré.
I found that quite a struggle.
Une première piste de réponse, ça serait
one way of answering this question is that I am an artist, I'm a rapper, and so I respect artistic creation,
ce qui m'intéresse dans la création artistique et dans sa vérité, c'est
like about artistic creation is that everyone gives their own bit, their own contribution to the general picture. So it could be a photo, could be a song.
En fait, j'ai besoin que la sensibilité se ressente dans la vérité. La
sensitivity which comes through in truth. So I know that can be difficult for everyone to understand. It could be more interesting for scientists, journalists, or politicians. But it's not what feeds us the most. I need the real version of the truth. If ever you're feeling something excessively, then it's the excessive version which I'm most interested in. If you feel something which is temperate or cold, then that's what I'm interested in. That's what I really like about being an artist. So I told all of that to my own son.
Donc, quand on parle et on transmet quelque chose à son fils,
and when we speak and we transmit
on le fait avec les mots, comme je suis en train de le faire avec vous.
On peut le faire aussi avec le texte. But we can also do it with text.
Donner quelques vérités.
So we had to give some truths about what happened to us. And so therefore, I came up with a text. It was a trip.
Va râler en découvrant ce texte.
Your mother is going to complain when she understands, when she finds this text. So this is the kind of thing that I have had to do ever since. I'm a philosopher, but I don't want to go to a nightclub. So when children are born, the roles are switched. Everyone has their own addictions. You need to choose one to make sure that it's your slave and not your master. How can you deal with all of this life and everything that surrounds it? How, like all of the other parents do, am I going to be able to give you a good level of morality and consciousness? I'm not going to lie about money when we're the same. It's not by working harder become rich. If not, everyone in Africa would be a millionaire. Money doesn't make you happy.
Forbes est toujours la meilleure. Laisse pas la peur te mener à rien. Les gens trop lâches face à leur rêve, te dissuaderont de réaliser les tiens. Il n'y a pas d'excuse à être un glandeur. Si tu ne peux pas faire de grandes choses, fais de petites choses avec grandeur. Quand tout ce que tu as construit s'écroule, je sais, c'est l'enfer. Mais si tu l'as déjà fait une fois, alors tu peux le refaire. Tant mieux si les meilleurs te traitent de marginal. C'est bien d'être le meilleur, mais c'est meilleur d'être le plus original. Tous les hommes naissent égaux, au moins à l'intérieur. Les blancs aussi naissent égaux supérieurs. comme nous tous, plus jeune, tu auras grave du temps à perdre. Tu vas vouloir changer le monde, mais tu vas faire de la merde. Le problème à l'envers, voilà où ça nous mène. On veut toujours changer le monde alors qu'on devrait d'abord changer nous-mêmes. Juger est une erreur. Tu n'es pas meilleur que les autres, c'est juste que tes péchés sont différents des leurs. Les religions, pourquoi pas, mais la foi, c'est mieux. Et la plupart des religieux vont t'éloigner de Dieu. Même les plus belles choses s'arrêtent, il faut que tu l'acceptes. Même les plus belles choses peuvent finir par te prendre la tête. Il faut savoir passer à autre chose, c'est normal. Peut-être que toutes les choses se finissent ou se finissent mal. Quand tu coucheras avec une fille, sois tendre toujours. Amoureux ou pas, ça s'appelle quand même faire l'amour. Et surtout, va pas te comparer aux films de boules. C'est comme les Avengers, c'est faux, même si ça paraît cool. Si vous sortez, c'est toi qui invites. Les bails de chacun paie sa part, ça fait radin, et puis ça tue le charisme. Si on embrouille, qu'elle te répond qu'il n'y a pas de problème, ça veut dire qu'il y a un putain de problème. Prends soin de ta maman, c'est sûr qu'elle t'aime plus que moi. Elle connaît par cœur ta pointure, je connais même pas ton âge. C'est en toi que je crois. Je sais que tu es le plus grand d'entre nous, c'est pour ça que je t'ai appelé mon roi. Sache que le pire ennemi de l'amour, c'est la peur. Toi, tu es courageux justement parce que parfois tu pleures. C'est ceux qui n'ouvrent pas leur cœur qui sont les plus peureux. N'essaie pas d'être parfait, essaie d'être heureux. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir écouté. T'es pas obligé d'être une fille banale, t'es pas obligé d'être Michelle Obama, t'es pas obligé de vouloir être mère, t'es pas obligé de vouloir être reine. N'écoute pas les hommes, n'écoute pas les ordres, n'écoute pas les codes.
Bonjour à toutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and
bonjour à
gentlemen.
tous. Alors, évoquer la vérité
Mentioning the truth
en 7 minutes,
in 7 minutes,
ça révèle chez celui qui accepte de le faire
is a big challenge.
Une inquiétante
But
mégalomanie.
Ça
révèle chez ceux qui viennent l'écouter
some kind of megalomaniac
un inquiétant optimisme.
kind of optimism,
La vérité,
which could be worrying as well.
Elle est multiple.
Is made up of
Et la vérité judiciaire, c'est par là que je vais commencer, elle est d'autant plus différente qu'elle comporte de parties différentes. Il y a autant de vérité qu'il y a de parties civiles, autant de vérité qu'il y a d'accusés. Il y a la vérité du procureur, il y a la vérité de la cour d'assises. Et pour vous donner un exemple, parce que parfois les petits dessins illustrent mieux les choses que les longues explications, lorsque j'étais avocat, j'ai connu à Saint-Denis de la Réunion une affaire dans laquelle d'abord un homme a été acquitté. Puis, sur appel du ministère public, il a été condamné à 30 ans de réclusion criminelle. Puis, grâce à un pourvoi qui a abouti, il a été condamné à 12 ans de réclusion criminelle. C'est quoi la vérité ? C'est innocent, c'est il est coupable et ça vaut 30 ans, ou c'est il est coupable et ça ne vaut que 12 ans. Eh bien, je vais vous le dire. D'un point de vue sociétal, il faut retenir la dernière décision. L'autorité de la chose jugée. Et pour quelle raison ? Parce que c'est l'état de droit. C'est quoi l'état de droit ? Que l'on confond en permanence avec le droit. On peut changer le droit. On peut dire demain que le vol simple qui est puni de 3 ans d'emprisonnement doit être puni de 5 ans d'emprisonnement. Ça, c'est du droit. Et le législateur peut modifier le droit. Mais l'état de droit, c'est un ensemble de règles qui protègent de l'arbitraire. C'est un ensemble de règles venant pacifier les choses. C'est-à-dire que tout doit s'arrêter, se cicatriser à compter du moment où une décision a autorité de la
decision is made by an authority
Donc on pourra toujours penser qu'il est innocent. On pourra toujours penser que ça va aller 30 ans. Mais on devra penser qu'il est coupable et que ça vaut 12 ans. Parce que la justice finalement l'a dit. Et vous constatez aujourd'hui que tout le monde, en tous les cas beaucoup, en tous les cas beaucoup trop d'intervenants et d'intervenants politiques.
In any case, there are too many political people around. We want all of them to respect the state of law. I know that it is a very difficult system to oversee.
2 fois par jour, la vérité. Ensuite, il y a la vérité des politiques. Et les politiques, évidemment, ils ne peuvent pas dire toute la vérité.
Yes, some politicians cannot always tell the truth. They could say, for instance,
que l'État ne peut pas tout.
That the government
Lionel Jospin l'a fait, ça lui a coûté un deuxième tour. Lors de l'élection présidentielle de 2002, il avait pourtant tellement raison. Sur l'état de droit, sur la vérité, il y a maintenant ces fake news auxquelles nous sommes tous confrontés. Les réseaux sociaux, j'en parle pas. 7 minutes, vous avez bien compris, ça n'est pas suffisant pour évoquer le prémisse de ce que l'on peut dire sur ces réseaux sociaux, devenu en réalité poubelle à ciel ouvert, alors que ça devrait être un vecteur extraordinaire de démocratie participative. Puis ensuite, il y a la presse. Je pense en particulier à CNews, qui est pour moi une chaîne de désinformation continue.
Channel which only gives out misinformation.
Pas un jour,
not once,
pas une minute,
not one day, not
sans une critique acerbe du pouvoir, sans contradiction. J'ai jamais accepté d'y aller. Parce que si vous y allez, vous tapez non seulement le présentateur, mais ceux qui sont à ses côtés et qui sont payés pour penser exactement la même chose que lui. Je vais vous donner un exemple de désinformation. On a présenté un texte devant le Conseil constitutionnel qui a été censuré, le texte porté par M. Retailleau et par M. Marlex. Ce texte est une malfaçon législative, entendez-le. Et je vais vous expliquer pourquoi. Car ce texte permet en réalité à un voleur susceptible d'être condamné à un maximum de 3 ans d'emprisonnement, d'être ultérieurement traité comme un terroriste et de pouvoir rester en CRA 210 jours. Et l'on pourrait assister à cette chose folle qui voudrait qu'un homme soit condamné par la justice pour vol à 2 mois d'emprisonnement et qu'il soit ensuite retenu 7 mois en CRA sur décision administrative, possiblement arbitraire, sans contradictoire. Il était donc évident, mes chers amis, que le Conseil constitutionnel censurerait. Et qu'est-ce que ça a donné sur ces chaînes de désinformation continue? Eh bien, des politiques courageux avaient mis en place une réforme formidable, extraordinaire, qui allait tout régler. On allait enfin se débarrasser des gens dangereux, même d'un voleur de voiture. En tous les cas, possiblement d'un voleur de voiture. Et le Conseil constitutionnel est venu saccager ce merveilleux travail. Le Conseil constitutionnel, il a fait son travail, il a fait ce pourquoi il existe du droit. Et voilà comment on dénature les choses. Et voilà comment ensuite, à force de blabla, de commentaires, parce qu'il y a les pros du blabla, c'est vrai, on arrive à contester le Conseil constitutionnel comme on conteste la Cour européenne de sauvegarde des droits de l'homme, à qui l'on fait appel d'ailleurs, que l'on s'appelle Nicolas Sarkozy ou Marine Le Pen, mais que l'on a critiqué. On a besoin de l'état de droit, mes chers amis, parce que l'état de droit nous protège, parce que l'état de droit vous protège. Voilà ce qu'en quelques mots trop longs, je voulais vous dire cet après-midi.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Est-ce qu'on peut imaginer un monde sans cancer? Est-ce qu'on sera capable un jour d'éliminer les cancers? C'est une question qu'on se pose tous un jour ou l'autre, parce que le cancer, c'est une réalité qui nous touche tous de près ou de loin, un ami, un collègue, un membre de la famille. Et pourtant, malgré les progrès, la réponse, on la connaît tous aussi, c'est pas encore. Alors, comment innover pour y arriver? Ce dont j'aimerais vous parler, c'est l'idée d'une vérité cachée, l'idée que la vérité des innovations thérapeutiques se cache dans les cellules de notre corps. La vérité que notre corps contient la clé des médicaments de demain comme moteur de l'innovation. Alors, où se cachent ces vérités? Il faut commencer par comprendre ce qui fonctionne. On a tous entendu parler des premiers succès de l'immunothérapie, et ce n'est pas un hasard. Notre système immunitaire est une arme puissante Elle nous protège chaque jour contre les virus, les bactéries. Et parfois, elle est efficace contre les cancers. Alors, comment ça fonctionne l'immunothérapie? C'est très simple. Imaginez une armée. On a des messagers qui identifient les dangers et qui transmettent l'alerte. Et puis, il y a les fantassins qui sont les soldats qui vont attaquer. Aujourd'hui, la plupart des immunothérapies consistent à booster les fantassins. On leur donne de nouvelles armes, on les rend plus forts. C'est par exemple la thérapie cellulaire ou bien les thérapies par anticorps dans l'immunothérapie. Mais si les messagers au départ ne font pas leur travail, les soldats ne sont pas prêts. Imaginez une ville attaquée, votre corps. Les ennemis sont là, les cellules cancéreuses, mais ils ont coupé les communications. Les sentinelles ne voient rien, les soldats ne sont pas mobilisés. C'est ce qui se passe en fait chez la plupart des patients atteints de cancer, même traités à l'immunothérapie. Leur système immunitaire ne voit pas encore le cancer et donc les thérapies ne sont pas encore assez efficaces. Alors comment faire? Comment innover? L'idée est en fait assez simple et il suffit d'activer les bons messagers pour réveiller littéralement le système immunitaire. La bonne nouvelle, c'est que depuis une dizaine d'années, la recherche dans ce domaine a explosé. On connaît ces messagers, ces signaux. On sait lesquels fonctionnent, en tout cas au laboratoire, et donc ça, c'est une vérité. Et pour faire les messagers, de ces messagers les médicaments de demain, je crois qu'il y a deux freins qui nous ralentissent aujourd'hui. Le premier frein, je ne vais pas vous surprendre, c'est l'investissement. Développer un médicament en particulier coûte cher, très cher. Il faut produire, analyser, tester l'innocuité, vérifier l'efficacité, et tout ça avant même de pouvoir tenter quoi que ce soit chez les patients, chez l'homme. Donc si on veut les révolutions thérapeutiques de demain, il faut accepter d'investir massivement, sur la durée, même si le retour est très lent au départ. Le deuxième frein, à mon sens, est culturel. On est dans un monde d'innovation, mais en France, de mon expérience, il y a encore trop de cloisonnement entre les chercheurs, les ingénieurs, les investisseurs, une sorte de rupture de confiance. Je vais vous donner un exemple. Les investisseurs veulent à juste titre dérisquer. Ils aimeraient pouvoir s'appuyer sur des benchmarks clairs, avoir accès à des produits clés en main. Et ce serait tellement confortable. On prend une idée, on la teste dans une série de modèles standards et puis on voit si ça fonctionne. En quelque sorte, dans ce monde de l'innovation, les scientifiques sont souvent amenés à se justifier, à prouver leur qualité scientifique. Et en face d'eux, les investisseurs ont parfois le réflexe de chercher la faille, le petit détail, l'étape qui manque, qui va leur permettre de dire « voilà pourquoi, monsieur, on ne vous a pas financé votre projet ». Mais les idées de rupture, celles qui changent vraiment la donne, vous le savez, elles ne naissent pas d'un simple travail d'ingénierie. Elles sont audacieuses, elles bousculent les certitudes et elles remettent en cause les paradigmes établis. Prenez l'exemple des immunothérapies actuelles. On va remonter dans les années 90. Personne ne croyait à l'idée qu'il existait ces freins naturels sur nos cellules, sur notre système immunitaire. Ça semblait une idée vraiment saugrenue. On était à des années d'un produit thérapeutique qui pourtant est la réalité aujourd'hui. Et pourtant, c'était vrai, c'était une vérité, elle était cachée, c'était une intuition scientifique, mais elle est devenue révolution thérapeutique. Alors, comment on fait? On ne peut pas financer tout le monde, évidemment, on ne peut pas tout tester. Mon ressenti, c'est que dans le domaine de l'innovation et de l'entrepreneuriat thérapeutique, la réussite scientifique est un des, si ce n'est le meilleur prédicteur de l'innovation future. Les meilleurs chercheurs sont ceux qui ont traversé des épreuves, qui ont défendu leurs idées, qui ont produit des résultats reconnus. Il faut parier sur les bons chevaux. Ce sont eux qui portent le plus de potentiel de rupture. Alors, si vous cherchez à identifier les prochaines grandes innovations, ne cherchez pas à évaluer la science vous-même. Ce n'est pas votre métier. Appuyez-vous plutôt sur les systèmes de reconnaissance internationale qui existent déjà. Vous identifierez ceux qui ont déjà prouvé leur capacité à faire progresser la science, ceux qui savent partir d'une idée, qui savent la concrétiser, qui savent gérer les risques. Même s'ils ne sont pas encore les meilleurs entrepreneurs, Ils sont souvent les porteurs des idées les plus innovantes et ils sauront avancer. Entendons-nous bien. On joue ici la vie des patients. Investisseurs qui êtes ici aujourd'hui, j'en doute pas, vous avez le pouvoir d'agir. Et nous, chercheurs, entrepreneurs, innovateurs, nous avons les idées qui peuvent devenir les vérités thérapeutiques de demain. Des idées qui ne peuvent pas attendre. Parce que pendant qu'on hésite, des vies sont en jeu. Les médecins répondent à cette urgence. Les scientifiques, eux, créent les réponses. Nous pouvons apporter des solutions qui permettront de sauver des vies. Alors, avançons ensemble. Investisseurs, faites confiance aux meilleurs scientifiques et investissez dans leurs entreprises innovantes. Merci pour votre attention.
Est-ce que vous croyez à Père Noël? Oui. Je suis content que vous preniez bien au sérieux ces questions parce que je voudrais aussi vous demander, est-ce que vous croyez à Homère? Homère, l'auteur mythique, mystérieux de l'Iliade et de l'Odyssée. Est-ce que quand vous lisez les aventures d'Achille, d'Hector, le périple d'Ulysse, est-ce que ça changerait quelque chose au plaisir que ce mythe nous apporte de savoir si Homère a vraiment existé, comme Père Noël, ou pas? C'est-à-dire si Homère a été vraiment le poète aveugle qui habitait l'île de Chios il y a 3000 ans, ou si c'était plutôt un collectif de poètes, voyageurs, qui chantaient ces vers des îles en île, ou plutôt si aucun Homère n'a jamais existé. Je suis écrivaine, dont les histoires sont mon métier. Je suis aussi helléniste des formations, c'est-à-dire j'ai beaucoup étudié la Grèce antique, que j'aime beaucoup. Et je vous avoue que ça ne m'intéresse vraiment pas de connaître la vérité historique à la base de l'Iliade et l'Odyssée. En plus, je dis toujours que parfois, quand il s'agit d'histoire, de littérature, de mythologie, la vérité est tellement décevante par rapport à la puissance du récit que je veux vraiment, vraiment pas savoir si Homère a vraiment existé ou pas. Comme il y a 30 ans, j'aurais bien aimé ne pas savoir la vérité sur Père Noël. Mais est-ce que vous connaissez le premier vers de l'Iliade, que c'est aussi, comment dire, la première page de l'histoire de la littérature occidentale? Neiden, Théa, Haide. Chante-moi, déesse, lyre d'Achille, le fils de Pélée. L'histoire de la littérature ne commence pas par une date, par un témoignage, par une vérité historique. La littérature commence par une invocation, chante. Bien sûr, les muses peuvent mentir. Homère le dit très clairement. Les muses savent créer des mensonges magnifiques. Et de temps en temps, s'ils le veulent, peuvent aussi dire la vérité. C'est ainsi que, dès ses origines, la philosophie grecque place cette tension entre ce qui est vrai et ce qui ne l'est pas, le fictif, au cœur même de sa réflexion. Homère n'est pas un chroniqueur, il est un bâtisseur d'univers. C'est pour ça que le récit est si puissant, parce qu'il leur donne le réel, il lui donne une forme et peut-être aussi une dimension éternelle. Bien sûr, cette puissance, ça fait peur. Le pouvoir du récit, c'est qu'aujourd'hui on appelle, par un grec ancien, le storytelling. Ben oui, ça peut être une menace. Platon, dans la République, il se méfie des poètes. Il chasse les poètes de la cité idéale parce que leurs histoires peuvent bouleverser peuvent tromper les citoyens. Mais avec cette critique du récit, du mythe, Platon reconnaît aussi sa puissance. Les histoires, bref, ne sont pas vraies, mais les effets qu'ils produisent sur nous sont très vrais, même trop vrais. Les Grecs anciens avaient aussi un mot plus précis, peut-être plus vrai, pour dire la vérité. Aletheia, qui signifie littéralement le non-oubli, dont la vérité est vraiment ce geste-là enlever les voiles qui recouvrent le réel pour voir ce qui se cache au-dessus. La vérité comme révélation, comme dévoilement. Et cette aletheia, cette vérité qui est le résultat d'une quête acharnée pour vraiment sortir des ténèbres, ce qui nous emporte, ce qui nous mène vers un ailleurs, est opposé à la doxa en grec ancien, c'est-à-dire l'opinion commune, le préjugé, les clichés, ce qu'aujourd'hui on appellerait, toujours pas en grec ancien, fake news. 2-3 000 ans après, un autre philosophe moderne, Heidegger, fait de ce dualisme entre la doxa, l'opinion commune, et l'aletheia le centre de sa quête, de sa démarche philosophique. En fait, la vérité ne réside pas dans la véricidité factuelle, la date, quand, comment, mais plutôt dans ce geste de dévoiler, de sortir des ténèbres, ce qui serait sinon condamné à l'oubli. Et pour revenir à Homère, c'est ça la raison pour laquelle aujourd'hui comme hier, nous aimons autant la poésie. La poésie est la seule possibilité que l'être humain a de vraiment arracher à l'oubli tout ce qui sinon serait pour à jamais une espérance, une douleur, une émotion, un désir. Et c'est pour cela aussi la raison pour laquelle, face à la Méditerranée, nous lisons Homère, nous lisons l'Iliade et l'Odyssée, pas pour savoir ce qui s'est passé à Troie, si Ulysse a vraiment rencontré les sirènes ou Polyphème, ou s'il a vraiment revu Pénélope après 20 ans de voyage. Pas du tout. Nous lisons l'Iliade et l'Odyssée encore aujourd'hui pour savoir ce qui nous arrive à nous aujourd'hui, en 2025. Parce que la vérité du récit n'est pas quelque chose qui s'archive, quelque chose qui reste et qui demeure. Merci. Je suis perdue.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis ravi d'être là. Alors je me présente, je m'appelle Pierre Donnersberg et je suis courtier d'assurance. Courtier d'assurance, vous imaginez ce métier. Alors c'est quoi un courtier d'assurance? C'est quelqu'un qui essaye de régler les problèmes d'assurance d'un client, en général une entreprise, parce que pour un particulier, il n'y a pas de vraie valeur ajoutée, mais un client plutôt important. Et ce client, il demande au courtier de gérer sa problématique assurance, qui devient de plus en plus compliquée avec le temps. Et je suis à la tête d'un cabinet de courtage que j'ai créé il y a 36 ans et qui est plutôt important puisqu'il est le premier courtier français et le 3e ou 4e courtier européen. Il est le courtier d'entreprises comme Vinci, L'Oréal, Bolloré, Alstom, Areva, Auchan, Engie, Carrefour. On est plutôt sur le CAC 40. Alors pour tout vous dire, je devais venir l'année dernière pour vous parler de l'optimisme. L'optimisme, pour moi, c'est une valeur exceptionnelle que j'ai en moi depuis toute ma vie. L'optimisme, je dis toujours, il vaut mieux regarder le verre à moitié plein plutôt qu'à moitié vide. D'ailleurs, j'ai écrit un livre sur le sourire, vous imaginez. Mais je n'ai pas pu venir parce que j'avais un problème de timing Et j'ai découvert aujourd'hui que je devais vous parler de la vérité. La vérité. C'est tellement important, la vérité. C'est tellement ce qui construit tout. C'est tellement ce qui fait tout dans la relation. Et pour revenir un tout petit peu en arrière sur ce qui se passe ici aujourd'hui, entre la réflexion sur la vérité, sur l'optimisme, sur plein de thèmes comme ça, ça nous interpelle sur la façon de se comporter, sur le comportement humain et sur la façon d'appréhender les autres. Et c'est cette aventure humaine qui est importante et la vérité, elle est fondamentale dans cette aventure humaine. Alors, aujourd'hui, je voudrais vous parler de la vérité sur 3 sujets. La vérité vis-à-vis de soi-même, la vérité vis-à-vis des autres et la vérité dans le futur. Alors la vérité vis-à-vis de soi-même, ma mère me disait « ne te mens pas à toi-même ». Essaye, quand j'étais petit, essaye d'être honnête avec toi. C'est tellement important pour construire sa vie. C'est tellement fondamental de ne pas se leurrer, de ne pas se baiser d'illusions qui ne sont pas la réalité et d'essayer d'appréhender ses propres problèmes avec la vérité. Et ça permet évidemment d'avancer et de construire sa propre réussite et sa propre vie. Alors, moi j'ai eu une histoire un peu compliquée dans ma vie parce que je suis né en Algérie, dans l'Algérie française, et je suis parti en 62 avec le cercueil de mon père et une valise. Ça a été, j'ai d'ailleurs écrit un livre à ce sujet pour raconter mon histoire avec le maximum de vérité par rapport à ce que j'ai vécu. Et puis, j'ai raté toutes mes études. J'ai fait 3 troisièmes, vous imaginez. À un moment, je pensais que j'étais être professeur de 3e. Et puis, je n'ai pas eu mon bac et je suis rentré dans une compagnie d'assurance comme employé de bureau au plus bas niveau. Et puis, la vie est arrivée et elle a permis de développer l'entreprise que j'ai créée en 1988. Aujourd'hui, cette entreprise qui s'appelle Diosiassi emploie 8500 personnes dans le monde. Elle est présente dans 42 pays. Elle est l'émanation de la France parce qu'elle est complètement intégrée à notre pays. Elle est de souveraineté puisqu'on est courtier aussi du nucléaire français. Et elle rivalise avec les grands courtiers anglo-saxons qui sont nos concurrents. Donc, la vérité, elle est fondamentale pour réussir sur deux possibilités, 2 choses, qui sont à la fois les salariés et les clients. Moi, j'ai toujours l'idée de dire, il faut dire ce qu'on fait aux salariés et il faut faire ce qu'on dit. C'est fondamental pour pouvoir être crédible et pour pouvoir continuer le développement. Parce que nous, on ne vend rien, on ne vend que du conseil. Donc si les salariés ne sont pas au rendez-vous, il n'y a plus rien. Et puis, le dernier thème que je voulais aborder avec vous, c'est le thème de l'avenir. Quand on est vrai, quand on parle vrai, évidemment, dans nos métiers où on a besoin de fonds de private equity qui nous permet de développer l'entreprise, on le fait avec des fonds de private equity qui nous font confiance. Et cette confiance-là, elle est méritée uniquement en étant vraie. Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire sur les 3 choses qui sont importantes pour construire une entreprise et pour essayer de développer ce qu'on a envie de faire. Alors, je vois qu'il me reste 1 minute 15. Donc, juste pour terminer, je voudrais vous raconter, parce qu'on est les courtiers du cinéma français, et donc on est les courtiers du Festival de Cannes. Et il y a quelques années, j'étais au Festival de Cannes pour la remise de la Palme d'Or. Et la remise de la Palme d'Or a été remise à Haneke pour son film Amour. Et il a fait monter sur la scène Jean-Louis Trintignant, qui était déjà très âgé. Et Jean-Louis Trintignant, on lui a passé le micro, on lui a demandé de dire quelques mots. Et il a simplement dit, de sa voix si extraordinaire qu'on connaît tous, il a simplement dit je vais vous réciter un poème de Prévert. Essayons d'être heureux, ne serait-ce que pour donner l'exemple. Merci.
Me voici dans le temple de l'innovation. Je suis très impressionnée. L'innovation a de multiples facettes, mais la plus belle, la plus pure, n'est-elle pas celle qui est à base d'une rupture technologique, d'une avancée majeure, bref, basée sur une invention issue de la recherche? Alors, je suis biaisée, évidemment, premier coup de canif dans la vérité, mais après tout, comme c'est moi qui raconte. Tout de même, l'an passé, de nombreux rapports se sont succédés, Draghi, l'État, Heitor, pour réaffirmer la place prépondérante de l'innovation dans l'avenir de l'Europe et son lien indéfectible avec la recherche scientifique. Mais peut-être certains d'entre vous se demandent encore aujourd'hui ce que fait un chercheur ou une chercheuse. Il cherche. Mais que cherche-t-il? Il cherche à comprendre, à décrypter la vie, la nature, le fonctionnement des choses, leur sens. C'est une espèce de quête de vérité ultime qu'on ne pourra évidemment jamais atteindre. Alors le chercheur établit des vérités scientifiques. C'est une vérité établie avec méthode, en faisant des démonstrations, des expérimentations, des analyses reproductibles. Le résultat est validé par les pairs. Et ce résultat est valable dans un contexte donné, sous des hypothèses données. Si, plus tard, des travaux plus poussés remettent en cause ça, ils font avancer les frontières de la connaissance, alors le résultat peut être invalidé. Les chercheurs se trompent-ils, me direz-vous? Non. Il ne faut pas oublier que la vérité scientifique est contextuelle. Que connaît-on aujourd'hui des trous noirs? Ce que les théories actuelles permettent de modéliser à partir de ce que les instruments que nous avons aujourd'hui permettent de mesurer. Parce que la vérité scientifique est établie à partir des faits. Si demain nous avons des instruments plus puissants qui permettent d'améliorer les mesures, les théories actuelles seront-elles affinées ou complètement bouleversées? Qui peut le savoir? C'est ce qui est magique dans ce métier. C'est ce qui rend ce métier si passionnant. La vérité scientifique, la science, n'est pas un objet figé au fond des bibliothèques ou des laboratoires, c'est un objet en constante mutation. Une partie de notre société a pris conscience de l'importance de la science et de la technologie pour les défis de ce siècle. Cependant, le débat est encore un peu bruité par de la méfiance, voire de la théorie du complot. Et il est du devoir des chercheurs de sortir d'un cénacle d'entre-soi pour aller au-devant du public et des décideurs et les éclairer. C'est d'ailleurs écrit dans le décret qui définit les missions des enseignants-chercheurs. Et si c'est dans Légifrance, c'est forcément vrai. Vous serez d'accord avec moi? Alors, par contre, parfois, l'exposition du débat scientifique sur la scène peut interroger le public et inquiéter. Ça peut ressembler à une bataille rangée entre chercheurs, à une cacophonie qui est difficile à interpréter pour le public, qui oublie que la voie qui mène à la découverte n'est pas tracée. Sur l'avenir de l'IA, vous pouvez entendre Yann Lequin défendre son modèle GEPA, Michael Jordan miser sur la collaboration entre agents, ou encore Bernard Scholkopf prôner la découverte de relations de causalité. Et si vous les réunissez sur une scène, je peux vous assurer que le débat peut être très musclé et surprenant. C'est ça la recherche. Il ne s'agit pas de défricher une voie, mais de la créer. Les pistes à suivre sont nombreuses, et c'est le génie ou l'intuition du chercheur qui fera la différence. D'ailleurs, montrer qu'une piste est fausse, c'est aussi une découverte. Si le résultat est établi avec soin, il fait progresser la connaissance globale en fermant une porte. Donc un résultat faux est une vérité. Encore un sujet amusant. Alors justement, j'ai pris l'exemple de l'IA. IA et vérité, entre fake news, hallucination, c'est un vaste sujet. Et aujourd'hui, comment savoir qu'un résultat produit par une IA est vrai? D'ailleurs, qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Il ne faut pas oublier que quand un système est entraîné, le concepteur choisit les données d'entraînement, que ce soit des données annotées dans le cas de l'apprentissage supervisé ou même dans le cas des grands modèles de langue, dans l'autosupervision. Quand le modèle est entraîné, on l'essaye ensuite sur de nouvelles données et on confronte les résultats aux données réelles qu'on appelle la vérité terrain. Comme la vérité scientifique, le modèle est validé dans un contexte, celui de ses données d'entraînement, et il ne faut pas l'oublier, il y reste lié. Or, aujourd'hui, avec la diffusion massive de l'IA, et en particulier de l'IA générative et de son interface tellement commode, le débat est brouillé. Il est si facile de croire les résultats que donnent ces modèles qui semblent si puissants et qui prononcent des réponses avec un aplomb trompeur. Or, pour les comprendre, il faut en connaître les limitations. Et il faut savoir qu'un algorithme d'IA établit une réponse dans le cadre des données d'entraînement, dans son contexte de sa propre vérité. Or, souvent, l'utilisateur final ignore ce contexte ou ne le connaît pas et interprète le résultat dans son propre contexte ou en toute généralité. C'est ce qui rend les choses un petit peu embêtantes et dangereuses. Alors aujourd'hui, l'IA
nowadays,
et l'IA
artificial intelligence is everywhere and it's
il ne s'agit pas seulement d'accélérer un peu les travaux comme avec
speeding up work, but also
AlphaFold a ouvert de nombreuses voies dans la recherche médicale en permettant de prédire la structure tridimensionnelle des protéines à base de leur séquence d'acides aminés. Ça a mené à un prix Nobel pour Demis Hassabis.
Is really novel. It's a result which is a great result. So on the other hand, how can we validate these results?
Utiliser les processus de validation par les pairs de reproductibilité.
The reproducibility. These are the questions that we have.
Comment savoir
Nowadays, we
attribuer la
start to
paternité
see
d'un résultat qui serait entièrement produit par une IA.
how it's.
Est-ce qu'il y a une notion de plagiat? On rejoint les préoccupations du monde des industries culturelles.
We look at.
Et l'humain dans tout ça, quelle est la place qu'il reste?
So what is the place?
Doit-on s'alarmer d'une perte de savoir? Souvent, quand on aborde ce sujet, on compare cela à l'usage de la calculatrice. Les jeunes générations d'aujourd'hui ne savent plus poser des questions comme leurs ancêtres. Est-ce que c'est grave? Je ne pense pas, tant qu'il y a des notions qui restent, par exemple la notion d'ordre de grandeur. Or, aujourd'hui, avec l'IA, on questionne le rapport à la vérité. Une de mes amies se promenait avec sa nièce.
One of my friends was walking with a 9-year-old and explained 2 or 3 things.
Sur Google. 9 ans. Depuis quand un enfant de 9 ans
How does a 9-year-old associate truth with what Google says? So we have to change these elements.
Inspirés de Socrate, à former les esprits à questionner.
Form these spirits
dans une posture scientifique, l'esprit ouvert. Merci.
D'accord, ok. Ah, je savais même pas. Ah. C'est moi qui ai parlé, hein. Je crois que...
J'ai décidé de vous lire. C'est pas le bon micro, merci. Ma réflexion sur la vérité, car j'ai...
My reflection on truth, that I don't want to...
cette mission que m'a confiée
So
Nicolas.
I'm really privileged to have this. I'd like to talk about my reality. So truth is a loaded word which is quite dry, a word which for us as a company has an analysis which is quite different. This is a cold reality which doesn't leave any place to any doubts. So I am Frédéric Lescure, I'm the president of Socomore, and I believe that the reality invites us.
Ma vérité
So my truth
est le fruit de quelque chose qu'on oublie trop souvent dans le
offering something we often forget in the code of conduct that we use nowadays, dreams.
Aujourd'hui, cette vérité froide
nowadays, this cold reality is everywhere. It's even by used by artificial intelligence, which can create.
L'IA peut simuler la vérité avec une perfection terrifiante. Elle peut vous donner une feuille de route parfaite pour votre entreprise. Il y a une chose qu'elle ne pourra jamais vous donner, qu'elle ne pourra jamais fabriquer. Votre rêve, mon rêve, notre rêve, le rêve de tout le monde. En effet, l'IA est un outil fantastique, une puissance inédite. Elle vous donne la vérité des données, la vérité de ce qui a été, de ce qui statistiquement est probable. Elle vous donne le quoi, elle vous donne le comment. Elle ne pourra jamais vous donner le sens de cette voie. Pourquoi vous vous battez tous les jours? L'IA
to analyze billions of bits of data to be able to give you the best scenario for your company.
Mais elle ne peut pas rêver.
but they can't dream.
Pas créer ce
These computers, they can't create this product
qui n'a aucun
which
sens
is
économique.
not known, which doesn't make any economic sense.
Né d'une intuition, d'une
That
passion. Vous savez, le Eureka,
you know,
je suis sûr que vous l'avez tous un jour eu.
I'm sure that you've seen it before, that the dreams are play.
C'est une chose profondément, viscéralement humaine.
Really
il ne se calcule pas, il se ressent.
It's not something that's just calculated.
Il est la vision qui nous pousse à regarder au-delà de la vérité apparente. C'est ce comment la vérité nous disait. C'est un marché de géants.
It's a market which works for giants.
Contrôlé
It's controlled
par des géants. Les contraintes sont trop
not by
fortes.
giants. The restraints are too strong.
Mais notre rêve,
but our dream,
celui d'inventer une chimie plus
the one
au
who
service
created
la transition d'un secteur que nous aimons,
a sector that we know all about. It's stronger than data, it's stronger than figures. That's this dream that attracted talent, which gave sense to our competition. This is the dream which has fertilized truth and has transformed a simple belief into a collective dream.
On en a même fait notre raison d'être. Ensemble, nous créons une chimie innovante pour préserver et protéger notre monde.
We can protect our world.
Ma vérité,
my
truth, que je construis chaque jour pour ce comment de demain, ne se résume pas en un plan d'affaires. Mon rêve se base sur 3 piliers qui transcendent la vérité,
which transcend reality and credibility,
et qui s'imposent à tous.
Which are imposed on everybody. Trust,
la transparence,
transparency,
et le partage.
And sharing.
La confiance permet à chacun d'entre nous d'oser rêver et de prendre
all of us, dreaming and taking risks. Transparency
de ne pas se poser des questions sur les vérités que l'on partage. Le partage permet d'éviter la jalousie et la suspicion.
Sharing allows us
de puissants destructeurs de vérité.
To become owners of our own dreams.
Partageons tous le concept,
we share everything. We share the concept.
De la valeur. Sharing creates value.
Sharing creates value. We even did the slogan for our last strategy, and I can be the witness. We can all
d'une vérité qui n'est pas toujours simple à gérer
a reality which is
et qui a permis un incroyable
incredible
malgré le 11 septembre 2001,
despite
la crise des subprimes en 2009, le Covid en 2020 qui aurait pu chacun d'entre eux aurait pu casser notre rêve.
2020, and loads of things can ruin our dreams.
Le chimiste de l'aéro,
the chemist of the period,
de l'exactitude et de la rigueur, et pourtant nous nous autorisons à rêver. C'est peut-être ça notre petit plus.
This is perhaps the little bonuses.
En fait, quand j'y réfléchis bien,
in fact, if I really think about it, we are perhaps more chemists.
On ne transforme pas du plomb en or, mais de la vérité en rêve.
And also turning dreams into reality, a real dream, giving sense to a future.
Choisir entre les deux.
We don't have to choose between the reality of a dream, the effect of justice and a vision. One can't resist without another. Reality anchors us. It stops us from losing dreams. It's the horizon. It encourages us to go beyond,
au service de notre vérité,
to the service of our reality,
à réaliser
to us all to achieve our own dreams. So there we go.
Les algorithmes peuvent
really, algorithms can calculate everything, embellish reality, and make the most beautiful thing come to life.
Nous construisons des entreprises plus fortes et plus humaines, plus inspirantes.
We can become more
le partage, la transparence et la confiance. À tout votre écosystème pour vous aider à réussir. Aujourd'hui, vous êtes des milliers ici à Big, des milliers de capitaines. Vous êtes en charge de votre vérité, de vos projets, de vos marchés. Mais je vous laisse avec cette question simple et essentielle. Quel rêve allez-vous semer pour faire grandir votre entreprise? Et quels moyens allez-vous mettre en œuvre pour réussir? Enchantez votre entreprise. Investissez plus dans le rêve que dans l'IA. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous. Alors, quand Nicolas Dufour m'a demandé de faire un talk sur la vérité, j'étais un peu embêté parce que si j'ai un peu quelque chose dans lequel je crois, c'est qu'il n'y a pas vraiment de vérité, quoi. Il n'y a pas vraiment la vérité absolue. Il y a un truc dans lequel je suis 100% sûr. Il y a des trucs, je suis 99,9999% sûr. Genre, je suis là devant vous, etc. Mais 100%, pas 100%. Et je voudrais commencer par une petite expérience avec vous, en fait. Qui pense ici, à main levée, que la Terre est ronde? Voilà. J'y crois, hein. Je suis pas... Il y a plein de mains qui ne sont pas levées, d'accord. Qui maintenant serait capable de venir ici et de le prouver formellement? Et moi non plus, j'ai pas la main levée parce que je sais pas le faire. Je sais pas le faire et en réalité, je fais confiance. J'ai vraiment confiance dans le fait que la Terre est ronde. J'ai vu des images, j'en ai vu plein de sources différentes, indépendantes, et un consensus scientifique autour. Mais l'idée que je veux faire passer ici, c'est que j'aimerais parler plus de confiance que de vérité. Parce que quand on réfléchit à ce qu'est la vérité, au final, c'est plus un millefeuille, des fondations qui s'empilent, et nous, on se repose sur des fondations existantes auxquelles on croit, auxquelles on a confiance. Un scientifique auquel on a confiance, un journal auquel on a confiance. Par exemple, ce matin, je regarde Dembélé Ballon d'Or, génial, sur Hugo Décrypte. Est-ce que c'est la réalité? Est-ce que c'est vrai? Peu probable quand même que ce soit différent. Hugo Décrypte a une réputation, il a plein de millions d'abonnés. Pourquoi il serait quelque chose de faux? Donc j'y crois, mais j'y étais pas. J'habite pas loin, mais j'y étais pas. L'histoire. Nous enseigne l'histoire à l'école. J'ai grande confiance dans l'histoire qu'on m'a enseignée. Mais voilà, si on m'avait enseigné la Seconde Guerre mondiale dans les années 1950, quel degré de confiance j'aurais dû avoir? Je ne sais pas. Encore une fois, est-ce que c'est une vérité? Quel degré de confiance j'ai sur la vérité? Et même dans les sciences les plus fondamentales, je pense aux mathématiques, ma petite amie travaille en maths fonda. Quand elle fait un papier, un théorème, elle s'inspire d'autres papiers qu'elle référence, mais elle ne va pas s'amuser à s'assurer que tous les papiers qu'elle référence, qui eux-mêmes référencent des papiers, elle ne va pas tout démontrer de bout en bout, etc. On fait confiance. Il y a des chercheurs qui ont un certain pédigré et on dit, bon, on va peut-être pas relire ces 250 pages, qui référencent 5 autres papiers qui font 200 pages, etc. Et donc, dans la quête de vérité, la question que on peut se poser, c'est comment est-ce qu'on facilite cette confiance? Et quand est-ce que cette confiance elle est en danger et quand est-ce qu'on peut l'augmenter? Et historiquement, en fait, l'humanité s'est basée autour d'institutions. Les classiques, hein, genre les religions, voilà, les États, les médias traditionnels, c'est des ancres de confiance. Quand nous, on pense que quelque chose est vrai, c'est une collection de ces signaux qu'on a de sources qui sont un peu plus ou moins dans lesquelles on a plus ou moins confiance. Seulement, on a un problème. C'est que le problème, Internet, mais ça permet quand même à tout un chacun de partager une information à 7 milliards de personnes très rapidement. Et deuxième problème, que c'est des problèmes, mais c'est l'IA qui permet de générer des milliards de contenus et donc de les propager grâce à Internet des milliards et des milliards. Donc des milliards fois des milliards, ça fait beaucoup. Et c'est difficile pour ces institutions de confiance de pouvoir donner une couleur, de devoir donner une nuance de vérité à toutes ces informations. Et d'ailleurs, on le voit, malheureusement, les chiffres de confiance dans les médias, dans les institutions, ont tendance à être en déclin, si ce n'est au plus bas pour certains. Et donc, comment on fait? Quand toutes ces technologies accélèrent le monde, il y en a une technologie qui ralentit tout. Cette technologie, ça s'appelle la blockchain. Et cette technologie, elle permet à toute l'humanité de partager un socle de vérité. Une vérité commune à partir de laquelle on peut construire des vérités. Un ordinateur, pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas la blockchain, on définit souvent comme une chaîne de blocs, c'est pas très clair, on parle de cas d'usage, on ne comprend pas trop comment ça peut être utile, mais pensez-le comme un ordinateur global qui appartient à toute l'humanité. En fait, c'est un ordinateur qui naît du consensus de tous les ordinateurs du monde. Des ordinateurs indépendants de tout pays, de toute nation, qui se mettent d'accord sur les valeurs de cet ordinateur. Et donc, pensez-le comme un ordinateur à partir duquel l'humanité peut se reposer pour s'assurer si quelque chose est vrai, a effectivement été calculé tel qu'il est annoncé. Je pense que cette technologie, elle est fondamentale dans un monde où tout s'accélère pour pouvoir instaurer de la confiance. Là où aujourd'hui, les institutions devraient se mettre à jour pour pouvoir faciliter eux-mêmes cette confiance par cette technologie. Et donc j'invite tous les entrepreneurs qui sont ici à réfléchir à leur propre usage de la blockchain. Pour ma part, je m'appelle Paul Frambeau, j'ai 24 ans et j'ai basé mon entreprise sur la technologie blockchain. La finance décentralisée, la finance qui repose sur aucun intermédiaire de confiance, qui repose sur cette fameuse blockchain. Et après près de 100 millions d'euros de levée, aujourd'hui il y a des dizaines de milliards qui circulent en prêt, en emprunt sur Info. Je ne vais pas dire de bêtises, mais quasiment plus que la BPI, je crois. Et bien, on permet à tout un chacun de se faire confiance. Les gens ne se connaissent pas sur la plateforme Info, et pourtant ils font confiance les uns les autres, d'où qu'ils viennent, qui ils soient. Purement mathématiquement. Donc voilà, je vous encourage à ces technologies et voir comment elles peuvent, à votre échelle, permettre de faciliter la vérité à l'échelle globale. Donc, pour terminer, je voudrais simplement dire que la vérité absolue, je ne sais pas si elle existe, je ne sais pas s'il en existe, peut-être qu'il en existe des très simples. Mais par contre, ce que je sais, c'est qu'on peut faciliter la confiance dans différentes institutions, dans différentes sources. Et ça, c'est utile pour faire avancer l'humanité. Donc voilà, je vous invite à faire de même. Merci beaucoup.
Bonjour, j'ai 7 minutes pour essayer de dégager une vérité de presque toute une vie. 7 minutes, c'est à peine plus qu'un réel d'Instagram.
So 7 minutes is longer than an Instagram
reel, ma mémoire a au moins autant de chiffres que celle d'Instagram. Alors je me suis souvenu d'une phrase d'Albert Camus qui disait la vérité est à construire comme l'amour, comme l'intelligence. Rien n'est donné, rien n'est promis.
Nothing is given, nothing is promised, but everything is possible to those who accepts to
J'ai toujours pensé que ce qui nous définissait le mieux, c'était nos actes et leurs résultats, pas les règles que l'on se fixait et que l'on transgressait, mais tous les chemins que l'on prenait et tous les détours que l'on faisait. J'ai avancé dans la vie, pas à pas, sans grand dessein, sans plan parfait. J'ai juste suivi mes envies, ce qui me donnait de la joie, ce qui me donnait un sentiment de liberté. Et aujourd'hui, je suis devant vous, après avoir osé, après avoir désobéi, après avoir créé, à la tête d'un groupe de 800 personnes qui fabriquent de la joaillerie pour les marques les plus haut de gamme, le sommet de la pyramide du luxe. Alors je suis là où finalement on ne m'attendait pas. Je suis né dans un petit village, en province, personne ne rêvait de joaillerie, personne ne savait ce que c'était. Le luxe n'avait pas sa place dans les conversations. Je ne voulais pas rentrer dans les cases, en tout cas pas celles dans lesquelles on voulait me mettre. Et personne ne misait vraiment sur moi. Mes parents disaient, elle fera ce qu'elle pourra. Je n'ai pas de nostalgie de cette enfance rude et finalement assez bousculée, mais je garde une nostalgie de la nature environnante, de sa beauté, de la connexion à cette nature et du sentiment de liberté. Et aussi le goût du potager de mon grand-oncle. J'avais une conviction, le monde avait plus à m'offrir.
So I realized that life had more to offer me. I dreamt about traveling, about doing other things, about changing my life, and so I decided to leave to build something different. Studies were passport. Innovation was my guide. I wasn't very good at school. I preferred drawing. But nonetheless, I managed to do what I wanted to. I had a drive which was very intense. It had raw energy.
Qui n'ont rien à perdre et tout à gagner.
It was the energy of someone who had nothing to lose and everything to gain. I chose finance just to begin with. It was very reliable and reassuring for my parents. It helped me of my studies.
Mais ça m'a ouvert une porte de la plus belle marque de joaillerie française.
Towards the best brand of jewelry in France. And I discovered a world which really fascinated me instantly. So craftspeople, workshops, products,
tout résonnait en moi. Alors
everything chimed with me. So I learned the lingo, I learned the vocabulary, I fed off the passion of the craftspeople, and I got further and further into this field. I learned to then be able to do business, and jewelry has become the way I express myself. When I came into this job, what really struck me the most was this human adventure, the mystery of the alchemy, which helped me produce marvel and beauty. Beauty is something which is very important for me. Some people call it superficial, and yet I think that beauty is incredibly important for all ages of humanity and all cultures. People said to me that a woman shouldn't be working in a workshop, that it was a technical and conservative world.
J'ai commencé par la finance.
I started in finance, and very quickly I was heading up production. I climbed up to development and then creation, and now I'm head of the group. I also supervise the design studio that produces the Heritage Brands products, which is a showcase into what we do and our values, the values of our group. When I look back with a lot of humility, I say to myself that I have created a group as a kind of testimonial. We imagined a business model which was singular, which was disruptive and hybrid, and helped us preserve the crafts, the soul of the craftspeople in this field. We do have industrial processes which help us be more competitive, be more agile and more robust. We recruit and trained 150 people in 2024, and it was people who were looking for new ways of life, looking to retrain, and they were very passionate. Most of the members of the head board at my group are women. They might be heads of manufacturing or the workshop of jewelry, which is headed up by my youngest daughter. We've on protecting the protecting nature, and I have recreated vegetable gardens in the manufacturing, and our market distributes our harvest to our employees. So this really shares to the group boldness, creation, cooperation, etc. If I were to sum up in a few words my truth, I would say that I am a dreamer.
J'ai emprunté à Oscar Wilde une phrase qui dit
I took a quote from Oscar Wilde who said that the truth needs to be sufficiently big and dreams need to be sufficiently big so that we don't lose sight of them along the way. Just like Albert Camus said, I'm convinced that we are able to do things if we dare to do business and to break the molds. We can build without having to reproduce, build a thing which is violent and that comes from nothing.
C'est un chemin qui nous ramène à notre nature la plus imparfaite,
just back to our imperfect nature.
Pleine de potentiel, la plus complexe.
So much
c'est un chemin pour construire
which
la
is very
vérité.
Complex, a truth that will help us, that will help build the truth.
Bonjour à tous et à tous.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Détecter la fraude à l'assurance,
detecting insurance fraud is our job. We do more than 30 countries. However, what is insurance fraud and how do we detect it? When my daughter Chloe asked, what do you do for a job? Because the school were wondering what the parent did. And I said, at my job, one has an accident a problem, knowing we need to know whether what they're saying is true or not. And she said, I don't understand. It's really easy to say what is true. We just describe it. When we have an accident, we have to say, okay, that's how it happened. But after analyzing millions of applications, I can say one thing which is very surprising, and that's that in most cases, people that we suspect of lying are actually of good faith most of the time. Sometimes they do say the truth. And that's where I understood the truth is not a raw concept. Someone who has insurance figures a detail that is very overwhelmed by emotion might say a little bit more about what happened than actually happened. In our job algorithms compare their stories with what other people say, and information such as photographs, reports, police reports, that is not to say whether or not what someone else said is true or not. It's much more about bringing the perception and reality together. Because an insurance claim is not a court case. It's all about finding communal truth between the insurance company and the person who is insured. And today, a new stakeholder is being invited into this relationship. AI, or generative AI, that is. So what we are seeing is that in reality, more and more people who have insurance come to their insurance company and they try to declare something, things that they actually generated on ChatGPT. So they've actually used ChatGPT to defend their application. This is something we're seeing more and more. And these people, when they come to the insurance company, are convinced that they are right. And why are they so convinced? Why are they so confident? And that's because the machine said so. A text which has been really well written, which sounds right, can give us the idea that it is indeed reality. And several times, ChatGPT even invents texts of law that don't exist. But they do resemble reality very, very much. So the danger is as follows. It's all about confusing what is plausible and what is true. AI doesn't know what it's saying. It doesn't know whether or not what it's saying is true. It doesn't know whether or not they're talking about fact or fiction, but they do say it in a very credible way. And yet, in this instance, there is a real opportunity, because if we are able to detect whether or not AI is telling the truth, then we can also use AI to simplify things, to simplify general conditions, to simplify declarations, and to anticipate disagreements or a lack of perception of reality. So what is the truth? It's not just what we think. It's not what a machine says. Truth is something which we build together by confronting the facts and the intentions, by confronting the reality. But if we abandon this quest, and if we let stories and machines and AI decide what is true, then tomorrow it won't be truth that matters. It will be the most plausible story that matters the most. The story which sounds the most right. When that happens, we will have stopped looking true. And that will be fraud, which is a lot more serious than any other fraud which we might have detected ourselves.
And together, we must build this methodology, this fabric society, so that we can fight against all of the texts, all of the situations, all of the intentions which seem like the truth, but are only just credible. Thank you very much for listening.
En effet, on vous prévient, mais on vous prévient jamais assez.
You are warned, but never warned enough.
Je vais vous raconter mon histoire.
Let me tell you my
Ça a
story.
commencé lorsque je décide, en début d'année, de rejoindre un programme ETI pour les entreprises, vous savez, en forte croissance. Et au mois de juin, je rencontre Nicolas, vous savez, le président.
So I met Nicolas at the beginning
Évidemment,
of the year,
après quelques minutes, je me faufile, je vais voir Nicolas,
few
je me
minutes,
présente.
I went up to Nicolas, introduced myself, and I said, I'm David Stutzman. And after a few minutes, he said, you, on the 23rd of September, I will need you. Because there is big happening that day. And I said, what is big? So I need you.
Est-ce que tu es disponible?
420 seconds, are you available? And he said, and I said, sorry, yes, absolutely, I'm up for it. Let's get, you can count on me, Nicolas, no problem. And here I am.
Pour un entrepreneur, c'est oser rencontrer des gens et surtout oser accepter se jeter dans le vide. J'ai d'ailleurs quelques centaines de sauts à mon actif. Bien. Alors maintenant que vous savez tous ce que je fais, je ne vais surtout pas vous parler de ce que je fais concrètement. Si ça vous amuse, vous intéresse, vous irez chercher ultérieurement. Parce que la raison pour laquelle je suis là, c'est vraiment pour échanger avec les plus jeunes. Et il y en a un certain nombre ici qui sont venus me voir et qui m'ont dit, nous, David, ce qu'on veut, c'est que tu nous racontes comment tu es devenu entrepreneur. Comment tu as fait tout ça et pourquoi tu continues aujourd'hui à ton âge à faire tout ça. Alors je vais vous dire d'où je viens.
I'll tell you, and I tell them, sorry, where I come from, where my roots are. And I said, you know, that seeds, trees, forests, jungles,
tout ça, toute cette
coral
nature
reefs, all of this nature is my passion, and that's how I see cities today. And I think that we are so lucky these days to be able to have all of that around us. In my company, many of us are business people. It's transgenerational. So we're talking about 6 generations on my mother's side of entrepreneurs. As we say in French, dogs don't make cats. They don't give birth to cats. And so I follow that foot.
Ma mère, marseillaise. Depuis hier soir, on est assez fiers. J'ai rien dit d'autre.
Proud of that.
Marseillaise, catholique.
She's a Catholic.
Mon père,
the daughter of
parisien,
juif,
ashkénaze, polonais. Vous imaginez le mix dans les années 70. Ça crée de la curiosité, ça crée en fait une chance extraordinaire parce que ça a été des chocs de culture et j'ai pu apprendre énormément de choses. Et j'ai grandi en rêvant de ce monde fabuleux, en voyageant énormément. Malheureusement, à 5 ans, mes parents se sont séparés. Et là, dans la fratrie de 3 que nous étions, ça a été un véritable drame. Et je crois qu'en fait, lorsque ce mur s'est écroulé, il a fallu qu'on se reconstruise. Je me souviens très bien de mes 6 ans où je me suis déjà dit, ça va être le système D, David, il va falloir être débrouillard, il va falloir être meilleur que les autres.
It's really all about being a grafter, doing anything to get the
job done. Et à 14 ans, j'étais déjà en train de rêver d'entreprendre, de mener des projets. À 16 ans, j'allais voir le proviseur. Et à 18 ans, je crée ma première société. Lorsqu'on crée sa première société à 18 ans, en général, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Un échec. Évidemment, on se construit avant tout grâce à ces échecs. Et je vous encourage à mener le plus tôt possible des actions pour mener et avoir des échecs. Avec un peu de chance, parce que justement vous êtes résilient et parce que vous avez pris du plaisir et parce que vous vous êtes dit comme moi tous les jours, tomorrow is another day.
And as we say in English, tomorrow is another day. You can build yourself back up and go further. So we actually build ourselves back up from
mes réalisations. Sifoudia, leader dans les merveilles de l'océan, merveilles de la nature et de l'océan. C'est poétique. Je crée aussi notamment la Fondation Pure Océan pour aller financer des programmes de recherche appliquée, comprendre l'océan et financer des projets scientifiques. C'était au cœur de mes valeurs, parce que je me souvenais bien que, ayant grandi avec mon père à l'école supérieure d'ingénieur de Marseille, je rêvais de ne pas être ingénieur.
I was dreaming about not becoming an engineer, but when I was 6 years old, I remember what I was taught, and I really encourage all of you more than ever to see what's happening in the world around you.
Qu'est-ce que réussir? Est-ce que réussir, c'est être le plus riche? Est-ce que réussir, c'est être sur scène aujourd'hui?
Is it about being on stage today?
Dans mon cas, réussir, c'est trouver un équilibre.
In my case, it was all about finding balance between oneself,
avec l'amour qu'on peut donner aux autres.
With your heart and
l'équilibre, c'est avant tout vous-même, vos familles, vos collaborateurs que vous devez aimer, et l'humanité, et particulièrement la planète. Je voudrais poursuivre sur quelque chose qui me tient à cœur, particulièrement, qui est l'océan. L'océan ne ment jamais. L'océan, parce que j'y travaille depuis maintenant 35 ans et que je m'y baigne depuis la plus tendre enfance, aujourd'hui est en danger. Acidification de l'océan, réchauffement climatique, toutes les pollutions du monde, c'est une vraie poubelle.
Pollution leads to the ocean being the rubbish bin of the world.
C'est une catastrophe.
Plastic waste, overfishing, it's a catastrophe.
De la planète.
Is 70% of the planet.
Vous ne pouvez plus ni moi vivre sans.
No one can live without it.
Nous ne pouvons pas ignorer ce que nous savons aujourd'hui de la science et de la data. La bonne nouvelle, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, il y a des solutions. Elles existent, donc on peut passer à l'action. Lorsque l'on parle de mon motto, qui est simple, vivre avec amour, passion, engagement, spiritualité, et enfin un peu de légèreté, il ne faut pas se prendre au sérieux. J'étais avec des collaborateurs la semaine dernière.
Last week, I was speaking with my collaborators, and one of them said to me, "Tell me,
parmi tous les discours qu'on a ensemble, qu'est-ce qui t'a le plus marqué lorsque j'échange avec toi?"
Speeches
Elle me dit,
that we've had together, all of the discussions we've had together, which one actually stood out the most for you? And it was the one where we said, I would like to finish by speaking about love. And the 2,500 people who were listening to me, I would say, I love you, I love Nicolas, and today, together we can change the world. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Laura.
My name is Laura, and I head up the Polytechnic School. When I was younger, I did maths, and I loved
maths. Une sensation d'absolu.
I found a real feeling of absolute, the square root and the hypotenuse. For me, nothing was more true. Then I went on to IT, and someone explained to me that 1 plus 1 in binary made 10. So it's very strange. Nothing made sense anymore in maths. There were precise things, there were imprecise things, but the truth was actually somewhere else. What I understood was to get close to this truth, I had to get away from pure abstraction, from pure thought, and get closer to the physical, sensitive world. Actually, finding the truth is more about capturing what happens in humans, trying to understand sensitive sensorial experiences, and worse than that, it was all about bringing together all experiences in the world that come from everyone and bringing them together into one story, one universal approach, which is able of giving us a communal vision about the world that we live in, and to say that this story is all about predicting the future. Some companies might try and do so in different ways, and today I would like to speak to you about the scientific approach for us to build the future, or rather the artistic approach, not the scientific one. So this can be done through literature, painting, music, and in some way, the spiritual approach, as well as religion, really aspires to the universal narration of
s'empruntent avec des méthodes et surtout des promesses très différentes. Du côté des outils, de la boîte à outils de la science, elle est assez rudimentaire. Pourtant, il n'y a que deux. Il y a un niveau à bulle pour s'assurer que ce qu'on est en train de construire va à peu près tenir debout. Ce niveau à bulle, c'est l'observation des faits, la mesure, l'expérience. Une théorie scientifique ne peut passer le cap que si elle résiste à l'épreuve des faits. Le deuxième outil dans cette boîte à outils, c'est la truelle. L'unique truelle avec laquelle on va construire cette vérité scientifique, c'est le principe de causalité. Is the principle of deduction, demonstration. Pour beaucoup de sciences, ça va prendre la forme de l'abstraction mathématique. C'est pour ça que les mathématiques ont une place si particulière dans le spectre scientifique. Mais pour l'historien, pour l'archéologue, pour le philosophe, moins appel à l'abstraction scientifique, le principe de causalité scientific abstraction, they actually use causality, and that for them is non-negotiable. So two tools essentially, and the promise whereby science has huge disability because it cannot promise life, it cannot promise transcendency, it cannot promise the idea of making life sublime, aesthetic or heroic. It's all about making human experience finer, and it really hammers home
l'infiniment grand et l'infiniment petit qui nous entoure. Et pourtant, la promesse de la science est pour moi parmi les plus belles. C'est la promesse du progrès. Et je sais que c'était le thème de Big l'année dernière. La promesse du progrès, c'est celle que chaque individu, par l'éducation, peut prendre part à ce récit collectif, peut s'élever lui-même et participer à l'amélioration de la condition humaine. La vérité scientifique, elle est précise, elle est rigoureuse. Si on parle d'alternatives, mais elle n'est pas définitive. Les progrès de la médecine, fabuleux dans les dernières décennies, les progrès de la physique des particules nous le montrent chaque jour. Et ça, c'est une source pour moi d'espoir infini. Cet espoir que par la connaissance, par la science, nous pouvons nous élever individuellement et collectivement. Et je crois que la France, dans sa construction, dans la construction de la République, a placé cette promesse dans la science comme facteur de progrès, au cœur de sa construction. Une première fois, au lendemain de la Révolution, à la création de l'école polytechnique, dans l'héritage humaniste des Lumières. Et puis de nouveau au XIXe siècle, en faisant de l'éducation un modèle d'émancipation, à la fois individuelle et collective. Alors Victor Hugo le disait dans des mots plus élégants que les miens, mais en gros, il disait que dans notre devise nationale, la liberté, c'était le cap, l'égalité, c'était le socle, et que ce socle foundation, and this foundation was built on education for everyone. Je pense qu'aujourd'hui, alors qu'on vit dans une société certes mondialisée, et en même temps extrêmement fragmentée, par des récits multiples qui ne sont pas tous construits avec la même boîte à outils. Eh bien, la France a une voix particulière à porter, à réaffirmer qu'elle place au cœur de sa construction, au cœur de son modèle social, cette foi en l'individu, en la science et dans le progrès. J'ai été beaucoup trop rapide, alors je vous remercie.
Take it slowly, ready or not, here I come, you can't hide, gonna find
you. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bon.
Good afternoon, everyone. It was a dream for me to be in Bercy. I am Sergio Papin.
J'ai fait toute ma carrière professionnelle.
I've made my whole career in the group of independent supermarkets, the U-Cooperative, and I committed in reconciliation. I'd like you to remember this word because for me it's the truth, the reconciliation with health, with human beings, and also the reconciliation with the planet. And I've been very much involved in the EGalim law to try to reconcile the farmers' revenues with the value sharing among the whole system. I'd like to quote a sentence from saying there's no truth. There are only interpretations of the truth. And you know, dear friends, that if you look in the ancient Greek, the word truth comes from aletheia. A is a privative and prefix, and lete, I don't remember it. It's, in fact, getting rid of the emotions and bringing transparency. So we see that truth is only seen under one of its aspects. So to come back on food, which is my specific field, I'd like to talk about the truth on products, but also on prices. The truth on products. Look at what happened with the Duplon law. Duplon said we should produce more sugar, and for that we have to reintroduce the neonicotinoids, and if we don't do that, other products containing it from other countries where they can do it will enter in France. So why not? It's just common sense. But when we listen to the scientists and doctors, if we have a holistic approach, we see that these products lead to severe healthcare problems, both on the human being, but also on biodiversity, like for bees. Have to take everything into account. And when we know that, the role of the institutions is to reconcile us with healthcare. So this is something important for me. And I haven't seen among the distributors anyone talking about that. I would have loved it. And me, for example, when I decided to investigate on the controversial substances, I've realized that there were 90 elements that were toxic and controversial in the products we were selling with our brand. For example, paraben. When it goes through placenta, if a few mom uses a cream with paraben, it can make the little boys sterile. So we have to take our responsibilities and get committed to get back some transparency on the products. And now the truth on products. Prices. Nowadays we have a sort of equity. The supermarkets lead a war prices, often on the most current product, often ultra transformed, and they take very little margin on that, and the other products coming from the agriculture, for example, on that they take a huge margin, like 10% on one side and 40% on the other. How can we do to reconcile that? Should lower this equation? So this could lower the fruits and vegetables. This would lower the rate of obesity and so on, and maybe sell a more expensive the transformed products to find a balance and a reconciliation with healthcare. But to reach that, we have to get out from the forced restriction. We have to get out from these yearly negotiations, because this leads to a power situation with contractualization, with we should find again that country we reconciliate things, and to make sure that all companies could flourish over the long term. And if we want to reach our ecological targets and to limit the plastic in our villages, we need a policy that would change, as, for example, the ones who produce yogurts. They have to change the whole thing. How can we do it so in the yearly negotiations everything is changed? So to change things we need collaboration, and then we will have more transparency and more truth on the products and services. Thank you very much.
Quel est le prix de la vérité?
What is the price of truth? This is a question I'm asking myself for a long time. Is it a virtue or bring more truth or lies? Currently, I think that in politics, truth is not very welcome. Someone saying the truth is seen as a bad person. Hannah Arendt said truth is not a virtue in politics because it doesn't make you dream. It doesn't give sense. It's only describing the reality. It's not trendy and it doesn't bring any hope. Election needs to be elected. It has to be the vote of people to hear and for the whole years. The idea of the to avoid not being elected the next time. Reality is often complex. It has nuances. It doesn't go well with claims or with very small text. It's difficult to exist in this very connected world. Nietzsche said, half knowledge triumphs more easily than the whole knowledge. It conceives things in an easier manner, and it enables to create more understandable ideas. That's the problem. Reality is too complex to be convincing. Other point, individual reality doesn't make the collective reality. Each one has a reality, says
L'actuel privilégie l'expérience individuelle. Les médias se nourrissent de micro-trottoirs. Le vécu intime de chacun, son récit
of stories and the stories of our lives
ne fait ni un socle de faits partagés, ni société.
Collective life. And it doesn't create a society. And do we really want to hear the truth? We have to admit that the truth is not always easy to hear.
Parce que nous n'avons pas le pouvoir d'agir.
Because we don't have the power to act, because it creates anxiety and denial, because then a terrible weapon. Denial is the first protection in front of an inconvenient truth.
Croyez ceux qui cherchent la vérité.
Believe those who are looking for truth, doubt of those who pretend to, said Gide. And by the way, the temporality of the appearance of truth is the round of the building of knowledge. You don't discover truth on one day. it has to be built step by step, a long time. For example, in science, facts last sometimes years or centuries to be established. And in the world, we consider that a fact is established when no one comes to contest it. The temporality needed to closer to reality is not adapted to our time. This instant moment where we comfort those who affirm that they have the truth with a certainty. It's in COVID arrived, and the truth had promised to appear, to emerge, but not for the reasons you believe. First, we had to face the lie of the Chinese authorities who had denied during 1 month that there was contamination to humans. They pretended that it came from a market from animals, and it led to many deaths. All of the whistleblowers have disappeared.
Et c'est là qu'ont fonctionné les biais cognitifs de réassurance.
And then there were many biases of reassurance. Indeed, the news were not good. We have faced. We were about to face a pandemic that would force us to get in lockdown, like it was the case in Asia. It's not easy to accept that. During the month of February, we heard that it was flu, that the Chinese don't have hospitals, they are not able to take care of themselves. Without who did save anyone. And then, as medicine, people only hear what they want to hear. An example, on my first press conference in January 2021, when I said the contamination and the dissemination risk is low, but it cannot be totally because of the links with China. And later on the media we said it's only a risk that is zero, so it's impossible to communicate. Other specificity of COVID, the temporality of knowledge, a new virus, a new unknown virus, of which we discover day after day how it is disseminated, the symptoms, the complications, how not to navigate step by step, and worse. When the scientific discoveries opposed to what said a month before, you are accused of having lied. Sorry, I had some throat problem. Finally, the reality doesn't make you dream. And contrarily to what we say, often we say we don't like to accept the reality. Zola, has science promised happiness? I don't think so. It promised truth. And the question is to know if we will ever create happiness with.
Wow. Bonjour.
Wow. Good afternoon. My name is Igor Caron. I'm the CEO of Lighton. And Nicolas asked me to talk about the truth. And little by little, he asked me that 3 months ago. And I wondered what I would tell you. But actually, I will tell you a story. It's not very well known, but it's a sort of truth that is ours and that will be yours in a few minutes. The story begins in 2016, but actually starts in 2020. And as you could hear just before, something happened. And this thing is very important. It's the appearance of the first LLM of the world, that made that everyone started to understand that this technology had an commercial potential. So we started to wonder how we could create a GPT-3 in France with people who have super calculators with the CNRIs, for example. We managed to create the first LLM in French. It's a bit different from the GPT-3. It's a bit smaller, but it's based on French data. And when GPT-3 put Mont Saint-Michel in Brittany, we have better results with Normandy, with our system that is called Pagnol, because PAG is the equivalent of GPT. So this story shows that in France, without using the GAFAM, without doing anything specific, we are able to create a technology that can push us forward. In 2022, ChatGPT appears, and from then on, this technology we build in Lighton is more and more interesting because the world is educated from December. So the discussion not anymore, are we going to introduce AI company? There is something important to remember is that ChatGPT was trained from their clients. This means that whole business models that disappeared from the moment ChatGPT was able to understand and to its own use. So if you don't control this technology, the flow goes directly to the other companies, the others who learn part of your knowledge. No. So it's important to understand that if you don't control this technology in a way or another, as a company, you let go part of your know-how. Let's go a bit further in time. In 2025, last week, the week before, has shown what we already knew. For the story, I think I still knew someone didn't know what ChatGPT 6 months ago, but since everyone already talked about it, and now not only does everyone know it is, but everyone also uses it in the So the study was to know in what way you will be able to control the discussion between the LLM and your company, because what is happening is a evolution. It's a that is to rank in terms of change of civilization. So, see, currently, most using is generative AI, and we are sending out of our know-how somewhere else. So this is what we understand. The reality of what we are currently seeing, part of this massive use of these technologies is that a part of the companies is leaving. So that means that we have to invest in the technology more. There are many currently, but the question is to be prepared to do it. And in a way, we mustn't listen to people who are saying have lost the race. We've shown for 4 to 5 years that we could control these technologies on local, that it could influence the future. Another object of truth on these tools is that we use them with a lot. We have very intimate discussions, particularly in a company. So that means that the documents of the company, the images, the videos, materials, you have very sensitive at some point because regulated use will go so you need now this in a way where we would control the know-how, because with the accumulation of this data from the discussion your employees have these technologies, you will realize that it's in your ability to project yourself in the future. Thank you.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Emmanuel
Good
Perrotin.
afternoon. I'm Emmanuel Perrotin. I created a gallery 2 years ago without any resources and it developed along the time. We are present in 9 several countries, continents. We train a team of, we form a team of 160 persons.
Bon, on arrête le playback.
So let's stop playback.
Au Bang.
There is no prompter in Bang. It's the habit here. Everyone learns the text by heart. I'm not very good at that. But go back to our subject. I'm an intellect. I'm based on contemporary art. I'd like to talk about caricatures. There are two different types of markets. First, the galleries representing the living artists and proposing their work, and on the other side, the merchants paying the work in competition to sell them. I mean, maybe my practice truth me to being very active in the second market. It has a bad reputation, sometimes a bit right.
Prix déconnecté de la réalité du marché.
Prices are disconnected from the
s'avère fausse. Cette œuvre n'a jamais.
Promises are never held. This work has never circulated in perfect condition.
L'image du marchand malhonnête.
Typically, the image of the dishonest merchant, and I have never seen in a film the image of a merchant doing his job honestly. By convention, actually, the gallery and the artist share by the price by 50%, but our business model is very fragile. The costs are huge for the storing cost, the exhibitions, the edition of, for example, some have difficulties and hide their situation to the artists, delay the payments and hide the sellings, little lies that end up being wrong for the ones practicing them. We have to restore some truth. There are some galleries that don't pay their artists on time and sometimes close without paying them. We often close our eyes, like denial of the difficulties of this market. However, it's very destructive for the artists and our whole ecosystem. But let's precise that it's a minority acting like that, and that it shouldn't mask the efforts of all those who practice their job with honesty. This observation explains our bad reputation. In the opinion, we are too often compared to speculators. And however, lately the transparency has been so strong. With a whole list of the sellings, we have strong regulation, and organisms like TRACFIN organize a constant control. and partly it's at the moment where we have the strongest regulations that we are the most criticized.
Ce serait mentir de prétendre que nous disons toujours la vérité.
Of course, we are not perfect. It would be lying to say that we are always telling the truth. We have to lie because some realities are too complex or too to tell them. And with 160 employees, we don't have the guarantee that everyone will strictly. I've never had major problem. By definition, I cannot know everything. I've always wanted to put truth in the middle of my work, at the heart of my work. And we have even created trainings to repeat this idea. Lying is like cocaine. It's a victory on the short term, but a drama in the longer term. Telling the truth, even if it's inconvenient, it's the key of our job. During the pandemic, we have sold many pictures based on many work of art based on pictures, because they trusted us, and this trust has been confirmed again recently. While other sectors of luxury are under crisis, our buyers keep buying, showing that our market is based on more solid basis than the opponents are saying. If the majority were only speculators, they would have left us for a long time. After all, the only good news from the situation. The reality is that when we sell a work of art, it doesn't lose half of its value, like contrarily to most of the produced elements. But it's not really always a good investment. Because after all, a work of art is not only a placement, it's only a question of taste. And this is the value of it, the value of the gallerist. This is what has made the value of the gallery: supporting, discovering, transmitting, supporting. Here, the talents are mixed. I've chosen personally, it would be lying to say that I've chosen personally all of the artists appearing in my gallery. It's often my teams who are doing that now, and I'm now in the situation where they were before, where they didn't necessarily choose themselves an artist, they had to support them. My teams are the central element of the development of this gallery. After all, our job is to defend the reality of the artist. Each artist has his own vision of the truth with his universe. Our role is to bring this reality to the public. It is to make live the artist. This is why this job is so difficult, but also so interesting. Of course, there are still abuses that are bad for our reputation, but most of them do their jobs with a lot of honesty. And it's a real commitment. And in our job, like in many others, it's not only a value, but also the key to trust and then to our survival. The artists are a light in the storm, and we have to support them.
Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon,
alors c'est un vrai défi d'être la 20e ou peut-être même la 30e personne à vous parler de vérité aujourd'hui. Et c'est bien la preuve qu'il n'y a pas qu'une vérité, il y a des vérités. Et c'est la force du débat démocratique, l'affrontement des vérités et des réalités de chacun. Alors puisque tout le monde parle de la vérité, moi je vais vous parler de ma vérité. Je suis devant vous en tant que président de la CPME, donc une organisation qui représente les TPE et les PME, plus de 300 000 adhérents sur tous les territoires, des TPE, des PME et des ETI, mais je suis aussi devant vous en tant qu'entrepreneur, dirigeant d'entreprise comme beaucoup d'entre vous. Ma vérité, elle commence il y a très longtemps, de l'éducation que j'ai reçue de mes parents. Des parents qui sont battus pour la démocratie dans leur pays, en Iran, Des parents qui ont été arrêtés et emprisonnés de longues années pour avoir défendu ce qui est une vérité, une réalité pour nous. Le droit de s'opposer, le droit de ne pas être d'accord. Des parents qui ont fait la révolution mais qui ont dû quitter les rangs lorsque cette révolution a mal tourné. Et puis je suis né une fois qu'ils sont arrivés. Après quelques années à vivre dans différents logements avec d'autres réfugiés, on a atterri à Grigny. Et grandir dans une cité a été une chance pour moi. J'ai découvert cette vérité, cette réalité qu'on ne voit pas souvent. Et j'ai découvert aussi un pays magnifique, un pays qui nous a accueillis, un pays qui nous a donné une sécurité. Et j'ai grandi avec cette double culture. La culture de mes parents, mais aussi la culture de mon pays. Et cette double culture m'a forgé. J'ai toujours appris de mes parents qu'il fallait s'engager pour la société, qu'il fallait se battre pour ses valeurs, qu'il fallait se battre pour ses idées, qu'il fallait rendre à la France ce qu'elle nous avait donné, un toit, une sécurité. Donc j'ai pas honte de dire que je suis fier d'être français. Et je suis fier aussi d'être entrepreneur. Parce qu'être entrepreneur, c'est affronter la vérité tous les jours. La vérité d'un compte de résultats qui ne ment pas. Quand certains politiques pensent qu'on peut accumuler dette, déficit, qu'il y a un impact pour la France. La vérité des payes qui sortent tous les mois, qu'il faut assurer. La vérité d'un client qu'il faut convaincre. Un investissement qui nous engage. La vérité, c'est que les entrepreneurs doivent affronter tous les jours cette réalité. Emmener nos salariés, les emmener vers une ambition commune, avoir un objectif commun et ne pas leur mentir, ne pas leur vendre un mirage. Justement ce qui manque aujourd'hui dans le débat public. La vérité aussi, c'est que, en tant qu'entrepreneur, on bâtit le futur. On trouve les solutions aux défis de demain. On l'a bien vu pendant le Covid, on vient bien sur les sujets de transition énergétique, de transition écologique. Toutes les entreprises peuvent trouver ces réponses. Et c'est parce que je suis convaincu que les entrepreneurs, les entreprises et leurs salariés sont la réponse aux défis de demain que je me suis engagé là cette année. Parce que ça fait trop longtemps qu'on ne prenait plus la parole et qu'on a laissé des personnes qui ne connaissent rien au monde de l'entreprise décider pour nous et bien trop souvent contre nous. Parce que la réalité, c'est que l'ensemble de la classe politique devrait soutenir ces entreprises. Parce que soutenir les entreprises, c'est soutenir les salariés, c'est soutenir l'emploi en France. Parce que si les sujets de taxation des ultra-riches, les sujets de justice fiscale sont des sujets qui sont sains dans une démocratie. C'est normal d'en parler. Mais parler de taxer plus encore les entreprises, parler de mettre encore plus de contraintes sur les entreprises françaises. Et encore une fois, pénaliser les entreprises françaises et l'emploi en France au détriment des entreprises étrangères. Donc se battre contre la France. La vérité, c'est qu'au lieu de parler de travailler moins, il faudrait plutôt donner corps à cette promesse républicaine qui a disparu et qui fait qu'à travers le travail, on peut s'émanciper dans la société. La réalité, c'est que se battre contre les entrepreneurs, se battre contre les riches, contre les patrons, contre l'autre, il faudrait plutôt retrouver une ambition collective et redonner envie de créer de la valeur. Mais défendre les entrepreneurs, c'est aussi accepter nos contradictions. Combien d'entre vous, sûrement, veulent pousser l'économie française, mais parfois ont pu faire des courses sur Temu ou sur Shein, des plateformes asiatiques à bas coût qui sont en train de dévaster des pans entiers de notre économie. Je ne fais aucune leçon de morale, je pense qu'on a tous nos contradictions. Mais défendre les entreprises, c'est aussi faire avec nos contradictions. C'est aussi accepter qu'en tant qu'entreprise, nous avons des grandes responsabilités. En tant qu'entrepreneurs, nous devons aussi entendre la société. Et que nous devons aussi être conscients que notre parole, elle compte. Qu'il faut sortir des caricatures. Ce qui est terrible actuellement dans le débat politique, dans le débat public, on a perdu toute nuance. On a perdu tout débat rationnel. La pensée complexe a disparu. On oppose les salariés et les chefs d'entreprise en oubliant que c'est ensemble qu'on va créer un projet commun. On oppose les riches aux autres en pensant qu'il y a un argent magique qu'on pourrait trouver là, ici.
Some people might think that money grows on trees. We must think more about the economy, about ecology, and not lie to ourselves. So we need to find this nuance again. We need to be aware that things are difficult and they need to be simplified. And us as entrepreneurs, we have a part to play in all of that. So it's true that truth can sometimes be upsetting. Sometimes it can be uncomfortable. And truth will set you free.
La réalité, c'est que
Reality,
on peut sauver notre pays à notre place.
That no one can save our planet for us, nor neither Europe, nor a government, nor an economist who has become a superstar thanks to a miracle tax. The truth is that we need to deal with the situation in front of us. We need to find faith in ourselves and be able to come together to build a future of tomorrow. We need to work together. We need to help one another. We need to focus on what needs to be done alongside other entrepreneurs as opposed to fighting against them. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Je suis très honoré et je dois l'avouer très impressionné.
It's a real honor for me to be here with all of you this afternoon.
Je suis ravi que Nicolas, que je
But above all, I'm delighted for Nicolas to have invited me to come and speak about truth, because I am an engineer. For an engineer, the truth is unavoidable. A number, some data, a statistic really helps us get down to brass tacks, to really focus on what's actually really solid. We could use a microprocessor to try and help us understand what's going on properly. So we work on all kind of processing in the chain of nuclear parts, and we also focus on therapies that fight cancer. We have a number. A number is a number, a risk is a risk. A financial result can sometimes be extra financial. They are audited, they are published, and sometimes we actually have to go to court to try and defend the numbers that we come out with in our reports. So as an engineer and a company director, I really care about the truth. So I work in a field, the nuclear field, as I mentioned, which is having to deal with some counter-truths. Actually, our field is incredibly regulated. We have inspectors that come and survey us. Everything that we do in our field is debated in public, and actually we have undoubtedly become one of the most transparent sectors in the entire world. And yet people who criticize us because they don't really care about the truth. They are scared about things which are less important than the truth. We need to transform some of truths. And let me give you an example. In 2019, with BVI, did a study, a survey in France to try and understand French people's attitude towards the nuclear field. And we saw that 69% of French people and 85% of the young from 18 to 35 years thought that the nuclear industry contributed to global warming. Where have these young people been over the past 10, 15 years? So you may or may not agree with nuclear field, but the truth is unavoidable. It is low carbon energy. So we actually ask people to vote on the future of their energy, actually them knowing anything about what's going on. So people are basing their opinions on mistruths, stubborn, and so many major things that actually people get back to a specific debate. Global is no longer debatable. The energy mix that exists is unavoidable. The war going on in Ukraine, thanks to or rather because of Russia's invasion, it affected people's energy bills over the world.
Puis très récemment,
we have injected hundreds of millions of
en Espagne, qui a fait également lever quelques sourcils sur les choix de mix. Ces éléments plus factuels ont permis
we have injected hundreds of millions into the field to try and reduce the amount of carbon which is being produced. But politicians need to get on board with large projects which will structure things, which will structure the energy field a lot better, because in my industry it's all about relaunching nuclear energy production without getting too mixed up with mistruths about the fact that it's potential carbon, whereas it's not. If I looked at the position of my company, then we think to ourselves that in a society that we have today, not many people actually want to come and start working in the nuclear energy industry. People don't necessarily want to get involved in what they might see as old school industries. Last year, we received a CV every 3 minutes. This year, now it's a CV every minute and come and work in factories or projects will start in 2050. But in reality, a lot of our co-citizens want to do and they want to contribute. Now we have the balance between the short and long term. Obviously, I'm not just going to speak about 2050, because if I did so, then the unionists are going to reality. The same needs to go for working conditions only on what is irritating today. The elements here, teams will up being engaged and therefore only become some bystanding observer rather than being the party.
Je disais que j'étais un ingénieur.
I was an engineer,
un chef d'entreprise. C'est le cas.
Company director. That's
je suis également un citoyen.
But I'm also
Et alors là, comme citoyen, je me dis que si un pays, en l'occurrence la France, le mien, fonctionnait un tout petit peu comme une entreprise, ce qu'il n'est pas, j'en ai bien conscience. Un pays, c'est pas une entreprise. Mais enfin, si un pays fonctionnait ou s'inspirait un peu de la marge des entreprises, en complément des débats qu'on peut avoir sur le budget 2026, sur la taxe ou pas des grandes fortunes, les débats dont les termes ne sont pas toujours posés de façon extrêmement factuelle, comme l'avait été le débat
the discussions that people have about the nuclear energy field, then I'm sure that we would spend a lot more time debating things and coming up with a perspective which is I am not arrogant enough to say that I'm come up with this perspective by myself, but I'm very, very convinced that if you posed the term debate for a national question, then we will be able to come up with a much more sustained, consequential situation. People are much more aware of actually what's going on, and people will to therefore make choices which are much more realistic, thanks to engineers. Very much appreciate you listening to me today.
Bonjour à tous.
Afternoon,
je suis hyper impressionnée d'être avec vous aujourd'hui. Avant de me présenter, je voudrais savoir qui porte du slip français dans la salle.
Before introducing myself, I would like to know who is excited to be here with us today in the room. My name is Léa Marie. I'm 47 years old. I'm 47 years old, and I have 2 children, and I'm the managing director of Slip Français. For that means that I wear French knickers, and my colleagues also wear French knickers.
Cette passion pour le textile et l'habillement, je l'ai eue, j'avais 6 ans, j'étais dans ma chambre.
Textile was something that really goes back to when I was 6 years old, when I had a needle in my hand and I was really starting to get interested in sewing. Very frequent.
J'ai continué, enfermée dans ma chambre. Et mon père, pour mes 10 ans,
sitting in my bedroom, and my father gave me a sewing machine for my 10th birthday. It cost 10 francs, and it really planted a seed, and I then started dreaming about a textile factory in France. When I came out of school, I wanted to go into further studies to do with sewing, and it was not necessarily what my parents had hoped for me. People, rather my parents, said to me, no, you're going to continue done with school, you're not going to quit school.
J'avais vraiment envie de partir en BEP, donc pas le choix. Je ne suis pas quelqu'un qui écoute toujours les règles.
I'm not someone who listens to
Je ne
rules
me
all
présente
the
pas au
time.
brevet des collèges et je pars en BEP couture.
I didn't go and
La suite,
do
elle est
my
assez
final
simple.
exams and
Je fais un
instead
bac
have
génie
to study
mécanique pour rapport de l'industrie et les machines.
being a seamstress.
J'enchaîne avec un double BTS et je fais une
Did
école
2
d'ingénieur
BTSs, I did engineering school,
et qui est la seule école de confection en
and
France.
it's the only university that
J'arrive
helps
sur le
people
marché du
understand
travail en année 2000.
manufacturing in France.
On me
In
dit il n'y a plus de boulot en
2000,
France, l'industrie
people told me,
elle est
okay,
partie,
there's
il va
no
falloir
more jobs
partir
in
loin pour
France,
travailler.
industry
Grosse
is
déception, ce qui
finished,
n'oubliait
and
pas, mon
therefore if
rêve,
you
c'est
wanted to
d'avoir
go
mon
and
usine
work
en
in the
France.
textile industry in France, you
Oser
had
de
to go
changer,
off
de pas suivre
somewhere
les règles.
else. But I didn't agree with that. I wanted to
Le
change all of the
bilan,
rules.
c'est qu'en 2001,
And
la
the
Chine
assessment
rentre dans
today that
l'Organisation
in
mondiale du commerce,
2001, China
enlève
really
une
started
première partie
to
des quotas dans le textile
fight
en
its way onto
2003
the
et enlève
market of
l'intégralité des
world
quotas dans le
trade.
textile en
And
2008.
in
Et en 2008, le dollar, il
2008,
est à 1,36. Qui ne
the
partirait pas vers l'Asie, qui nous accueille
cost
sympathiquement.
of textiles really increased in the rest of the world, and in China we
20 ans
had the
d'Asie,
option. So I did 20
Bangladesh,
years
Chine,
in
Pakistan, Inde, Birmanie.
Asia, Pakistan,
Jusqu'en
Bangladesh,
2019, où suite à des grosses émeutes au Bangladesh,
China, and then in
les gens
Bangladesh
descendent
there
dans la
were
rue
some
et quand on
huge
descend dans la rue au Bangladesh, on
riots
peut mourir. Et
because
suite à
of
ça, le gouvernement
the
décide
conditions in
d'augmenter les salaires de
Bangladeshi
50%.
sweatshops.
C'est fou, vous imaginez si Macron demain il dit OK,
They
c'est cool,
wanted
les gars, on va augmenter les salaires de 50%.
to increase their salary by 50%, and
Je
that
me dis
was
ça y est, enfin ce pays va
that was
vivre de son
agreed to.
industrie.
And I say we
J'appelle
need
l'usine
to
avec qui je
gain
travaille, je dis
inspiration
ça
from
y
the
est, enfin ton pays
work
va
and
vivre de son industrie, c'est trop bien.
your country should be
Enfin
able
c'est
to
cool,
work
et il me
thanks
répond,
to
tu sais,
its
on vit
industries.
pas en France, on pense pas à
And
décorer nos
in
maisons,
France,
maintenant qu'ils
we
n'ont plus faim,
don't necessarily
ils vont plus
think
venir travailler.
about people who work in sweatshops at the end
Pour moi,
of the
c'est la
globe.
phrase de trop.
For me,
Je
that's
suis
too.
OK d'entendre ce genre de
I
choses.
don't agree
Je
with
décide de
that
revenir travailler
idea.
avec
I
l'industrie
therefore
française, je
decided
rentre à
to come
l'IFDH,
and
qui est
work
l'Institut
in
français
industry
du
in
bâtiment,
France.
et le Covid arrive.
I
Et pendant ce
therefore
Covid,
started working at
Bercy
the French
demande
textile and
d'organiser la filière
school,
pour
and then
fabriquer
there
des
was
masques
COVID.
lavables. Vous savez,
I
cette
wanted
filière
to
qu'on a
focus,
méprisée
therefore,
pendant 30 ans, à qui on a dit qu'elle était pas
manufacturing
capable.
washable masks.
C'est à ce moment-là que je rencontre GG.
And then I met
On monte un groupement qui
Gigi.
s'appelle Façon de faire. On
We
connecte
came up with
1400
something which is called
entreprises.
Façon de Faire,
On
and we
maintient
met
20 000 emplois
tons
et on
of
fabrique 200 millions de masques.
companies, and we
Elle est quand même là,
manufactured
l'industrie française.
200,000 masks.
Peut-être que
That's
mon rêve,
what we did.
finalement, on va
Maybe
réussir à le
my
réaliser.
dream
En 2021,
might come
je
true,
rejoins le
and in
slip, aux côtés de
2021,
Guillaume.
I
2 ans
started
à
working
sillonner la
for
France, à voir les industries, à voir
France
les
Lee
usines,
with
des
Guillaume,
usines qui font
and
pas
I
de
looked
bruit,
at
des usines où on sent plus l'huile de
that don't
machine,
make
des
a lot
usines
of noise,
fatiguées, des usines à qui on n'a plus donné de boulot depuis des années, qui n'y croient plus.
factory workers that
Nous, le
haven't had any
slip,
work
on
a
va
long
bien
time,
si
and
notre
therefore for
usine,
us,
si nos usines en France vont bien.
we really wanted
On
on
vit 2
improving
années de
working qualities
décroissance
for our
et le 1er
employees,
octobre
and
2023, je prends la direction
on
générale du
1st of
slip.
October
aux côtés de GG.
2022, I became
Un duo
the
qui
first
match, il a cette
managing director
insouciance de
of my company,
l'entrepreneur.
and we really
Moi, j'ai
care
pas.
about entrepreneurship.
Mais je pense être entrepreneuse quand même parce que je suis ici avec vous aujourd'hui.
It's great to be here
Et
presenting
finalement,
female
ça marche.
entrepreneurship
On dit
today,
qu'on n'a
and
plus le
things
choix, on va
worked
mourir.
very
On
well.
décide de diviser le prix
We
par 2.
therefore
Et pour diviser le prix par 2, il
decided
faut qu'on
to
monte
cut
cette
our
usine, cette fameuse
prices
usine.
by
Cette usine
50%,
s'appelle Bonne
and
Nouvelle.
this,
On l'a montée il
the
y a
factory that
2
we
ans.
came up
Et
with is called
aujourd'hui, elle
Bonne Nouvelle,
fabrique
which means
15
good
000
news,
vêtements par
and
semaine. C'est la
now
plus grosse
we
usine
make
de
15,000
France.
pieces of underwear a week.
nous
It's
a
the biggest
permis-
factory in France in this area. Thank you very much.
Ça nous a permis de transformer le slip. Ça
That
nous
helped
a
us
permis de générer 50 emplois au
transform
Bervilliers. Vous êtes
underwear,
les bienvenus. On y est tous les
create
vendredis.
employment,
Ça nous a permis de donner une vision
also
et
us
le courage
give
tout cas, à
vision
l'entrepreneuriat
and
français et
courage
dire oui, le
to
textile,
French
c'est possible en
entrepreneurship,
France.
so that people can understand that actually, yes, making textiles is in
Travailler cette
France.
différence
We need
que j'ai
to work on the
ressentie
differences
depuis que je suis
I've
petite.
always felt since
J'ai
I was
souvent
young.
lutté contre cette différence
have
et
often
finalement sûrement qu'elle
tried
fait
against
celle
these
que je suis
differences.
aujourd'hui aux côtés de
And
Guillaume.
this is what made
Cette
me
transformation
who I
n'a
am
pas été
today,
simple.
sitting here next to
Il a
Guillaume.
fallu
This
qu'on prenne
transformation
énormément de
wasn't
risques.
easy.
Vous savez,
We
ce
had
risque
to
où
make
chaque
a
jour,
lot
chaque
of
matin, on met les
risks.
compteurs à zéro. Chaque matin, il faut refaire faire le chiffre d'affaires.
Every morning we have to re-up our numbers, we have to look at the situation every single day.
On n'avait plus de cash pour payer les salaires.
The partners that we had, we didn't have any cash to pay our employees, and therefore we were very brave to launch a new line of pieces of underwear, and we had Hundreds of thousands of them since then, so it's going to be really, really important for our company.
Dans ce duo avec Guillaume, il a fallu aussi qu'on trouve des ajustements. On était super forts tous les deux dans la crise. Il a fallu, en dirigeant cette entreprise, apprendre à être super fort dans le calme. Et moi, le calme, ça m'angoisse.
Steer the boat during the storm.
Quand tout va bien, je me dis qu'on regarde plus les chiffres et c'est pas OK.
When things are going well, you shouldn't stop looking at the numbers. You need to constantly keep an eye on what's happening. This is something which never stops. As I'm sure you all know, and you need to learn to deal with it. The message for you today is that you need to not just simply blindly listen to what you're told, don't hesitate to disobey. And as Guillaume said, that if you want to change the world, then you need to start your underwear. Thank you very much.
Bonjour, je suis ravi de voir autant de
Good
gens
afternoon. It's a real
par la
delight
vérité,
to see
car
so
sur les réseaux
people
sociaux, ce
attracted
n'est pas toujours
by
le cas.
the idea of truth,
Mon
because
métier,
on
c'est la
media
recherche et la
necessarily always
transmission de la
I
vérité.
focus on researching and
jamais
transmitting
autant
truth,
recherché
and I have never
que
ever done so
depuis la
much
naissance de ma
research
fille,
since the
Célestine,
birth
en
of my
janvier
daughter
2016.
in
À partir de
2016.
ce jour-là et pendant 6 mois,
From that day
toutes les
onwards,
nuits, je lui
6
donnais le
months,
biberon pour
every
soulager
night I gave
mon
her
épouse
a
Bérangère, qui doit être
bottle
quelque part par là et
so
que je
that I
salue.
could help my
Et
wife
j'en profitais,
with the
pardon,
parent needs,
Bérangère, pour regarder la
and
télé, regarder
I
CNN.
would watch TV, I would watch
J'ai éprouvé alors une
CNN,
fascination
and
pour ce
I
que je
felt
voyais de la
fascinated
campagne
with
présidentielle
what I
américaine.
was seeing, the American presidential
C'était
campaign,
une époque
which was
la
a
popularité
time
sur les réseaux sociaux
when the
commençait à déterminer
popularity
ce qu'était la
of
vérité.
social media
C'était une
was
époque
starting to determine what was happening in the
La
world. It was
post-vérité
a
allait
time
entrer dans les
where
dictionnaires. C'était une époque
post-truth
où les
was
trolls du
a term
Kremlin
that started going into
diffusaient
dictionaries.
massivement des récits tous plus délirants les uns que les autres. Et j'ai alors entrepris
Everyone was writing crazy
plusieurs de
stories
mes cours
online,
à Sciences
wanted to
Po,
focus
d'y
some of my
consacrer
lessons
4
at
livres que j'ai publiés sur ces sujets, dont 2 livres
university
que
about
j'ai
these
dédiés à
ideas,
mes
about
filles,
some of the books that I've
Célestine et
written
Augusta,
dedicated to my
parce que
daughters, because I
je veux
really
toujours
wanted
les
to
accompagner dans un
support
monde où la
people
vérité
a world
n'a plus
where
la même
truth
place.
does,
Si elle n'a plus la
is
même
not
place, c'est
no longer
parce que
quite as
jadis,
important as it used to be. I
sur
really
le marché
wanted
de
to make sure
l'information,
that the
la
market of
vérité s'imposait
information
naturellement.
and the truth that there
Dans un
was
marché
come
libre
through
des
naturally.
idées,
The
concurrentiel
free
et non
market
faussé, les
should
idées
be
vraies, tendanciellement
based on truth,
chassent les
based
idées
on,
fausses.
shouldn't be
Et
based
puis,
on mistruths.
c'est de moins en moins
And
vrai,
it's
parce que notre marché de l'information est de
true
moins en
that
moins
the
libre, et de
market
plus en
of
plus
information
faussé,
is less
du fait de la
and less
concentration des
free,
médias, de la
more and more
fragilisation de leur modèle économique,
constricted.
du fait aussi,
It's
et peut-être
the
surtout,
business model
de
now
l'essor
these days,
des médias
and
sociaux
the increase
qui
of
repose
social
sur un
media
modèle publicitaire
depends
totalement
on
indifférent à ce qui est
a
vrai
business model
et
that
ce
focuses
qui est
on
faux.
advertising more than
La
anything.
véracité
No
d'un
matter what's
contenu
true or false,
importe moins que sa viralité, que l'engagement qu'il
it doesn't matter what
produit,
you post
que la
online. It doesn't matter if it's true. It just matters if it helps
génère.
selling
Dès
products.
lors, dans un environnement comme celui-là,
And in an
il
environment
est
such
apparu
as this,
important de
it seemed
considérer
very
ce qui avait
important
changé,
to consider
ce que l'on
what
pouvait
had changed
faire.
and what about it.
Aujourd'hui, la vérité n'occupe plus la
These
même
days,
place que le mensonge dans
truth
cet environnement,
It's no longer as
parce que des
important
acteurs
as
malveillants ont
lies because
instrumentalisé celui-ci pour propager le faux
because
à grande
nasty
échelle. Je sais pas si vous
stakeholders
connaissez
don't
cette
much
scène
about truth. They care more about just
de
simply generating
Harrison
revenue.
Ford,
For example,
quand
let's look at
Indiana
Harrison
Jones a enfin
Ford in
trouvé le
Indiana
Graal,
Jones. He was able
mais ne
to
parvient
find
pas à
the
le
Holy
saisir
Grail, but he
parce que
couldn't
le
grab
Graal
it
est
because
entouré de faux. C'est ça la
the Holy Grail was actually
désinformation
surrounded
à
by
l'ère des masses.
false information.
Si vous voulez tuer la vérité,
If you
mais
want
que
to
vous ne
kill
pouvez pas
the
la
truth,
tuer,
but you
noyez-la
can't,
sous une quantité de faux et de
then you
deepfakes.
should drown
Et si
it. You
jamais
should
vous ne
drown
pouvez
it
pas
under fake
noyer
news
sous une
deepfake.
quantité de faux,
So, for example, if you were to
substituez-lui
do so,
une vérité
then you could
alternative.
substitute
Il y
in
a plus
an
d'un siècle,
alternative
quand on a
truth.
demandé
And
à
a
Georges
century
Clemenceau
ago, when we
ce
asked
qu'il pensait
Georges
que les
Clemenceau
historiens
what he
écriraient
thought about whether or not historians will be able to create the origins of the responsibility of the First World War. He said, I don't know. But what I do know is that historians of tomorrow will not write that Belgium would invaded Germany. But maybe some people tomorrow might think that in a pro-Kremlin regime would write that in February 2022 invaded Russia. George Orwell, when thinking about the war in Spain, alerted us about the fact that not only lies risk replacing the truth, but he said that the concept of objective truth itself may disappear entirely from the face of the planet. And today, the truth is threatened more than ever because of generative AI. In 1710, he said, lies fly away, lies fly away and the truth will remain. That is something which we need to focus on, and we considered that the crowds were more thirsty to hear lies rather than truth, and today more than ever we need to think about this new situation. And today my daughter is 9.5 years old. It's the average age in France of getting your first smartphone. Most of her people at school, most of her classmates already have a TikTok account, they already have all these social media accounts, but I say that this cannot continue. My parental instinct is aware of the gravity of the situation, has pushed me to try and fight against manipulating information. Because for me, it's much more about preserving the possibility for my daughter and for everyone a world where the truth will continue to be just as dominant in information, diffusing, disseminating ideas and concepts. It's much more about actually trying to get the truth out there rather than focusing on getting too bogged down by misinformation and lies. So I am convinced, just to bring this to a close, that we will be able to build the future of tomorrow together. I have written several books geared towards entrepreneurs that work with lies, chaos, and really what we need to do is to continue encouraging entrepreneurs to focus on the truth. We need to come up with ecosystems on every scale together that foster the spreading of what is true rather than spreading what is false. Be that systemically, organizationally, or whatever, I'm sure, will be able to make truth prevail over lies. And just to finish, I listened to David Ogilvy, and he said, say the truth, but make it fascinating. Thank you very much.
Mon nom est Dominique Schnapper.
My name is Dominique Schnapper, and I am an old teacher.
Comme tous les vieux
I won't tell you how old exactly, but
apporter ce que je peux vous apporter, c'est-à-dire
give you what I would like,
quelques convictions.
And a few questions. The first is that organizers were really virtuous giving us a subject for our meeting, but
la vérité n'est pas à la mode.
Because it's not a word that's really fashionable at the moment. And I know there are certain people who deconstruct it. And we say that there isn't truth, that it's quite relative at a certain moment in certain situations. And then we remembered the famous phrase from Pascal.
Bon, eh bien, pourtant, je vous assure,
it's important. So I assure you that certain truth exists. I would doubt about that.
L'armée russe
the army
l'Ukraine
invaded Ukraine on the 24th of February in 2022, and the world was flipped on its head. The climate is transformed really quickly in the planet.
Des conséquences dramatiques sur tous les aspects de la vie humaine.
It has all of the aspects of human life. And
la vaccination
has allowed us to eliminate many different illnesses, despite what other people might say. So workers are much better protected nowadays. And on the contrary to what many of the American army would think, I can assure you that the Earth is not flat. So these aren't weird alternatives that are just invented by the Trump government. These are real facts. These aren't just opinions. These aren't just opinions which each person in a democracy has to adapt and refuse according to their mood. These aren't representations that each person does or ignores. These are which say that they are subjected to controls and to the control of the reason of all men. So all human beings, as the effect and opinions of the interpretations are not the same. So therefore, you have to fight to be able to see the limits of knowledge and to relativize beyond reason. So there is according to the reality, seeing different realities, but this is, even if they're not partial, sometimes eventually, and it can be provisionary. But this is because they are by nature subject to criticism. We're not going to speak about like philosophers, because this is falsifiable, and it's not opinion and representation. Because that's how we make progress scientifically. The history of science and the history of errors which are made, reformed, rectified by reason, and I'll put the reason in capital letters because we all have it in this tradition. This brings each of us to follow the model and the and to practice what the philosopher Gaston Maslach said about intellectualism. This isn't a debate, a rational debate, and this entertains the way of life. So democracy based on willingness to replace willingness with changing arguments and to convince others about truth. So in the democratic there might be competition, but this doesn't need to be an enemy. Express oppositions, which developed the commitments. This isn't random. The citizens and politicians enter in this debate and this dialogue and allow us to believe in common from the plurality of origins and social conditions and aspirations of all the individuals. So democracy, real democracy, as practiced every day, needs to come closer to this ideal, based on reality. We have to, and mustn't be overwhelmed by our enemies. All of the predator totalitarianisms are based precisely on the terror and on lies. Lies which are imposed by terror, which all end up believing that black is white and white is black. So democracy nowadays is under threat by projects and narratives. And the enemies are helped by the resignation of certain politicians who, voluntarily or not, contribute to the destruction of democracy. So, we have to cultivate our own gardens. I think that several of us, among us, myself is one of them, mobilize our reason, rectify our errors of judgment, remain open to criticism, and hold on to truth and democracy. Thank you very much.
Bonjour.
Hello, everyone. I'm Xavier Durand, Director General of EcoFast. Truth is what acceptance. And I didn't have the idea of, or any idea of what we were going into. I think it's quite interesting. I often talk about a very structured idea full of rules. This is something that's quite exciting and new and terrifying at the same time. To say exactly what I want and what I can do on a topic which is immense and also substantive in our human condition. The truth is that in 7 minutes of my speech, not very long, but that can also seem very, very long when you start going through people's ideas. I start by asking, how can I look at this subject, something that's so important that we go back to all the time? I think back to my childhood, my grandfather, a very convinced Catholic, and he was a very, yes, he was passionate. And my father, the physics teacher at university, and wanted to explain everything. So it's by writing this text that I learned what I could really give. So I started by this, and the truth, all of the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. By saying that, you ask, is it even possible? Is the jury themselves dishonest or even pretentious? We agree. There's just one physical state, one situation at a specific time, one truth at the time, which is relatively easy. But Heisenberg himself said that there was an uncertainty which made a key part of integrity. This invasive integrity, we could look at it on a great quantity of dimensions, but then we start to doubt. We know that in physics, a simple observation of a phenomenon interferes, and then we look for, the more we look at it, the more we distort it. But it gets even more complicated. We describe truth with words which are full of culture, history. We estimate it with judgments, or even with more to do a representation which is realistic. But also many observations which are contradictory. And finally, by summarizing in just a few words, we can do a description which is simplified. Then we look more and more we look at it in reality, the more it becomes complex. We can see in the domain of biology, for example, the more we look, the more we come out for it, and the more we understand. So why do I say all of that? Because if the details are so complex, how can we be so sure that the totality of what that represents globally remains comprehensive? This reality still makes sense, and therefore it's critical. It's really important. If we pull away from all this reality, the consequences can be really dramatic. History proves it. We can sacrifice innocence
peut lancer des peuples entiers dans des guerres inutiles. On peut presque tout faire à un groupe humain. Alors, papa, toi qui de ton vivant n'as jamais compris ce que je venais faire dans la finance capitaliste,
we were doing in capitalist finance, perhaps in this searching for truth. My role as a head of company, exposed these risks, society with 550 people, which have a really important role to play. We have a turnover of 30,000, and this brings us closer to the truth by remaining still very simple, concrete, specific, full of images, to be able to share it and convince. It's too distorted, at least for me. So this is the essential part of the role of the manager. The fundamentals are ethical. So we try to do that finally. We try to find where are the risks in a company. We're looking at all the solvability. Short term, is somebody in good? Is the company in good health? Is it solvent? Statistically, the data accumulated experience, the points of observation, multiply coordinates, and the rigor and humility. For that, we've invested in data and technology, in expertise, by taking on 800 people. We've invested €10 million last year. And thanks to these investments, we try start each day at 10 o'clock. We get some information on a money zone. We go do all of the people who are referenced in our database. And all of that, these are just figures. But behind these figures, there are real values which go beyond technology and progress. We know that the past doesn't guarantee the future, but also certain things are permanent. We know that critical judgment, combined with the conscience of our own awareness of our own ignorance, the statistic value. So, of course, for those, we can always hope that it's we're not going to have to take control of and see us by yourself. But if you do not believe in heroes, it's perhaps that which is the capacity to remain true and with your complexity. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hervé Boeuf. I am the CEO of a small company, a young company, Nevant, which develops batteries, so energy storage devices, which uses other materials and technology, mainstream.
Tiamat, la société que je
représente. Tiamat, which is the
sodium, pour plein de raisons.
Which is the company I use. So it's not really the object of the subject that I have today. So I have a lot of different ideas. So between Asia and the United States, I move between them a lot. But why is that? So we want to have American clients for our products. We also want to have providers and industrial partnerships in Asia, and particularly in China. So at the heart of these trips, I've been hit by a really singular thing, which I think certain of you have already experienced. So it's when you see a map of the world on the wall in China it's really bizarre because China is in the middle and Europe is on the right, America on the left. But when you see one in America, it's really weird as well because you have the America in the center, then you have China to the left and Europe on the right. So we can ask ourselves the question, what is the reality? What's the truth? Because the European one that we've been looking at since we were really small is the ones that we see on every wall, especially in our primary schools, has Europe in the middle and they have the USA and Asia to the right. So what is all these different positions?
Une question légitime qu'on peut se poser.
Question that we could ask ourselves.
On peut essayer de céder des définitions de la vérité.
Try to look at definitions, which is what I do
que je remercie.
Presentation, Nicolas, do. Thanks very much.
Sur ma main, mais
So without
je vous prie de m'excuser.
So, excuse me.
Définition qui m'a
The definition really got me compliance, sentiment of reality.
Pourquoi est-ce qu'elle m'a plu?
So why did I like the idea? Because it really explains
Il y a des faits,
definition,
les faits, la réalité.
Mais
que la conformité du sentiment
but the compliance with sentiment
un autre truc qui joue.
is saying
truc, en l'occurrence, c'est j'appelle ça nos lunettes.
So I call that sensitivity, the culture, that's we come from, that's what we do ourselves, what we do, our experience, our education, etc.
On porte tous des lunettes. Alors moi, je les ai pas.
So we're wearing different glasses. I'm wearing but the glasses, we're different glasses.
Un outil qui
This
nous
is
permet
like a tool to allow us to understand a reality. And to see.
Pourquoi je vous raconte tout ça? Parce qu'on peut se dire, mais c'est.
Why am I telling all this? Because I think it goes really far from our occupation, particularly our occupations on the
parce que
and it's also because
moi-même à l'origine.
not an entrepreneur myself. I started my career in factories. I was straight out of the school in engineering methods.
Opératoire, etc., etc.
Then we
puis après s'occuper de la production, puis après de la
and
puis après revenir au progrès continu, se dire le petit qui a écrit les gammes, c'est-à-dire moi, on va
kid who created these.
Et en fait, cette culture-là,
réalisée without realizing, I did it comparing subjects. Didn't realize the culture that takes us to considerably tire us. The fact that not for that
une organisation
we have an organization need
et ça, c'est vraiment une déformation
professionnelle qu'un certain deformation. That's formation.
Les gens qui sont passés par l'industrie, les ateliers, puisqu'aujourd'hui on doit, voilà, une machine, je l'ai entendu tout à l'heure, un rendement, et bah ça, je veux dire, au bout d'un moment, on a beau dire, moi je suis pas d'accord, le budget, il y a une référentiel.
I agree with that. I agree with that. But this is evident, and we have to agree. So culture is important. And then it's a specific moment here. I had
en reprenant une start-up, la start-up que je vous ai présentée tout à l'heure.
A start-up, that I was telling about before, and then
la puissance des lunettes
the power of the
monde de la start-up,
people,
le filtre personnel,
the personal filters, absolutely enormous, transform the way that people in the world. So I saw them in where this company, and when they started the company,
de faire en sorte
my internal
avant que tout le monde ait
we do it so everybody does.
C'est quoi notre force? C'est quoi notre potentiel?
The force, what is the potential?
Etc. Pour qu'on aille tous dans la même direction sans aller.
They're all going in the same direction.
Et puis, comme tout entrepreneur, on cherche de
l'argent. We look forward.
Et c'est là où mon message en fait aujourd'hui.
And that's the message that I have.
Financeurs s'adresse à l'économie. On voudrait tous avoir là les superbes volumes, etc. Mais on est en Europe. L'Europe aujourd'hui.
We are in Europe, so Europe is
c'est aussi des coûts de fabrication qui sont relativement élevés, mais c'est une force de
cost of manufacturing is high.
Eh bien, aujourd'hui, ce que je voudrais, en fait, mon message,
Nowadays,
mon cri
what I'd like is
c'est qu'aujourd'hui, les projets que nous portons
we
soient
projects
présentés
which are
au sens vrai du
presented
terme, c'est-à-dire
in
des
the
projets
real
qui sont en
sense
France, dont on connaît les marchés,
project
dont on connaît la taille,
influence.
dont on connaît les forces, dont on connaît les faiblesses.
We're aware of
Devant nos lunettes
we're aware of weaknesses,
traditionnelles, qui sont
but
celles
the
où on attend
traditions,
des licornes, des valorisations incroyables et des choses
valorization is very
extraordinaires.
important.
La majorité de nos startups
So,
seront
majority of our
des
startups
petites sociétés, seront des ETI,
small society
vendons-les comme telles et achetons-les comme telles, au vrai sens de la vérité.
Hello, everyone.
J'espère que vous allez bien.
I hope that you're all great and you're enjoying a good
Je
afternoon.
m'appelle Sophie Richelieu.
I'm Sophie Richelieu. I'm a comedian
Et je suis très ravie d'être là, de participer à ce super événement du Big.
a singer, and I'm really happy to be here at the big event this afternoon to speak about.
Coïncidence parce que
It's a real coincidence because there's still 24 hours. 24 hours ago, I didn't know I would be here, so it was all very last minute. So my voice has always been a playground, a way I can share things, a way I can multiplicity rather than something that's caressing and fragile.
À la bienveillance. Elle m'a permis de rentrer en contact avec
Allow me to make contact with myself and with others,
d'expérimenter le
to
réel,
experience
l'imagination,
reality,
ou
imagination,
encore la vérité.
and even
La voix pour moi,
the
c'est
voice
la respiration,
breathing,
le corps, les vibrations,
the chords, the vibrations, silence, sensitive emotions, the reason.
la voix de l'enfant.
So it's the voice of a child that becomes an adult who lives their life, who is our companion, perhaps all along their life, because you might lose your voice too. It's a place of connection, of sharing, moments of hope and of joy, of sadness, fear, love, and force. My voice is my truth.
L'agito Merci.
Thank you so much.
Un des plus grands criminels.
One of the biggest criminals, the biggest lying criminals, biggest criminal liars that our world has ever seen, when you hear me talking about culture, is getting a revolver out. So when I talk about truth, my doubts come out. So we're aware of these doubts. We can foresee the dissemination of information, and then we can say that news is false. The truth is relative. Truth is temporary. Truth is, but still. And why are we interested by truth? As entrepreneurs, we are certainly interested by truth, which, for example, has offers real value to a company. You can check that. If you want to buy a company, you can operate due diligence, use due diligence, you can verify certain things. So reality is necessary for investors, for your employers, for even yourselves. And they say to us that to reach this reality, you have to have transparency. And in transparency, yes, of course. So when we say yes, things true. So therefore, these doubts which come, you could say that there is no truth. There is only a relative truth, a relative of the time. So that's the truth, their relative truth. It therefore means that everything is okay. So if everything is like that, everything's false. So if everything's false, we need to know. But sometimes, and it's still a paradox, we need to not know to protect our lives, to protect ourselves. We need to have secrets. So the secrets, the opposite of transparency. Which secrets do we have between us? Medical secrets, professional secrets, secrets in technology, secrets, national secrets, secrets that protect our security. And these are the secrets. How much work do they have if we don't have a multi-truth? And what is this multi-truth? What is the truth which protects us, which allows us at the same time to have transparency and secrets? This truth which you're all aware of and which will bring us all to refuse us to. Which is, this truth is the law. It's the law, a democratic law, the thing that we decided on. If we're not able to hang on to this essential truth, then we have no hope. We're lost in this universe in which there's some people are alive and some are dead. But in reality, there is no uncertainty when it comes to the law. The law knows the reality, and they know that this reality is necessary and it's essential. We have to protect it at all costs. We have to protect it via justice. We have to protect it via our ideas. And therefore, emotions. Look at us all together. So, with this subject, which should never affect you, global taxes. What about these attacks made by Zuckerman? Because now there are post-truths, things that we need to create post-verity truths. What is absurd when we have to, who should have to pay the tax on these values? What are the consequences that we have to reflect? What happens if we're not affected by it? When anger demands the Zuckerman tax, the anger made us take the rich people by the hair. It demands violence. And no, the truth demands peace. We must believe in peace, because one day, when the lights come on again, we will clarify that to be evident the life, the liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we have to believe, because we have the right to pursue. We have to. If we forget, it won't just be an instant. If we don't, if we refuse others, and if we are violent against the law, then where will this happiness come from? Where will the reality be? The truth is a concept. It's an essential thing, much more essential than what we think. We can't say it's relative and that there is an ultimate reality, order, the Constitution, everything that protects us. So let's be happy.
Merci. Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 10 years ago, I was a young officer of the Merchant Navy, and I really noticed how bad plastic pollution was in the ocean. But I've not come here to talk to you about that. 10 years ago, I was very much convinced that I had to stop traveling the world to transport merchandise, but rather go on an expedition and try and resolve this issue of plastic waste. So I took one of my classmates on board, Alex, and for 3 years we got to work, we were looking for partners, we put a team together, and we found a ship. It was an oceanographical ship. It was 40 meters long, not that young, but it was almost brand new, really well maintained, great. So that's at least what we thought. Before, a few months after we bought the boat, we realized that it was full of asbestos, even though we had a certificate that said that it hadn't any asbestos in it. So it was a real shock. We had to remove all of the asbestos. And of course, this happened during the COVID crisis. So there was not enough FFPE masks to be able to remove asbestos safely. So it was the beginning of a dream which turned into a nightmare. And for better or for worse, we managed to remove all of this asbestos. And in removing it, we realized that actually the hull was completely rusty. The metal interior of the ship was falling apart. It was very rusty, full of holes. So how on earth would we be able to pay all of these bills, get the boat in the water? How would we manage? We had no choices. We had no choice. We had to deal with all of the problems one after another. We replaced the metalwork. We had to replace some of the equipment. That took us 2 years. But after these 2 years, we started to see that the boat was looking better, much better, and we were ready to go on the expedition. So we called our partners, the press, everyone noted it down in their diary, and we thought, okay, finally the ship is going to be able to embark on this voyage against plastic waste. But on the day we were supposed to leave, a welder was finishing some work, and he actually to burn a hole in the right through, and we thought it was ready for adventure, and actually we had to the entire rear part of the
Et c'est pas n'importe quelle partie, c'est
l'arrière
du bateau.
Any part of the hull, it was the back. So it was also the propeller. We also had to replace the rudder. So we were getting quotes for this work that actually would have cost us 4 times the price that we paid for the ship. So after these 2 years of work, we actually managed to damage the boat once again, and it was unseaworthy. And we found some workers that said that they could do it, and it was very expensive, but it was the only choice that we had. And actually, we'd almost given up hope. We'd failed once again. The nightmare was continuing. And this is what scientists call acquired weakness, powerlessness. We had no choice but to get on with it. But the workmen said that the ship would be seaworthy once they had replaced the hull and the rudder and the propeller. We had to then go to explain the situation to our team. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get to sea in 1 month. We don't know how long it will take. But what are we supposed to do? We, once again, persuaded that we would manage to get to sea and embark on our adventure. A friend of mine said, if you slow down, you stop. If you get weak, you will fail. But if you keep walking forwards, then you will get there. You will manage to succeed. So I said to all of my partners and everyone, and we explained to them all of the truths without hiding anything. We didn't sugarcoat anything. We did explain to them all of our doubts. We said that we weren't sure if we were able to continue on, but they trusted us, and we got the team motivated again. We took the ship from Dunkirk to Saint-Lazare. It cost a lot of money. We put it into a dry dock. We scanned it in 3D, and we managed to reconstitute it as it was previously, and then we shipped it, or rather by road, on a lorry, put it back into the water where we wanted to leave. So this time, finally, the ship had been put back into the water after 3 years of reconstruction, and we almost had given up hope. We were waiting for something else to go wrong, but the ship got to Marseille for the grand depart for this expedition. So we got everyone together. We followed our plan, we got the team together, and we explained to them everything that we had gone through, all of the doubts that we could have had, the technical issues, all the things that were unfair, all of the failures, the reality. And one of them said to us, fortunately, you didn't tell us absolutely every single detail, because come along otherwise. Today, the ship has been around the world 3 times. It's in Kenya at the moment, so 40 different stopovers. We have documented 200 initiatives against plastic waste. We've supported 500 companies. We have helped build recycling plants in Africa and Asia that recycle tons and tons of plastic waste every year. And now we are proof of how we can be submerged by problems and think that whatever we do, we will fail. But if you keep faith and you believe that you'll be able to get there, and you can write a new truth which is positive and contagious and gets everyone on board, then we can succeed and we can manage to move mountains. Thank you very much for listening. Everything started in 1781. In Brittany, a ship was put into the water, and on board, a young 23-year-old surgeon, Jean-Marie Noël, my ancestor, was part of the team. And 10 years after he got to the Parisian region, he settled in the city.
dans un endroit nommé Crèvecoeur.
In a place called Crèvecoeur. It's a bit of a harsh name. It means kill heart, literally. And he was very perseverant to respect his plan and try and be as prosperous as possible. So when I go to work, I think about this every day. And this is it. After the tumultuous Napoleonic wars and the execution of Louis XIV, how can we all get to where we want to today in our current generation? Martial, the Viscount of Jean-Marie, and it is with him in 1821 that the family business started on the island of Mauritius. And that's where things really kicked off. For the last 200 years, with 7 generations, our family has committed to transmitting the creation of value and desire. And for us, as you will have understood, it's in the it's on the island of Mauritius in the Indian Ocean. We consolidated our exploitation and our know-how with difficulties that we've overcome along the way. In 1968, in an area with no oil, no natural resources, no mines, no other wealth other than its natural beauty. It is a country which, according to economists, had nothing to offer to anybody. In 1965, I was born, and 10 years after the independency, it was the things had changed completely. My family had taken ownership of some land, and they had started growing crops. And at that time, things changed once again. It was the beginning of a new chapter. So 3 structuring decisions were made after the country was made independent, and now we're on to the 5th, 6th, 7th generation with the consolidation of the shareholding within the company, the family company. So we participate actively in the company to try and help the development of the island of Mauritius, which offers services in trade and tourism as well as financial transactions. We want to support the government and the country to make the Isle of Mauritius a real hotspot and channel investments in India and Africa. We embody the conviction that entrepreneurship can be the embodiment of sustainable development for society and for the environment. Over the years, we have developed about 1,000 partnerships with French stakeholders, and now we have been representing Air France for the last 93 years with Michelin, PSI, Peugeot, Citroën, Yoplait, the Amétis Group, the Soufflet Group, and many other partners, and all of our associates. We have put together very solid partnerships in the region. And we have also developed our own brands. The Beachcomber, which is a pioneer in touristic development on the island of Mauritius. And we have also developed the Heritage and Veranda brand too. We've developed financial services companies which really oversee huge-scale investments in Africa. We have also looked at real estate development to try and attract foreign investments. Just like all entrepreneurs, we try to answer different issues. We wanted to try and overcome obstacles, and through action, we will ensure that we will continue on to a safe future. We want to continue innovating, we want to create, and we want to advance, and we want to dare. Today, once again, we are continuing to innovate. Just this week, we finished planting thousands of kilometers squared of vines. And yes, we're talking about Mauritian wine. It's a great way to discover a country. Boldness has no climate. I'm here today to tell you about a legacy which is much beyond me. I am following in the footsteps of my ancestors with a positive attitude. I'm a successor, but I'm also a trade union. I'm also the representative of real hope for change for the future. The large step of entrepreneurship never written by themselves, and as you and as myself, I'm always looking to build, innovate, and construct a future which is brighter than today. Thanks to all of the partners that we have around the globe, I wanted to say that we have very deep roots and that our ability to look far into the future and plan things effectively is what has made us so successful. And that is my truth. Only sustainable economies will be the ones that stand the test of time. Thanks to the island of Mauritius, which is a land of tolerance, we have been able to find new opportunities, new sustainable ideas. I'm an architect of opportunity, and I'm very motivated and excited about the rich culture that we have there in the island of Mauritius. And thanks to many different things, such as diversity, that's what really drives me every day. Thank you for listening.
Bonjour. Je dois vous avouer quelque chose.
Good afternoon. Let me admit something to you. I'm here to recruit makers. But foremost, I'd like to stay by telling you about the truth. The truth is linked to my experience. I discovered AI about 2 years ago. I'm talking about generative AI. And I instantly understood the potential of this technology. I've tested different types of AI, and I'm convinced that I was convinced that it was going to revolutionize my company. For those of you who do not know my company, it's the Clogère company, which is a company that specialized in air processing and cold rooms. So we have many different collaborators across the globe. This summer, I gave myself a challenge to continue testing, and I wanted to learn programming with AI. Because my goal was really to understand AI from the inside. But above all, because for me, a company director who speaks about AI without having done it themselves is not the right manager. So I spent a few weeks talking to my IT teams, and I showed them the results. And in a room, everyone was silent. I saw that some of them had very surprised expressions on their faces, and I admit that I was a little bit worried. I could have not expected what happened next. All of the teams looked at me and said, "You to about 95% technical level in just a few weeks. You're just missing 15 years of experience on the job." So they realized that if I've been able to go from 0 to 95% in a few weeks, then they could also double their expertise and double their abilities. So what this experience showed me is that AI breaks down constraints, technical constraints, but it does not replace the experience that we may have. It just boosts it.
C'est exactement ce qui arrive
So what I have been through is pretty much what happens in most places in the world. AI gives us access to all current technical knowledge, and I'm speaking about current knowledge specifically. And this knowledge, without being too critical,
sans expérience, sans but,
this experience, this target, this goal has really revolutionized my way of thinking. And when you have an expertise, AI will help you save time and add value. Let me give you another example that I saw with my sales team. We used to have sales teams that took care of specific clients, identified their needs, and came up with installation designs to communicate with clients what their technical needs actually were. AI helped us integrate suggestions that the clients gave to us, and it's a cycle that has continued up until today. The offer sometimes took several weeks or months, and today AI tools that have been developed specifically by them, for them, save time so that we spend more time with clients. And this has brought value to each and every client. Imagine a sales who is speaking to a client and is able to come up with a technical solution instantly.
Alors permettez-moi de vous révéler ce que nous avons appris avec ces expérimentations.
Show what we revealed with this experiment.
Qui négocie.
It's not that negotiates.
C'est pas l'IA qui rassure.
It's AI reassures us.
C'est pas l'IA qui construit cette relation.
AI does not build trusting relations that has worked for 5 and 50 and even beyond years. AI transforms everything. That's true.
Mais la vraie transformation,
the real transformation is frees humans so that we do whatever we want to do. We be human.
Et quelle méthode avons-nous adoptée pour atteindre
ce résultat? Kind of method have to do to adopt this method? We have vision which helps and bring more value both internally and externally. We came up with a method based on 10, 20, 50% of time saved compared to
customisant les outils d'IA pour notre métier et 50% en refondant complètement les processus de l'entreprise.
Some of the method was all about completely revamping the processes that we'd been using in the company previously. And this is what everyone in the company did. So we created a community of ambassadors, the makers. In 1 year, we trained 300 makers. 300. And the field technicians, the assistant managers, everyone who creates tools which are useful for all of the clients and the company. In this setup, there's no hierarchy. I am high up in the management system, but I'm not necessarily able to develop a new technical solution as easily as someone else. All of these makers have the ability to develop tools which are adapted to people's needs in record time. So so people might think that IT will appear, but no, anyone can dream about sharing their expertise with everyone. All of you should become makers. Do join us. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Benadi, and I'm the COO of the Jacquemus House. I'm really delighted to be here with you. I admit that when I was asked to give a speech about truth, I was a bit surprised because we don't necessarily associate truth with Fashion can sometimes be construed as a bit artificial, but for me, fashion is really the expression of the first way that you want to come across to people. We had just come to Paris with my husband and my 3 children, which were born in New York. I spent 10 years for French fashion labels working in high-up management. And over the past 10 years, I've been lucky to work with entrepreneurs such as yourselves. And with Céline, which is one of the best luxury houses in the world and teams that are fantastic, a few months ago, I met an entrepreneur, Simon Jacques Marplus, and this encounter was very significant. We both, this was going to completely overwhelm the rest of our lives. We felt present, we felt very aligned, and it was good for us to be able to listen to each other's truths. In the US for the last 2 years, I helped French brands and I helped them get their brands out into the American market. So that meant boosting their turnover, and to do so they really needed to love their products, they needed to know the market, they needed to know the sector of luxury goods. And it was really all about making a relationship with entrepreneur directors, which gave part of their project, part of their baby, and above all, I really wanted to give them, to ensure that they were able to give a very loyal image of their brand. So there was a real difference between French and American culture. And in New York, I discovered that people thought that in France we were very brutally direct. For me, I think that being direct is a huge quality, especially in business. But when I say brutally, I say that because people were tending to focus on the negative. In France, at least, if we criticize something, then we do so. If we don't hide our words, if something is extraordinary, then we might think that it's suspicious. And that's why Erasmus is a very good example. New York, the 10 years that I was there, I was lucky enough to grow my children grow up in an environment that was completely different to the one that I grew up in France. Let me give you an example. My children were 3 and I took them to school. They had to get up onto a stage and introduce themselves to the entire class. When I was young, I did ballet, like many young French. I wasn't really motivated to go. I wasn't very good at ballet, and I had an instructor who really wanted us to progress and work on our mistakes, who was very strict and negative. And then a few years later, when my daughter Anna said that she wanted to do dance classes, I went with her. And I hope that you won't tell her this, but I will admit that she wasn't actually very good either. However, her instructor wouldn't stop congratulating her. He helped her make progress. He showed her what she needed to work on, but in a very positive manner, by saying to her that she was amazing. But not just. Also because this learning process taught our daughter to make progress, to train, to go beyond herself in such a positive atmosphere. But I feel like I'm speaking to an audience that does that all day long, because you are entrepreneurs, you are founders, and obviously you would have heard that your project is very risky a lot of the time. Listening to your truth and being driven by your truth is something which you have to do on a daily basis. And the truth that I'm speaking about is that at my company, we body truth as much as possible. Simon is not from a rich background. He didn't grow up in a big fashion capital. He didn't do high-level fashion studies. He lost his mother when he was very young, and he decided to use his maiden name to use it as the name of his company. So with himself, with no funding, with a lot of boldness and guts. He started his business journey, and that's what I'm speaking about, something which I see on a daily basis when I work alongside him. So one of my favorite stories about Simon is that when we met Anna Wintour, she was the head writer at Vogue. And the way that our brand was seen back in the day is nothing compared to how it's seen today. And one day, Simon was told that he was going to head up a very large-scale fashion brand. And he said back, well, I already head up a large-scale fashion brand. And for me, that answer really says everything. It embodies the attitude that everything is possible, having confidence and trust in your truth, and then being able to assume it. This level of courage was transmitted to other people working at the clothing label. I don't know if you know which bag I'm speaking about. It's a very tiny handbag. It's so small that you can't even put a mobile telephone in it. It's one of the first bags of its type. It should never have been created in a fashion label, but Simon loved it, and therefore he made a whole line of it with different colors, and it was one of the flagship products of the label. So you need to believe in truth and never compromise in what you believe in. It's very inspirational, and what is inspirational for Simon is that he was able to believe in his truth and allow himself to evolve. And I think that that's absolutely what has made his clothing label unique and creative. And I know that it already inspires many young designers to listen to themselves and believe in their own truth. Thank you very much for listening.
Bonjour.
Hello.
Je suis Solène
I am
Devis.
Solène Devis. And at 25 years old, I created a hotel course. Accor Hotels is known throughout France, and I became general manager in this great family adventure when I was 36. So if you look at my trajectory like this and look at me on LinkedIn, you could certainly say, wow, that girl is really professional. She knows what she wants out of life. The reality is that I doubted everything at all times, and I still doubt every day. But for me, doubt is not a failure. It's just a really sensitive part, and that can be a real powerful thing. One great crisis of doubt was when I was coming back from maternity leave. So I was lucky to have my first kid during lockdown. So when I came back to work, I was ready to do so. So I was really, my parents sold their house, and I could say it was really, and it was, I changed to marketing to help and I had no idea, to help the general manager, no idea what was expected of me. So, but therefore, I was happy to go back. But when I came back to work, never found because it no longer existed. So in fact, my teams during my absence had become really independent, so they were really happy to see me. But at the same time, it was really, really brutal for me. At that time, I really had a lot of doubts. So I finished by saying that my future was no longer linked to hotels. I ended up believing that what I'd said to myself before, that working and raising a family was not possible anymore. So I had lunch with the agent who was going through the same things. We took time to share experiences and to give me some advice. And then after this interview, I trained in management, and I had a coach to train me to be in this position. And thanks to my friend who said, "What? You don't have a coach, you mean?" And there was no point working 50 hours a week if I didn't see I was on the team. I started to ask, "How are you? What do you think of this at the moment?" And really listening to their responses. So I accepted working with what in creating good conditions, and I stopped. I was able to see my kid in the evenings. I accepted to say, "I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. We'll talk about it tomorrow." And above everything, I stopped feeling guilty for on the evenings that I wasn't there because I had a works dinner, because lots of people have kids and they work too. And then I had my second kid, a girl this time. And that moment, I saw another kind of question. It was much more metaphysical. I asked myself, well, what world are we going to leave to our kids? And me, in that case, as a manager in tourism industry, do I contribute something positive, or am I part of the problem? So I'm going to give you 3 figures. So tourism in France is 8% of the GDP for 11% and 11% of carbon emissions. So what I'm talking about, there are 300 positions which don't have candidates, and then only 34% of roles taken by women. So we still have a lot of work to do to have robustness in this industry, to work on subjects which are essential, and that is sustainable tourism and the attractivity of our jobs. And I really asked myself, what is the road that I need to take for this? So at Accor Hotels, we've been working 2023, and we're working on becoming a zero plastics company and having equal rights for maternity and paternity leave. Nowadays, the biggest difficulty is not convincing our clients, our investors, our employees. It's convincing senior management, those who govern us, who manage us, and then also to getting younger people into our job, making them want to enter our industry and want to build it with us. So of all these doubts, I developed a routine, an anti-doubt routine in 3 words. I listen, I accept, and I call. So I listen, because these little voice is not going to stop talking. And if I don't listen, I make errors, and then I'll end up betraying myself. I accept that I don't have the answers straight away. Perhaps it'll be tomorrow while I'm cutting courgette or riding a bike, but it won't come straight away. And nobody expects a manager to know anyone. I call. So I call on someone who's already been in this situation, who can look at things from a different angle. And we often say that we village to kids. Well, I'm persuaded that to run an office, it's not a village. I have my family, my friends, my other managers, entrepreneurs. I hope you will consolidate your village. And this is the best way that you can do it. And especially with the reality, the truth is not going to disappear. But if you are courageous and ready to work, look at life straight in the eyes, and that'll be your best ally. Thank you.
Petite chanson, même s'il passe pour des cons.
Bonjour à tous. Une des grandes questions que je me suis posée en étant entrepreneur depuis plus de 20 ans, c'était comment est-ce qu'on passe d'une start-up
So how do we make a startup and eventually bring it?
Le métier de mon entreprise, il est très simple. On construit, on gère des
job is very simple. We make creches in the nursery school.
On est passé de 3 fondateurs dans un bureau.
We went from 3 founders And
on est passé d'un établissement.
We went to an establishment which is around 1,000 people around the continent, and then we welcomed lots of families, and we contributed towards male-female equality, and have made family life a lot easier. And something I'd like to share with you nowadays is that I think that we have 5 tools which are essential and which we attach to you if they're used correctly. The first is the understanding of the cycles, the economic cycles, long and short, because when we build our business plan, it's structural, 10, 20 years.
Dans le Caire, eh bien, ça va être le vieillissement de la population. Nous, par exemple,
as the population is aging, we, for example, the fact that families are more attached to quality education for children. If you are on climate with clean tech, that is climate change. But then you have to sit on your business plan with the long-term tendencies, and then next to that, the short terms, the cycle of 2-3 years where you haven't anticipated, but you have to be able to do it. So 80% of companies closed in a week. So the financial crisis, that could be the integration of a great acquisition, which takes time. We have an incubator. This is, in a few days, 80% of. But by keeping these stories, it will be probably positive, constructive, will allow us to move towards something better. So the second we have is the triptych, magical triptych, the economic, social, and social. We need to performing, we've seen that also today, but performing for what reason? To be and then distribute in an event and societal, and that's essential. A form of Britain which says the economy is social, social is if we enter the 20th century, the economy and without society is
Alors tout ça, c'est pas juste un nice to have, c'est un must have. Un must have vis-à-vis de nos stakeholders. Les stakeholders, les fournisseurs, les clients, et puis surtout les équipes. Et là, je ne vous parle pas simplement de la génération Z, parce que ça y est, elle est en place. 50% de nos équipes chez nous, on est au 21e siècle. Je vous parle de la génération alpha, celle sur laquelle on doit asseoir nos budgets, nos business plans, notre vision d'entreprise. C'est celle qui sera sur le marché du travail entre 2030 et 2040. Ce sont nos futurs clients. Cet outil qui est le triptyque, il dénote que sur une entreprise de technologie, on peut être une entreprise au final, ça reste une aventure humaine.
This main rate,
c'est l'ADN.
This is DNA with people, our associates. There's a real complexity. This has to be value, and at the same time, you have to be complementary. Common, why? You have the risk to comfort zone, the curiosity, the resilience, all of that. You have that as you have to provoke chance. You have to have.
Il faut aussi avoir l'intérêt général.
You have to see the intergenerational.
C'est ce qu'on s'est attaché de faire.
So that's what we're attached to do. But beyond that, with these common values, we have to have a real complementary between societies. So having associates which
avoir des associés qui vont être les gardiens du temple et de l'orthodoxie budgétaire, et d'autres qui, au contraire,
and others who, on the contrary, have charisma and who want to carry the emblem of the company.
Quatrième outil dans la boîte à outils.
The team, fourth is focus. So focus. It's really easy
de s'occuper des grains de sable au lieu des galets chaque matin.
So each morning, when you don't know how to say no to when decisions make sense. So I went to the USA not a long time away, and they said, John, it's not about doing things right, it's about doing the right thing. And doing the right thing is what? It's being simple, being evident, making sense. It's using the essential. It's about being focused. When you go to another country, when you're launching a new product, when you go to apply to a tender, which is going to change the dimensions. Wiedhoffmann, LinkedIn said to us, if you're satisfied with the launch of the first version of your application, it means that you're probably too late. So focus, focus, focus. The last point, the creation of value, obviously. So I think that one of the things that we managed to do to make us grow is that having being intuitive, when do you have to look at the valorization? When do you have to have the delusion? So this is a real virtuous idea. This is because it's our life insurance. It's what allows us to work against the current. And it's often come too early, so redistributing teams and the valorization. I've seen so many things happening because the valorization wasn't there. So creation of value equally shared out. So that's for my 5 tools, and I hope that you're inspired. Thank you very much.
Donc je fais quoi là? Par ici. Allez-y, j'y vais. Bonjour, je m'appelle...
Good afternoon. I am Muriel Beyer and I am a publisher. In general, publishers are behind. They are not in front, at the front, and they are there to support their writers. I'm very happy because I will be able to talk about my job and about truth. I was also very happy because my everyday work. I introduce myself. I've been working in publishing houses for 30 years. I've worked at Flammarion, and I've decided to create the publishing house of L'Observatoire. I wanted to thank Denis Kassler, who helped me to do it. He was a man of conviction, he helped us create a publishing group where there is the House I've created, Belin Scolaire, Belin Éditeur, Passé Composé, and L'Équateur. So it's a group that is now owned by the group Albin Michel. Why is truth at the heart of what I do? Well, because a publishing house generalist as L'Observatoire publishes essayists, what we call non-fiction, and investigation documents, and also fiction novels. So in non-fiction, it's quite classic. You call for legitimate and recognize others that will enable you to get as close as possible to the truth. Socrates was making of truth the center of life, but it was the dialogue and the debate of ideas. And I think that now, as truth is very much shaken because there are fake news, alternative truth, the cancer of our society that is complotism. And now we have the deep fakes. So how to fight to go to be as close as as close to the truth as possible? There is a document from José Paul Droit that is called La Grande Pagaille, and in this book he warns about the social media and all the fake news, and he says that there is a great danger. It is our passivity. And after all, what happens when we think less and less? We are tired, we are overwhelmed, and I think that my job is a fight and a commitment. I came in publishing as a commitment, and now it's a fight because I try to publish others that enable us to get as close as possible to the truth. Julia de Funès, when she writes a philosophy book, she says, I'm giving the tools to people to have their own reflection. And when there is an investigation on the different society subjects, we can find a serious investigation. So nonfiction enables to be as close to the truth as possible. I've always thought that there is not one truth, there is your truth, and it depends on who you are, it depends on your origins, on your training level. But I think that essays give you the tools to reach a truth and to have a better vision of a subject. But a publishing house also publishes fiction. And like Albert Camus, I think that fiction is, in the beginning, a lie, but that enables us to get closer to reality. Actually, that is at the heart of truth. For example, Les Trois Mousquetaires gives you more information than any book history. The 18th century is a key period of our society, enabled us to create the France as we know. And it enables us to get closer to a reality. Currently, we see that in the great literary movement, there are two great currents. The books like the ones from Houellebecq that talk about our time, that lead us to the heart of a society. Then there is the self-fiction that also leads us to truth under the condition that it talks about something universal. When the book from Laurent Vignier talks about his family during the First and Second World War, he talks about everyone's grandmothers who had to take care of the families because the men had gone to war. So this is universal, but self-fiction where you only talk about yourself, then no one cares. So there are these two types of books, and I'm convinced that fiction is also at the heart of a truth. Creation is a truth, actually. When Picasso paints Guernica, he's at the heart of the truth. So I'd say that it is my job to find the closest path to the truth. Often people ask me how I work with others. I lead the others as close as possible and as far as possible to help him or her go further than the text he or she gave me for the first reading. And I'd say that more and more, it's a job that I see as a fight. So the only thing I can say, read, go in the bookstores and find books, and you will find the path to the truth.
Bonjour.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Claire Delaunay. I am a robotician. I'm French American. I've also worked a lot at NVIDIA and other robotics companies. Wait, there is something ringing. It's very rude, I'm sorry.
Attendez un instant.
Just wait a minute.
The US Congress has just voted the American GPU Act. Vous avez vu?
Have you seen it?
Tous les GPU de dernière génération sont maintenant...
Last generation GPU are not the embargo,
commandes déjà passées pour l'Europe.
even the orders already made in Europe are cancelled.
En France,
So there's no guidance.
vous m'avez cru?
You believe me?
Bon, bah, ils l'ont déjà fait. Hein.
Right, they have already done it. In China, what's happening? Not but for other,
Checkez votre téléphone.
before you check your phone, if you believe,
Partagez une vérité.
we have shared a truth. Together, we built a truth during a moment.
Si quelqu'un l'a retweeté,
If
bah là,
someone
vraiment, de nos jours,
then we have
vérité internationale.
made an international truth. Because nowadays,
Les vérités se passent par les tweets.
all the information, all the truth goes through it.
D'ailleurs, ça vous rappelle quelqu'un?
Whether it review of someone, repeating 3 times a lie becomes a truth. It becomes a political instrument, an incredible one.
On est amplifié par les médias sociaux.
When everything is for social media.
En France, on fait pas ça.
Let's come back to France. In France, we do that. We are very careful, analyze, measure, quantify, seriously.
C'est la logique, ça doit être vraiment
It's logic.
dans une
It has
vérité.
to be into
La vérité sociale.
except maybe that the social reality is a bit different.
C'est un magnifique morceau de papier.
It's a beautiful sheet of paper. Nothing distinguishes it from 500 euro note, banknote. I think it's a bit thicker, but if I give you 5 or 500 euros, it doesn't create the same effect.
Donc de ce fait, on a un peu décidé ensemble.
So we have decided together to give a value to this banknote. We have created a new truth for a sheet of paper. And this is what I meant.
Très souvent,
Very often, truth, and particularly for entrepreneurship, it's a story
ensemble d'adhérer.
that we decide to believe in.
Aux États-Unis, comme on le sait,
And in the US, as we know, when you create a pitch for a startup, the narrative truth is very important. We have to tell a story. It's not only what's happening today, it's not only about the figures on the market, it's all about what the company product can be. This truth is something we just build.
bon, bien sûr, il y a des écarts. Hein,
Of course, the mismatches
qui a réussi pendant 10 ans à faire croire la
with
vérité, qu'ils avaient créé une machine qui faisait des analyses
people who decide to manage to make believe that had created a machine while there are machines working totally behind.
pas trop mentir. C'est genre de ce
In front to lie, it's this kind of paradigm of projections is a bit too much.
Donc c'est vrai qu'en France, par exemple, si on n'a pas
In France,
de la BPI,
if we don't have the subsidies from the BPI, it's not very trustworthy. If you were a candidate and you didn't get it, then it's a shame.
mais la vérité
But the truth,
générale
in general,
vraiment
is something that can change. Newton,
arrivé avec sa loi de
when he arrived with
la gravité,
the gravity law, everyone was laughing at him.
Einstein
And however, it's a reality. And when Einstein extended this reality with the theory of relativity, he found a new truth. It doesn't mean that Newton was wrong. It just meant that his truth was not thorough. Other example, the Earth is flat for GPS devices. We believe in GPS devices, but the reality of the GPS devices is enough for them.
mais ça n'empêche pas
But it doesn't prevent them from working.
oui, avant Pasteur,
And before Pasteur, we also thought
la vie sans oxygène
that life with oxygen was impossible.
l'histoire, la vie a commencé.
And actually, the irony is that life started without oxygen. So to conclude, each time has its own truth. Each culture has its own truth.
À partir du moment où on est
From the moment there are enough people to share an idea, it becomes, and it's very important to realize this effect, to be aware of it, because how we get built, and it enables us to sketch a future that is more desirable. We can imagine things that we want to realize. So, entrepreneurs, philosophers, or citizens, what is true today won't be forever. We have to cultivate honesty and humility, but never let certitudes become a barrier to imagination and to the emergence of realities we want to see appearing and flourishing for our future. Thank you. Hi, Big. I'm really sorry not to be there. I really miss you. I've been there every year since the first time, but this year I'm in Asia. And in Asia, so I'm really... The theme is truth. The theme is truth. And immediately history came to my mind. When I was 17, I was hacking and I got summoned by the DST. And they told me a deal. You will go to judge. I helped them create a department in the DST. It enabled me to avoid the military, and then they have created some budgets. We will test our mobile phones and enabled some budget. What is the truth? I have 2 children who are 20 and 25. They never lived in this. Tell me that this is totally fake up. But actually, it's totally true. My own children don't believe me. It's terrible. They ask me, I was asked to talk about truth, and I want to talk about the contrary fact of embellishing things, of using reality and transforming it into something. You said that to be a reality is that I speak English. I'm not really sure. I do, but in English there is something. There is a sentence that I like. It's take it until you make it. It's changing things until you manage to transform it. And it's key for entrepreneurs because we need optimism. It's what enables us to make the reality better, and it's very important for big projects. You need to be optimist because it can bring you many more things. I wanted to talk to you about something we have done with Free at the beginning of the 2000s. In our business plans, we ended up with 100% of market share in the French market. And a few years later, we ended up with only 25%. But our plan was to have 100%. I don't know if we really believed in it, but we have created our business plan on this idea, and we have presented it. We were probably ridiculous, but we were so confident in what we were selling that they accepted it. There is a word that is very important. I think it's doing and getting it to be known. It's how you do things, but also how you manage to communicate it. How you make it easier, more desirable. Very important when you create a company. We create, but it's almost more important to manage to communicate it. Be doing things important to make it appeal. And it's very important when you are a startup You have to think of how you will manage to appeal investors, how you will the catchy phrase that will enable to make it sexier. So I'm really sorry to be with you. I will do a great gig full of truth, and that will be an opportunity to meet incredible people. And congratulations for everything you do. Thank you very much. And next year I will be there with you.
Bonsoir.
Hello. Truth, truth. It's something when you're an actress. What is truth? It's it makes you dizzy, it's essential. When I say I'm hungry, it's a truth. When I say I love you, it can be a truth. But I can also lie. Actually, what are actresses looking for? They are looking for truth, but sometimes we say words that are not ours. So we are in a role, we try to embody it. I have the feeling that I am in the truth when I lie, but it's not a lie. Say words that are not mine. So I imagine the life of another woman, and it's being another woman that I'm becoming myself. It might be strange, but this is the essence of being an actress. Philosophers have looked for the truth. For Aristotle, it's to say who you are. For Nietzsche tries to break the illusion. He says what we call truth is only illusions. We have forgotten the word.
Est-ce que je suis dans une illusion ou pas?
I find it very interesting. Am I in an illusion or not? It's a very interesting question. Stanislavski called that the stage reality.
Autrement dit,
in other words, it's the lie that reveals a bigger reality. In this time where everything gets blurry, fake news, social media, a sort of augmented reality, a strange reality where we cannot distinguish the right from the wrong. Hannah Arendt had warned us. She says, when the facts themselves are dissolved in the opinion, then the freedom collapses. The danger is not to be lied to, but that no one anymore would know where is the truth. There are as many truths as human beings, not so sure. There are obvious truth, scientific truth we cannot fight. And there are also sport truth when we say that an athlete has run 100 meters in so many seconds. It's a truth that we cannot fight. An equation is a truth, not an absolute truth. Yes, it's an absolute truth. For us actors, there is no absolute truth. There is only something a bit irrational, something dreamy. There is a reality between a speech and what we are saying, between the experience and what we feel. I try to capture my internal reality, to embody it. I think that I'm never as real as when I play. Here, I don't know who I am. I'm trying to tell you some words and to find what is the reality of this moment. When you are an actress, you think that you lie. People always tell me, but you lie. But actually, no, it's not true at all. I don't have the feeling that I'm lying. I feel that I'm never as myself as when I'm being another one. So it's not an absolute truth, but it's a living tension between the reality of what is, between the speech of what we say, and between the experience of what we feel together. After all, truth has to be discovered together. It has to be shared. It's fragile also sometimes. Who says the truth? Do the beings give their truth? Never. People lie. After all, maybe actors are the ones who lie the least, because we always pretend to be someone, but we are not that. People play games much more than actors. Actors reveal themselves much more than any other people. After all, I think that truth is a big word. And I don't see often people who are pure, who are real, who have a pure soul. So I'm looking for them everywhere. I don't often find them, but the people who recognize themselves, they find a reality that is their own. The beautiful thing is that everyone can find the truth, because I think that each truth is important. The reality of the beings can be felt. It's wild. The reality goes through the animality, through someone who will emit something. I don't know what, but when people are not themselves, I can feel it. But actually, it's my absolute quest. Maybe this moment was real, but actually I wanted to tell you what I felt.
Bonsoir à toutes et à tous.
Good afternoon, everyone. After 20 years spent in La Poste, a beautiful group that trusted me, that made me grow, 5 years ago I decided to dedicate myself to teaching, particularly in primary schools, because then you have your pupils every day, all along the year, so you have the time to build something. So an hour and a half ago, I was in my class in Meudon-la-Forêt, and I'd like to start this research for truth with some grammar. At the third person of the plural, the end of the verb in French is ENT. So let's check this reality with the two verbs that are the most used in French, être and avoir. So ils ont and ils sont. So it doesn't work. But actually, this is how we learn that. The truth is not so far. There's only one letter different. But on the 16 times of the French grammar, there are many. They actually finish by NT. And this reality is very easy to understand, but to think that we have to realize that ENT doesn't work. It's not true. And of course, I'd like to share with you the fact that it's not true, so we have to dare sometimes to oppose all that. And I've made several observations in my teams and also with my pupils in class. It is that truth has to be researched and it has to be shared. It has to be researched, because I also often said to my teams, respect the facts. I've often had some projects on companies that had difficulties, but each time the success came from the trust we had. It came from the truth I could say about the market, the clients, the results, not with many KPIs that make everything blurry. This reality of the facts. And at school, we do this. We try to teach the pupils how to distinguish the facts from the opinions, what I believe in. During the week on press, on newspapers, we teach them how journalists try to distinguish the wrong from the right. So we start with an image of a rhinoceros with people around with weapons. The pupils are trying to analyze and they end up finding the answer. And they say that this is
rhinocéros en lui coupant la corde pour éviter justement qu'il subisse un acte de braconnage. Donc on le voit, la vérité.
Guardians that are trying to protect the forest rangers that are trying to protect terrors to avoid any hunting.
Ce chemin à l'école,
and this is a path that we are teaching at school with a method from the kindergarten. That with a method very simple, we ask to find the truth, to formulate hypotheses, then we test them.
On observe les résultats.
We observe the results that will validate or deny our hypothesis, and then we conclude, but only then we conclude. And if we don't find, we start again. This is a sinuous path. Of course, during our history, at the beginning we believed that the planet was flat, then we realized that it was round, but we thought that it was in the middle of the universe, and I'm sure that today we even haven't found all the truth. So this is why I tell my pupils from the first day of school, I tell them you have one right in this, the right to fail. It's not a problem to make mistakes if there is behind. So this is why I prefer to talk about a grammar error rather than about a fault, because my pupils know it that if you don't learn from your mistakes, then it's not an error anymore, it's a fault. And in companies, we've been talking for several years about the right to fail, but it's not totally a success yet. Let's change the term. Talk about the right to test. There is an approach, our conditions, and if the test doesn't work, then we stop before it becomes an error. Remember the Latin, errare humanum est, but we often the end that is, but persevering is diabolical. This path, we don't go on it alone. There are generations that have sketched it, and we follow it. Everything we know is the capitalization of the human knowledge for centuries. It's a treasure that was transmitted to by our parents, our colleagues, our teachers, and this is something we also have to transmit. You are entrepreneurs in this room, if I understood well, and of course, you try to build companies and to have success with them. This is everything I wish you, but your success will be even better if companies die. What I mean is that if in 20 years, the 80 pupils I take care of every week, they can get in your company, it will be a great success because they will take it further. And it's in the middle of all the problems that you have to spend time to train the next person, to pass on your ideas, everything you have learned to go further. So transmit and be the pathfinders. And don't forget, Maria Montessori said, education is not a vase you fill in, it's a fire that you start. This is my ringing bell. This is the moment I have to stop.
Bonjour à tous.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Imagine that it is January 2021, at the end of the month.
C'est la fin du Covid, on peut toujours pas voyager.
It's the end of COVID, but we still can't travel yet. And someone offers you to go into a company where you don't know anyone, to structure 800 companies, come up with a group for all of them. You don't know the job, you don't know the corporate culture, you need to come up with a business plan, you have a team from people that you don't know, you have to hire people. So that's the job that I was given in January 2021. I was crazy enough to accept it. And I accepted it because I really felt like that I was lucky enough to be able to create a mobile for energy services, just decarbonization started becoming so topic. The operation was so successful because we had many different applications, created the company after 7 months, we had 7, then 3, then
d'un projet qui était basé sur la confiance. En fait, ce qui fait que le projet était une réussite, c'est simplement dire la vérité. Vous imaginez, vous rentrez dans la boîte, vous ne connaissez pas toute la boîte.
You start working for the company and you don't know anyone, and yet you start discovering the truth of the corporate culture, and little by little. You have to then transmit that onto the vendors, the bankers, who don't necessarily always tell the truth in the same way.
De pouvoir le dire franchement et toute la vérité à l'acheteur, ce qui a permis de créer ce sentiment de confiance,
which created a feeling of trust,
la valorisation a fini par plaire aux vendeurs,
that the valuation actually ended up pleasing the buyers and the seller, and the trust that we installed meant that we were able to do things properly. And these days, we're talking about 19 billion euros, thousands of collaborators around the world, and we are the world leader on energy transition and digital transition, as well as industrial transition. So we're a French champion of energy and industry. The truth was really the backbone of energy transition, and we have 1,300 bosses in the company, with a huge delegation of power, and that's what gives such wealth to the company.
La transparence 2.0. Si je te pose une question, c'est pas la bonne question. Tu me réponds la vérité, y compris sur la question que je t'ai pas posée. Cette structure de la vérité, c'est la colonne vertébrale qui fait que la boîte avance, se développe, et que le management se développe.
And that the management is also developing too. So the reason I told you all of that is not just to go on about my own story, a bunch of collective adventurers or what have you, but today it's all about the truth, the truth 10.0. And what happens is that we might wrong about climate change. I'm not going to tell you about the climate catastrophism, but we are going head first into difficult times. Decarbonating the world is 5 times slower than what actually needs to happen. And that's down to China. China is selling carbon credits to try and make up their numbers, and they are the world leader for AI. It's actually America that's the world leader for AI. So that's what's so difficult. And the competitiveness of companies must be done through decarbonation, and it needs to be done step by step.
La réalité, c'est que faire la CSRD, on l'a fait chez nous, on l'a fait au sein du groupe Bouygues, on le fait pour nos clients. C'est pas compliqué, c'est pragmatique. C'est lister la liste des actions qu'on va faire pour décarboner son usine. Mettre une pompe à chaleur à la place d'un système à gaz. Décarboner ses transports. Stocker l'énergie dans le froid. 87% des bâtiments en Hollande stockent leur énergie dans le sous-sol.
0% of buildings in the Netherlands actually store their energy in the basement, and in 10 European countries, a lot of companies are based entirely on electricity, and we have decarbonized energy, and we are one of
disons-nous la vérité.
People
on a des entrepreneurs exceptionnels, et donc on a fait un
we have exceptional results, and so we came up with a survey with OpinionWay, and we went to go and see in a lot of countries in Europe the way that bosses thought about decarbonization, and 90% of bosses said that we need to go.
Des patrons
83%
de discussion.
that there's still
20% ont établi un plan des premières marches de leur décarbonation et
which is the
seulement
first step
5%
in their decarbonization plan, and only 5 of them have come up with a complete, thorough plan of decarbonization.
L'écart, il est colossal.
The
15%
gap is
d'écart
colossal.
entre la
There's
France,
15% difference between
l'Angleterre,
France,
la Belgique,
England,
la Suisse,
Belgium,
la
Switzerland,
Hollande
the Netherlands,
et l'Allemagne.
and Germany.
Il faut y aller. Comme disait Churchill,
So we must go ahead. As
La
Churchill
peur
said,
est un
fear
sentiment,
is a feeling.
la vérité est dans
The
l'action.
truth is in action.
Donc, si la vérité a été le squelette de la réussite de la
So if
construction
truth
d'entreprise,
was
on s'est dit la vérité
the
et qu'on a pu
skeleton
passer à
of
l'action,
the way that a company was constituted,
disons-nous collectivement et passons à une action pragmatique parce
we
que
need
le
to
réveil
have
va être
pragmatic
douloureux.
action
Pas
because
uniquement au
even
niveau
if it
climatique,
be difficult and painful
niveau
to wake
économique,
up
qu'il faudra
economically,
rattraper le
we
retard
must do so
et
because we're going to have to
investir
make up
lourdement
for
pour décarboner les entreprises.
how
Les années
Ireland,
70-2000, les scientifiques ont été
the
convaincus.
period between 1970 and
2000,
2000 was
les États ont
incredibly
été
important, and then 2010,
2010,
the US was convinced, and then
producteurs d'énergie ont été
2020 to
convaincus.
2025, the
Maintenant,
producers of energy
c'est la place à
are
toutes les
convinced,
entreprises pour
and now we
décarboner.
need to
Merci.
convince all of the rest of the companies in the world about how important decarbonization is.
The others?
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, Laurent Favre, CEO d'Open Mobilité, et je vais vous parler de la vérité et du dirigeant.
That's the name of my company. I'm going to talk to you
On
about
parle des temps actuels comme l'ère post-vérité. C'est un monde évidemment influencé fortement par Internet, par les réseaux sociaux.
Everyone is
Le monde dans lequel
strongly
nous
influenced by
vivons,
everything
c'est
that
un monde dans
happens
lequel les
online and
sentiments
social
comptent
media,
plus que les faits, dans lequel les
where
comptent plus
feelings
que les preuves.
matter more than
Et si en
truth
fait, dans ce monde,
and
nous n'avions
information,
jamais eu autant besoin
irrespective
de
of how
vérité.
reliable it is,
La vérité,
it
bien sûr,
counts
elle
more
n'a
than
pas
truth.
disparu.
The truth
La
has
vérité,
not
par contre, elle est
disappeared.
très souvent noyée sous un océan de bruit, sous un océan de tweets, sous un océan d'informations contradictoires,
of contradictory
de complotisme,
information,
de tout ce qui crie finalement plus fort que
people
les
plotting.
faits, que les données. Or, pour un dirigeant,
However,
la
for a
réalité
company
est
director,
évidemment
the reality
essentielle pour
is
prendre des bonnes
obviously
décisions.
essential
Sans
to make the
réalité,
right decisions.
sans vérité,
With no
pas de
reality,
bonnes
with no
le dirigeant est en
truth, we
permanence
can't make any
à
right
la
decisions.
recherche de la
So
vérité.
we are constantly looking
Le dirigeant ne
for
peut pas se
truth. A company
contenter de
director
semi-vérité.
cannot just simply
En
base
permanence
his decisions
chercher
on
la vérité qui
half
résiste, la
truths.
vérité qui résiste encore une fois au bruit, la vérité basée sur des faits, la vérité
Truth
basée
needs
sur
to
des
be based
données,
on
et non la
facts,
vérité
on
basée
data,
sur des croyances,
and on
celle qui ne se
beliefs.
laisse pas influencer.
So we
Celle qui gratte et qui dérange,
cannot be
comme dit
influenced
Nicolas
badly.
Dufourcq, que tout le monde a lu et entendu, j'imagine, à maintes reprises. Mais avoir une boussole ne suffit pas. Il faut
Having a
évidemment avoir le
compass
courage
is not enough.
de
You
lire la
also need to
boussole, et
have
encore plus,
the bravery
il faut
of
que vos
going
ingénieurs,
through
vos
with an
opérateurs,
action
vos
plan. Your
collaborateurs,
engineers,
ceux qui
collaborators
tiennent
and
la boussole,
operators,
et la
the
possibilité,
people
le
who
droit et le
have the
courage
compass must
de vous
be
dire ce qu'il y a sur la
able to
boussole, même
take
si parfois,
brave decisions.
ce n'est pas très agréable d'être
Sometimes
confronté
it
à la
might even
vérité.
be unpleasant to
Donc
be
la question
confronted
qu'on
with
se
the
pose,
truth.
la question
So
que
the
je me
truth
pose en tant
that
que
we
dirigeant
have
d'un groupe de
asked
40 000
ourselves
personnes,
as
c'est
a company
ai-je
director of
créé
40,000
les
people
conditions
is
dans ma maison,
have I created the right
on ose dire la vérité,
conditions where
on
in
ose
my
dire la
house we
vérité
can
vite.
make the right decisions?
Parce qu'une vérité en retard, évidemment, plus une vérité,
Because obviously,
surtout actuellement. Une
if
vérité
a
en
truth
retard,
is
c'est un
late,
train
it's
qui
no
part.
longer
Une vérité
true.
en retard, c'est un concurrent qui dépose un brevet avant nous,
It
c'est un
might
concurrent
be
qui
a
gagne une
competitor
affaire.
that
Une
applies for
vérité
patents
en
before
retard,
us.
c'est
It might
un
be,
défaut qui arrive chez un
for
client qu'on aurait
example,
pu
a
arrêter
flaw
avant.
that
Et puis aussi,
arrives
c'est
at
des
a customer which
collaborateurs
we
qui se
could have
désengagent
prevented.
parce qu'ils ne
It
voient pas
might be a
d'avenir, parce qu'ils ne
collaborator
voient pas
that
de
disengages
projet
because
derrière
they
tout
don't
ça.
see any future
Donc
in
le
the
timing de la
projects that
vérité,
you're
le
working on.
calendrier de la
So
vérité
the
est
calendar and agenda of
aussi
truth
important que la
is
vérité.
just as important as the truth itself.
Nicolas Dufourcq, encore lui, parlait
So again,
de la
coming back to
paresse
Nicolas Dufour, he
qui pousse à suivre une
about
vérité unique et rassurante.
the
Évidemment, je suis d'accord avec
of
Nicolas Dufourcq par définition.
lives.
Mais je pense qu'il y a une autre paresse qui est au moins aussi dangereuse.
And there is another
celle
thing
de
which is
croire
just
que
as dangerous,
l'information
and that's
peut
believing
encore monter dans
that
l'organisation
information can
au rythme des organigrammes, au rythme des hiérarchies.
make its
comme
way up
avant.
the
Et ce temps est révolu.
the hierarchy of a company quicker than it should do. Let's take an example such as hydrogen with the question about what we are constantly engaged in. It's a good way of looking at the possibility of decarbonizing. The answer is not yes or no. The answer is that depends. Hydrogen could be used to decarbonize the world at some point. For that 800 kilometers a day and transports very heavy loads, maybe this isn't quite realistic just yet, but in any case, for a ship, for a train, why not? And the same question applies to battery-powered vehicles.
La vérité, elle dépend du contexte. La vérité
Truth depends on context, on situations, on uses, on infrastructure, and on countries too. It also depends on moments. Some technologies are mature these days, some are a lot more adventurous. They take risks. They're not necessarily certainties, but we not expect to become so attached to them very quickly that we don't have the right information about whether we can invest in them. So truth is no longer mythical, it's become plural.
Ceux qui la détiennent sont très souvent ceux qui sont sur le terrain.
There might be a truth between someone who's in the field and someone who's in the office, someone who's talking to a competitor, to a client, someone who's in a laboratory, someone who is producing, someone who is analyzing data that comes through every day, something that happens all the time, being confronted with contradictory information. This really contributes to the complexity of the world. It's true that perspectives are different, so the perception of the truth can be very, very different as well. The world is constantly fragmented and is going to be even more fragmented as we go along. Sometimes we can have very violent shocks when we learn the truth. So the role of company directors has changed and will continue to change. Now it's all about creating an ecosystem, creating the conditions whereby all truths can be disseminated properly. It's also to do with considering the diversity of these truths and the reliability of these truths so that we can make the right decisions at the right moment. The first quality of a director is, once again, to be close to the field, those close to those who produce, customers, to stakeholders, and having the ability to constantly question themselves, accept that you make mistakes and that you learn from them, being curious. And that's why I believe that director, or at least the word director, is obsolete. I think it's much more listening. That's why I prefer the word leader. That's why that's someone who creates the conditions so that the truth can come through and be transmitted to his teams. It's all about putting the pieces of the puzzle together with a certain level of humility. So finally, more than ever, truth is a fight against oneself. It's a fight against our old habits, against certain facilities, against being open and curious, and it's sometimes a fight against having a lack of courage.
Mais ce combat est évidemment extrêmement nécessaire. S'il n'est pas simple, il faut établir des process, il faut établir de la confiance, il faut avoir le sens de l'intérêt collectif. Mais c'est par ça que passe la performance du collectif et de l'entreprise.
That's where the collective performance of a company comes through. Thank you very much for listening.
Bonsoir à tous.
Good evening.
J'ai vu dans la salle qu'il y avait des étudiants, écoles d'ingénieurs, écoles de commerce. Je n'ai pas complètement compris. Donc ce message s'adresse d'abord à eux. Le métier d'entrepreneuriat, c'est le plus beau métier du monde. Je pense que tous les autres sont d'accord avec moi. Maintenant, ce n'est pas facile. C'est probablement un des métiers dans lesquels vous avez le plus de stress. Et surtout, moi je viens de la tech. Vous avez des statistiques qui le prouvent. 4 sociétés sur 5 dans le monde de la tech ne fonctionnent pas, s'effondrent. La moitié dans les 3 premières années. C'est compliqué, c'est difficile. Je me suis posé la question de savoir pourquoi Nicolas a posé ce sujet, la vérité. Et si la vérité n'était pas simplement la clé pour essayer d'améliorer ces statistiques. C'est ce que je vais essayer, non pas de démontrer, mais en tout cas de défendre. Alors, je suis Olivier Dellenbach, je suis le fondateur et président de Chaps Vision.
Founder and
Et grosso
president
modo,
of
ça fait
Chef's
40
Mission,
ans que
and for the
je
last
fais de la tech
40
à travers différents
years, I've
projets
been working
entrepreneuriaux.
on tech with different entrepreneurial
Mon premier
projects.
projet,
My first
c'était
project
dans les années 80,
was
ça ne
in
nous
the
rajeunit pas.
1980s.
C'est avec l'arrivée des
And it
ordinateurs
was
personnels,
with
les
the
IBM
arrival
PC.
of
La première société,
PCs.
c'était de créer
So the
pour
first
les,
company
un
that
logiciel qui
I
permettait aux grandes
created
organisations
was
qui
to
voulaient
enable
déployer des ordinateurs
large
personnels chez eux,
organizations
dans leurs
to come
organisations,
up with a
développer des
software to
applications.
enable people
Ça m'a
to
occupé
work
10 ans de ma vie. Et à la
across
fin
the
des
board.
années 90,
And
je
at the
l'ai
end of the
vendu.
1990s,
Très
I
belle
sold
trajectoire, pas
my
grand-chose à raconter,
company with
assez lisse. Puis à la fin des années
had very
90,
good
vous avez
results. And
Internet
at
qui
the
est
end of the
arrivé.
1990s, the
Et là, je me suis
internet
dit, on va
came
faire la même
out.
chose.
And I
La
said to
plupart des
myself,
grandes
I'm going to do the
entreprises vont
same
développer des
thing.
applications
Most
sur Internet.
companies have
On va leur
developed
fournir les outils
applications
pour leur
online,
permettre
and
de
we're going
faire
to
ça.
provide them with the tools for them to be
Avec un
able
peu
to
plus
do that
d'expérience, j'ai créé cette
even
société,
more. And
eFront.
I created this
Pendant 2
company,
ans, on a fait un
eFront,
petit
and
bijou,
for 2
un superbe
years,
outil. Et
we
bis repetita, pas du tout.
worked very well,
Aucun intérêt du marché.
but
Ça ne
no
marchait
one on the
pas.
market was interested in
Difficile
what
à
we were
comprendre.
offering. It was very
Premier
difficult
abord,
to
c'était une
understand,
telle
first
évidence.
and foremost.
Ça avait tellement
It
bien
seemed
marché
so
la dernière
obvious.
fois. Et ben non, en fait.
But no,
Alors on a fait on a
it didn't
réfléchi, on
work.
s'est dit mais finalement qu'est-ce qu'on va faire?
About what to do.
Et on a fait ce qu'on appelle un pivot, c'est-à-dire on
We
s'est dit
pivoted.
puisque personne n'a envie d'acheter nos outils,
So if no one wants to
pourquoi ne
buy
pas
our
utiliser nos
tools,
outils pour développer un
tools
applicatif?
to develop
Et puis en discutant
an
avec nos
application.
investisseurs,
And when I discussed
Caisse des Dépôts,
this with
ils nous ont dit écoutez,
investors,
on est en pleine bulle Internet, on a investi dans des centaines de
they
sociétés qui
thought
sont en train de
about
partir à
the
la
fact
casse.
they had
Est-ce que vous ne pourriez pas nous aider à
invested
travers
in
votre
100
logiciel à
companies
mieux
that were
gérer
going out of business
en l'occurrence,
in the
ce
internet
portefeuille.
bubble that
On a développé
was
un produit,
the
ça s'appelait
situation at the
Venture.
time. So we developed a
Pour faire l'histoire
product
courte,
called Vent,
20 ans plus tard,
Venture.
en 2019, on était le leader mondial
2019, we were the world
dans le logiciel
leader
pour le private equity.
for
Et je vendais la
private equity
société à
software,
BlackRock,
and I sold
le géant américain, pour un montant
this
très
company
significatif.
to BlackRock, the American company,
Si on
for a
ramène
very
ça au
high
sujet de la
number.
vérité,
So,
deux leçons
coming
en
back
fait.
to the subject
Première
of
vérité,
truth,
c'est que
the first thing
il
you
n'y a
need
pas
to
de recette magique
remember
pour
is that
réussir
there
un
is
projet
no magic
entrepreneurial.
recipe
Ce qui a marché à
to
mon premier
make your
projet n'a pas
business
marché à mon
project
deuxième. Et
work.
pourtant,
My first one worked,
objectivement,
my
sur le
second
papier,
didn't.
on était exactement dans la même situation. Réussir un projet, c'est compliqué.
Making a project
C'est une alchimie
successful is very
un
difficult.
peu, personne n'a la recette. Voilà, il faut un peu de chance.
Difficult alchemy.
La
No one has the
deuxième
right recipe.
leçon,
And the second
c'est que même
lesson
si ça ne
I'd like
marche
to
pas,
explain to you is that
on
even
peut
if
et on doit rebondir.
we can and must
Tout n'est pas écrit dans
bounce
le
back,
projet initial.
nothing is
Vous avez la
always created in the
possibilité
initial project.
finalement
You might
de réfléchir en se disant finalement ces 2 ans, quel est l'actif que j'ai créé? En l'occurrence,
idea to
un
think
outil,
about
qu'est-ce que je
everything,
peux
so
en
you might
faire
come
pour
up with a
créer plus de
tool.
valeur?
What can I do
Ça,
to create
c'était
more
quelque chose de
value?
très,
So that's
très
something
important
which was really
pour nous.
important for us.
Alors après, la notion de pivot, c'est vraiment la
After
deuxième
the idea of
vérité
pivoting
de
is
l'entrepreneur, la
really
deuxième clé
heading
de
towards the
réussite.
second
Le
type
troisième,
of truth,
c'est la puissance du marché.
and that's about the
Quelque
power
chose
of the
qui
market.
finalement est complètement
Something
et pas du tout
which
sous le contrôle de
is
l'entrepreneur. On dit les grands
completely out of the
entrepreneurs
control,
sur une
out
vague
of the
totalement plate, ils ne feront pas
entrepreneur's
grand-chose.
hands. Something
Un
not work
entrepreneur
in
même
one
médiocre
situation, but fall
sur
on
un
its face
très
in
gros
another.
marché, il arrivera à s'en tirer. Et par contre, un grand
Some
entrepreneur
business people
sur
have
une
the right
vague
instinct,
forte,
some
il fera
don't.
des
I
choses
think that
extraordinaires.
they're able
Voilà, ça c'est
to
important, ça veut
ride
dire qu'il faut toujours
the
essayer de
wave,
se
and that's something
positionner
which we always need
sur
to
une
bear
vague
in
qui est
mind.
porteuse.
How can you position
En
yourself on
l'occurrence,
a wave which
dans mon
is going to
projet
take you in the
eFront,
right direction?
entre 1999 et 2019,
Between
les actifs sous gestion
1999
dans le monde
and
coté
2009,
ont évolué de 1,5 trilliard
evolution
à 5
in
triards
the
d'euros investis.
field has,
En France, ça
in
a
terms
été
of level investment, at
un
least, it's gone
multiple
from
de
1 to
50.
5
On était
trillion
sur une vague
euros, so
porteuse.
it's quintupled in
En toute
10
transparence,
years. And just to
en
be completely transparent with you, in
99-2000, quand j'ai créé mon projet, j'avais aucune idée de la
1999, when I
force
created my project, I had
de
no
cette vague.
idea
Donc il faut aussi un
how
peu de-
strong
un
this
peu de
wave
chance.
was going to
D'accord?
be. So
Le
you also
marché
need a
est
bit
vraiment un
of luck.
critère
So the
super
market
important.
is
L'autre
really
chose, c'est le
important
timing, le
criteria.
temps.
The next
Toujours,
thing is
surtout à
timing.
mon âge,
Especially
principal
at my
actif
age, the
que que vous avez, c'est le temps. Mais c'est un actif qui se déprécie vite. On a un stock. Donc, ne perdez pas du temps à essayer de sauver une idée à laquelle vous êtes absolument attaché. Si vous voyez que ça ne fonctionnait pas, pivotez. Essayez de partir dans une autre direction. Et si vous avez créé des actifs, vous devrez être capable de capitaliser sur ces actifs pour créer et développer autre chose.
something else.
Un point important, et ça fait partie de l'exercice de vérité, on n'est pas omniscient en tant qu'entrepreneur. On a ses compétences. Moi, je sais que je prétends être un bon ingénieur, c'est ma formation. Très mauvais commercial, pas forcément bon communicant. Donc, ce qui est important, c'est d'arriver à trouver, en fait, l'équipe, les gens qui vous complètent. Et ça nécessite déjà une belle introspection interne pour dire quelles sont mes compétences et quelles sont les compétences dont j'ai vraiment besoin. C'est la force des startups américaines. Les jeunes entrepreneurs sortis d'école de Stanford, ils ne sont pas plus brillants que les nôtres, mais ils savent sous la pression de leurs investisseurs bien s'entourer. Voilà quelques clés qui me semblent importantes. Et finalement, on est dans un monde dans lequel, si on utilise toutes ces clés, on doit être capable d'avoir une probabilité de succès un peu meilleure que simplement 20%. Merci à tous.
Thank you very much for listening.
La semaine dernière, mon fils m'interpelle. Il vient de tomber sur une vidéo qui
showed me a video which had gone viral.
Polluant éternel qui nous empoisonne tous. Des millions de vues en seulement quelques jours.
Millions of views in just a
voix
few
dramatique,
days.
Des images d'apocalypse et ce message
footage about an apocalypse.
Ils nous ont tous empoisonnés. Il n'y a aucune solution.
Company that had poisoned all of us, and we had no possibility of saving ourselves.
Pas par la colère, elle est légitime, mais par cette certitude aveugle
This blind certainty that refused all nuances, all progress, all solutions.
Cette vidéo, elle ne ment pas sur les dangers, elle ment sur notre capacité à les résoudre.
It wasn't about the danger that it was explaining to us. It was really much more about pure misinformation in my eyes. So I have another story to tell you.
La vérité sur l'Épiphase.
The truth about Epiphase
elle n'est ni toute noire ni toute blanche.
Is neither black nor white. In the 1940s,
inventent ces molécules pour sauver des vies.
Chemists invent this molecule to save lives. They came up with specific equipment and specific safety clothes, safety outfits, and then in 2000 we understood their persistence.
Alors, qui sont les méchants, les Dupont de ce monde qui les ont créés?
So who are the bad guys in the story? Was it the people who created the molecules? Is it the firefighters? Is it the doctors who used this molecule to treat people?
La vraie question n'est pas qui blâmer, mais comment agir.
The real question is not who to blame, but how to act. And this is how we should think. Researchers who develop detection methods, and chemists who find how to break down these eternal molecules, engineers who come up with treatment approaches, and companies that roll them out.
Corba, près de Lyon, une zone industrielle, il y a quelques mois. 300
area, and 300 companies with thousands of jobs, and we had to analyze some of the non-drinkable water which had been found in that area. So it was the levels of toxic chemicals were over the European norms, and what did we do? Close everyone down? Well, no. Actually, after a few weeks of studies and authorization, a mobile water treatment facility arrived on site, and in 48 hours, yes, you heard right, 48 hours, the engineers had managed to balance the level of toxins and make the water drinkable once again. So that's the truth. The result is that 99.9% of people who had drunk the water had been treated, and the 300 companies were able to continue working, jobs were saved, and the inhabitants be able to drink perfectly drinkable water afterwards. So that's the truth.
Mais même face à ce succès, les soupçons, ça coûte combien?
Given this success, people were asking, well, how much did it cost? Why didn't we do it before? It's dodgy, it's going too quickly.
Résolver un problème qu'on ne savait même pas encore précisément détecter il y a 2 ans.
Solve a problem that we couldn't even detect a few years is really something which should show you the potential.
Nous enferme dans le simplisme. Tout devrait être
wariness that we have about these types of systems, the idea of a good people versus bad people, the good guys versus the bad guys, it's much more about absolute truth against
Mais la réalité est complexe.
The reality is complex.
Nous avons le droit, nous avons le devoir même de l'accepter. Alors, revendiquons le droit à cette complexité. Vous l'avez bien compris, les faits ne pénètrent pas dans le monde où vivent nos croyances. Et c'est exactement ce qui est en train de nous arriver. Les scientifiques qui découvrent les problèmes ne sont pas vendus au lobby, ils font progresser la connaissance. Les entreprises qui développent les solutions ne sont pas suspectes par nature, elles répondent aux défis. Alors revenons-en aux faits. Et les faits, quels sont-ils? Nous savons traiter l'épiphyse, nous protégeons la santé publique et nous agissons pendant que d'autres débattent. Alors j'en ai assez de ce monde qui bloque au lieu d'avancer. Ils préfèrent la pureté dogmatique au progrès concret. Marc nous soupçonne quand on apporte des solutions. Ils marrent de perdre du temps à chercher des coupables. Alors pendant que des vidéos virales alimentent les peurs, nous protégeons la santé.
We are all about protecting
Pendant que d'autres cherchent des coupables,
while other people look to find the guilty party, we try to come up with solutions
s'enferment dans les croyances, nous appuyons sur les faits.
Remain too bogged down by false beliefs. The results that we have
La vérité, elle n'est pas dans des certitudes absolues. Elle coule de nos robinets, elle sort de nos usines, elle prend vie grâce à nos innovations, grâce à nos ingénieurs, grâce à nos ouvriers. Et moi, je continuerai à la défendre, parce que c'est ça le progrès humain.
Because that is what being human is all about.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Alors mon nom est Saturnin Punier et il y a 5 jours, Nicolas m'a proposé de venir parler au banc. Je lui ai dit aucun problème et je suis là aujourd'hui pour vous parler de moi. Il m'a dit il faut que ce soit quelque chose de personnel, pas une histoire de business,
not just a business, something people can feel that they have experienced an idea. So let me speak by telling about my life. I come from the south of France, and I've always been inquisitive. I've always been an explorer. I always want to push the boundaries to see what is possible and what is not possible. So this brought me to the middle of the desert, to the woods of Norway, and sometimes to the hospital. Curiosity is very present for technology and sciences. I always wanted to understand how the world worked since I was a young kid, and how technology worked. I've always wanted to explore. And when I was I realized I was quite good at understanding world trends and technological trends. So my first success was in 2013 when I understood that crypto was going to replace the current tax system. So it was not obvious at the time. Many thought that it was ridiculous, but now it's obvious for everyone, and I saw that very, very quickly. So I went to live in England, and I did my studies over there, and that was my first contact with AI. And after plunging myself into the world of technology for many years, in 2017, this technology was going to start changing the world. Once again, back then it wasn't very clear. People thought that it was an interesting tool, but not as important as what it has become. And I decided to give everything up and go to America. I wanted to get involved in the AI race, so I started a company and I began working for another startup in California. It's called World. It's something that I put together with some university friends, and we started it in 2019. And it's been working for the last 5 years. We are present in about 50 countries. We have rolled our solution to millions of people, and it helps us create structured AI. An identity system helps work on large-scale projects, the AI, it's better human. So you might be wondering why I'm telling you all of this. First of all, because Nicolas said that once you're on stage, you can say anything. And second of all, because my life, I decided I wanted to be all about finding the truth for humans. So I saw the trends between what the world perceived and the trajectory of the world that we live in. I thought that technologically, we are at a specific point in the history of humanity. People see AI as a technology, as a tool which should be used in economy, in society, in culture, in military, but just a tool, a subject like any other. But that's not the case. I think that we are at the story of humanity where we could actually go off in two different directions. First of all, if everything goes well, then we could try and resolve all of the problems in the world. Options are unlimited. This could be unblocked by AI, which constantly evolves and improves. Another scenario, which is completely feasible and could happen if we are not careful, is that there is a complete collapse of society as we know it. When things break, they break slowly and then break completely. And we are at this initial phase, the slow breaking of the system. There's a lot of risk linked to AI. Many of them are misunderstood by people and by France. And I've worked very closely with all of the big AI laboratories. And what they say internally are not the same things as what they say externally. Very worried about how this technology could develop. So internal technologies, external speeches, internal discussions are saying that technology is very, very risky, and it's up to us to follow it properly. They all think that there is a huge risk linked to AI, and it'd be very difficult to actually communicate them the public, but I'm lucid. We need to not see it as a tool. It needs to be seen as not a way of increasing GDP. It's part of the history of humanity now. We're opening up Pandora's box, and this box may take 50 years to open up. Originally, at least, but now we are plunging into the unknown. It's a blind race. I'm very optimistic about what will happen. I think that we will easily be able to make this technological transition as successful as possible and deal with all of the risks that are associated. We need to be very pragmatic. A lot of this comes back to the truth that I wanted to tell you today. The truth is that within 20 years, the world as we know it will no longer exist. The present, in 20 years, will be unrecognizable. Things will change so much due to AI that we will be in a completely different world. It might be idyllic or a complete collapse. So this transition will be very perilous and will require a lot of attention. Humanity needs to coordinate itself to ensure that things go properly, go well, and I believe that humanity has the possibility of succeeding, but we must absolutely work all together to create a prosperous world for the development of AI. Thank you very much for listening. Okay, we have finished. It's the end of Big 2025. So I very much hope that you enjoyed listening to all of this incredible lineup from banks, the different companies that have presented their stories about truth to you today. There's been a real catalyst between all of us, and the whole point of Big each year is to come up with solutions to help society, and I very much hope that we have managed to do so. So thank you very much to my team, who I would like to invite on stage now, the management committee at BPI that we all know very well, those who represent the 600 collaborators of BPI that prepared this event, because I've always said that this event is like the Super Bowl of BPI. We have 600 people of the thousands and thousands of collaborators that work for us who have prepared the Big for you. So it is a fundamental event. And I have Juliette, who's going to join me on stage, as well as the technicians that could hopefully put down their computers for just 2 seconds. And all of the tech team as well, who are so loyal, and they've been working with us for years now. They are the co-inventors of this event, undisputably.
C'est son 10e, lui. Et puis backstage, il y a beaucoup de monde.
And all of the people working backstage, I would like to thank them very much as well. They've been fantastic. I know it's been so great to have you all here today. So I very much hope to see you again next year. A good evening. Have a good evening, one and all.